Chapter 161. As a girl, can you please not be so perverted? Xiao Rufeng's scalp tingled. Among the four women Zhang Yi mentioned, although only in Lei and Zhang Lu had official positions, Zhang Li and Gongya were already regarded as Xiao Rufeng's women and daughters-in-law within the Xiao family. And, to be honest, these two were probably even more important to Xiao Rufeng. One was the woman Xiao Rufeng loved the most in this life, and the other was his first love. At this moment, Gongya chuckled. Come to my place. Zhang Li and Lei both have children, and some things aren't convenient. Zhang Lu is pregnant, and that's inconvenient in all sorts of ways. But my place is open and ready. It just needs the right man. That sounded like innuendo. Hey, can you have a little bit of shame? Zhang Li said with a dark look. Why are there such shameless women in our family? Zhang Lu smiled slightly and said, Cousin, the rest of the women here have already been recognized by the Xiao family and Xiao Rufeng, but you seem to… I gave him a daughter, Zhang Li said stubbornly. That was just an accident, wasn't it? Zhang Lu continued. Now everyone more or less knew about Zhang Yi's origins. That was definitely not an accident. It was something Xiao Rufeng had been planning for a long time. Zhang Li paused, turned to look at Xiao Rufeng, stared with her starry eyes, and said, Xiao Rufeng, you say it yourself. Xiao Rufeng felt a slight sweat. Honestly, it was really an accident, but he clearly couldn't say that in this situation. He smiled and said, it was indeed something I had planned for a long time. Zhang Li immediately became smug. Did you hear that? So, when are you planning to marry into our family? Zhang Lu asked at that moment. Zhang Li immediately fell silent. As a staunch supporter of monogamy, Zhang Li had a hard time joining Xiao Rufeng's large harem. All right, don't make it difficult for her. Not everyone can accept sharing a husband with other women, Xiao Rufeng said. He paused, looked at Gongya, and said, Gongya, I'll go to your room tonight. Okay, Gongya chuckled. Zhang Li didn't say anything. She understood that if she wanted to be with Xiao Rufeng, she could only accept becoming sisters with Lei and the others. She wasn't actually that stubborn, especially since she had already given Xiao Rufeng a daughter. However, deep within her soul, she seemed to resist it. Sai, if I had a past life, I must have been a very assertive woman. At least, I wouldn't compromise in matters of love. After dinner, Xiao Rufeng went to take a shower, and Gongya volunteered to give Xiao Rufeng a back rub. The others didn't want to fight for his attention, so they let her go. Xiao Rufeng was very nervous. Last time, he had a relationship with Gongya in the bathroom. But halfway through, Hanyu had suddenly woken up and had almost turned Xiao Rufeng into a eunuch. Gongya, has Hanyu not woken up recently? Xiao Rufeng asked. Gongya looked at him resentfully. What? Are you interested in Hanyu? How could I be? I was almost killed by her last time. Xiao Rufeng paused, looked at Gongya, and said, I'm worried that she might devour your soul. Come to think of it, she hasn't come out for a while, Gongya said. She paused and chuckled. If being devoured is my destiny, then I'll accept it. So for now, the most important thing is to live for the moment. After saying that, Gongya directly pounced on Xiao Rufeng. You were gone for 2 months. It made me so impatient, she said. Xiao Rufeng felt a slight sweat. He was very nervous. What if Hanyu woke up in the middle of the session again? The thought alone made his scalp tingle. But with Gongya's relentless attacks, it was difficult for Xiao Rufeng to remain calm. In the end, Gongya had her way. Then, in less than a minute, Xiao Rufeng felt the aura on Gongya's body change. She woke up so early this time, Xiao Rufeng wanted to run away. However, Gongya was sitting on top of him. The bathroom lights were on, and the shadow arts wouldn't work. What am I going to do? Before Xiao Rufeng could think of a solution, Hanyu had completely awakened. She looked at Xiao Rufeng, who was under her, with a cold expression. That, Xiao Rufeng said, trying his best to keep a straight face. Good evening, Miss Hanyu. After the bathroom incident last time, Xiao Rufeng and Hanyu had had an in-depth conversation. They had revealed some of their identities to each other. This Hanyu also came from the immortal realm, and she had even originated from the Alpha Star system. However, when the singularity black hole devoured the Alpha Star system, she was not there and escaped the catastrophe. However, her family and Alpha had all been devoured by the black hole. As for why her soul ended up parasitizing Gongya's body, Hanyu didn't say. Clearly, given the current relationship between Xiao Rufeng and her, she wasn't going to share everything about her situation. She didn't trust Xiao Rufeng. However, Xiao Rufeng had still gained a lot from his conversations with Hanyu. For example, he learned that his father was the creator god of this universe. When the old universe was devoured by the singularity black hole and the celestial order collapsed, his father had used great power to transfer as many surviving planets from the old universe as possible into his new universe. And what Hanyu didn't know was that although Blue Planet seemed to be the original planet of his father's universe, Earth was actually transferred from the old universe by his father. After all, Hanyu was born in the immortal realm and didn't know about the Earth beforehand. Of course, since the Earth had already been transferred into this universe, it was naturally influenced by the laws of this universe. Hanyu didn't respond to Xiao Rufeng's greeting, nor did she get up from his body, but she was emitting a more and more intense killing intent. Xiao Rufeng's scalp tingled. He felt a chill on his neck. But even in this situation, little Rufeng seemed to still be in an excited state. This is just going to kill me. At that moment, there was suddenly a knock on the door. At the same time, Zhang Li's voice rang out. Hey, you surnamed Xia. Someone's looking for you. I got it, Xiao Rufeng said. He then looked at Hanyu, and his expression was a little surprised. The killing intent on Hanyu's body had dissipated, and she was no longer focusing on Xiao Rufeng. She turned and looked at the door of the bathroom. Then, she suddenly got up from Xiao Rufeng and ran towards the door. Xiao Rufeng broke out into a sweat. Hey! This woman wasn't wearing any clothes. Although there were other men in the house, it was really inappropriate to run out naked like that. At the door of the bathroom, Zhang Li was about to leave after calling for Xiao Rufeng, but she suddenly heard a sound behind her. She turned her head and instantly frowned. Hey, Gongya, can you please not be so perverted? That's scandalous. Zhang Li didn't know how to criticize her. She was clearly a very refined young lady before. How had she turned into this? Oh, come to think of it, Zhang Lu is the same. She's a good girl in front of people, but she's a hooligan behind the scenes. No wonder these two have such a connection. They're birds of a feather. Before she could finish her inner rant, the naked Hanyu suddenly hugged Zhang Li, her voice emotional. Sister. Huh. That sister immediately stunned Zhang Li. Isn't Gongya older than me? Has this woman been drinking fake alcohol? Just as Zhang Li was about to criticize her, she suddenly saw Hanyu in tears, and her heart inexplicably ached. It was a very strange feeling. At that time, the others heard the commotion and all came over. Oh my! Zhang Lu glared at Xiao Rufeng and said, If Gongya doesn't want to, you shouldn't force her. Even if she is your woman, you can't make her work against her will. Xiao Rufeng was just about to burst into tears. He hadn't figured out what was going on. At this moment, Zhang Li pulled Hanyu back into the bathroom. She even set up a small soundproofing barrier. Only then did she look at Hanyu and say, Gongya, what happened to you? Sis, don't you remember anything? Hanyu said, I don't really know what you're talking about, Zhang Li said. She was still very confused. Who? Hanyu took a deep breath and said, You are the reincarnation of my sister. Huh. Chapter 162. It's actually kind of exciting. Hanyu's words directly baffled Zhang Li. Although she often felt resistance and resentment deep down at Xiao Rufeng's harem activities, she didn't recall her past life like the Bai sisters did. Gongya, are you possessed by a ghost? Why are you talking nonsense? Zhang Li said. Hanyu shook her head. I'm not a ghost. I'm just a soul residing in the body of a woman named Gongya. My name is Hanyu. Hanyu. Zhang Li pondered for a moment. It vaguely felt familiar, but she couldn't recall where that familiarity came from. Sorry, I still can't remember. Are you sure you didn't get the wrong person? Zhang Li said again. It's not possible. Hanyu paused and said, My sister's soul aura can't be mistaken. In reincarnation, one's body aura changes, but one's soul aura does not. As mentioned earlier, soul aura is the most accurate way to identify a person. But it is very difficult to identify. First of all, one needs a powerful soul-sensing ability. Secondly, soul aura is the most important identification in the immortal realm, and one won't let the other party sense one's soul parameters unless the relationship is particularly intimate. So, usually only people who are particularly close, or people who have a lot of trust for one another, will know the other party's soul aura. In addition, when a reincarnated person is reborn, their soul will be purified by the 6 paths of reincarnation. Most of the souls that are reborn are unable to recover the memories of their past life. Those who can recover the memories of their past life are extremely rare. Even if they can recover some memories of their past life, some of the imprints originally stored in their soul will be cleared away by the power of reincarnation. Therefore, even if lovers who deeply love each other are reincarnated together, it is difficult for them to recognize each other's souls after they are reborn, because the imprint the other party left in their soul has already been erased by the power of reincarnation. However, Hanyu's situation seemed to be a bit special. Her soul did not enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and retained its complete memories and imprints. Therefore, she could recognize Jiang Li. But Jiang Li couldn't recognize her. Jiang Li still didn't quite believe Hanyu's words. Although she had accepted the concept of reincarnation after accepting the concept of cultivation, it didn't sound all that real because she had no memories of a past life. "It's okay, sis. You'll definitely remember it in the future," Hanyu said again. Jiang Li looked at Hanyu. This woman's eyes don't seem to be lying. Could I really have a past life? She composed her thoughts and asked curiously, what was I like in my past life? A bit dumb. At that time, Hanyu added, in your past life, you were an immortal emperor. You had many admirers, including some top male immortal emperors. But you married a man with mediocre talent. For his sake, you even broke off ties with your parents and eloped with him into seclusion. Jiang Li blinked. Fighting for love is good, I think. How was that dumb? It's mainly because your taste in men was terrible. Did I get cheated on? Jiang Li asked again. Sort of. That man was clearly already married to you. Yet he was still ambiguous with your best friend. When I tried to tell you, you believed them and didn't believe me. Later, we had a fight, and I left. Then later, the star field you were living in was devoured by a super black hole. I thought that I would never see my sister again. I never expected to meet you here, Hanyu said. Hanyu's personality was a bit like Bai Bing's, cool and aloof. But at the moment, she seemed very excited. From this, one could see that her personality was a bit different from Bai Bing's. Hanyu's emotions were actually quite rich. One could also see that she really liked Jiang Li. What about my husband in my previous life? Jiang Li asked. He was devoured by the black hole with you. I see. Jiang Li's expression was calm. Because she had no memory, she had no empathy, and therefore, no sense of sadness. Oh, right. What about the woman who messed around with my husband? Jiang Li recalled something and asked. She hated third-party interference the most. She had suffered enough of it in this life, and she didn't expect that she would have a similar experience in her past life. That woman, Hanyu clenched her fist, her face full of killing intent. When the black hole devoured the star field, she was not there. She escaped the catastrophe. Now, she is... Jiang Li blinked. She is what? Hanyu suddenly sighed and said, she's now an immortal emperor of the immortal realm in this universe, ruling over more than 100 southern immortal kingdoms. She is one of the 4 great saint immortal emperors of the current immortal realm. Because she lives in a place where camellias bloom, she's also known as the Camellia Immortal Emperor. She paused and smacked her lips. What Camellia Immortal Emperor? I think she should be called Green Tea Immortal Emperor. Jiang Li felt a slight sweat. Because she didn't have any related memories, she didn't feel betrayed. But it seemed that Hanyu really hated that Camellia Immortal Emperor. Jiang Li paused, looked at Hanyu, and suddenly said, Hanyu, did that woman cause you to lose your physical body? I don't blame her for that. It's just because I wasn't as skilled. I lost the fight. There's nothing to be said about it, Hanyu said. Jiang Li didn't say anything and hugged Hanyu. Thank you. But Jiang Li changed the subject and continued. In the future, you're not allowed to do that anymore. I'm in this state. Even if I wanted to get revenge, I don't have the strength to do it, Hanyu said. Hanyu paused and added, all right, sis. How did you get together with a man like Xia Rufeng? This guy is even worse than your husband in your past life. Your husband in your past life only had an affair with Camellia, but Xia Rufeng, he's basically a walking, talking seed-sowing machine. This is a long story. How should I put it? It's like after knowing that he was my daughter's biological father, I felt that he was different from other men, Jiang Li said. But that's not love, Hanyu said. I don't understand it either. All right, let's stop talking about me for now. Jiang Li paused, looked at Hanyu, and said, you and Xia Rufeng. Only then did Hanyu realize that she was still naked. Then, an image of herself sitting on top of Xia Rufeng popped up in her mind. She immediately panicked. It's all that woman Gong Ye's doing. Even though this isn't my body, but Hanyu clenched her fist, her face full of killing intent. I feel like I've been defiled by Xia Rufeng. I'm going to kill him. Calm down. Jiang Li paused and said, he's the father of your niece. If he dies, how sad would he be? Hanyu didn't say anything. I know. Hanyu was extremely conflicted. At that time, Jiang Li smiled. You should get some clothes on. Hanyu didn't say anything and then put on some clothes. What happened in our past lives must be kept secret, Jiang Li said at that time. Are you afraid that Xiao Rufeng will find out that you had a husband in your previous life? Hanyu said. Jiang Li's face was a little embarrassed, and she said, It's not that. The main thing is if this news gets out, we'll be captured and used as lab rats. I've never heard of anyone having the memory of a past life. Hanyu didn't say anything more. In fact, she understood that Jiang Li was just afraid that Xiao Rufeng would find out that she had a husband in her past life. Xiao Rufeng is going around and picking up other women's wives. He might even be more excited if he knew you had a husband in your past life, Hanyu said. Eh? Jiang Li said, scratching her head. But, I know sis, I won't blab, Hanyu said. Although she said that, she felt very unhappy inside. Damn Xiao Rufeng, you even defiled my sister. Let's go out, Jiang Li said at that time. When the two came out of the bathroom together, Jiang Lu was looking at them with a subtle expression. Oh my cousin, no wonder you've always been rejecting Rufeng. Turns out you like women. Get lost, Jiang Li said, her face turning dark. At that moment, Hanyu came in front of Xiao Rufeng and said, You come over here. Xiao Rufeng nodded. He also had a lot of things he wanted to ask Hanyu. The two went outside. Xiao Rufeng, do you like Jiang Li? Hanyu asked calmly. Of course, Xiao Rufeng replied. Then get rid of all the other women, Hanyu said. Xiao Rufeng looked at Hanyu with a calm expression. That's not possible. Don't you like Jiang Li? I like Lei and the others too, Xiao Rufeng said. Hanyu's face darkened. Why are you so shameless? You're even more shameless than that guy. Xiao Rufeng blinked. Who are you talking about? Nobody, Hanyu paused and said. I also like Jiang Li. Don't you try to fight me for her. Xiao Rufeng didn't know what to say for a moment. If a man had said this, he would have been furious. But since it was a girl saying it, Xiao Rufeng didn't know how to respond. Wait, Hanyu, what are you thinking? In your past life? I'm not dead, Hanyu retorted. She was right. In the cultivation world, a soul only truly died when it entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. Hanyu was more or less just a possession. I liked women before too, Hanyu added. That was true. She did like women. It was just that the woman she liked was her sister. She was more or less a bit of a pervert. However, in Hanyu's opinion, she wasn't stopping Jiang Li from being with Xia, roughing out of selfishness. She just didn't want her sister to repeat the same mistakes. Moreover, in her opinion, Xia Rufeng was even worse than her sister's husband from her past life. He was basically a stud. As a sister Khan with a somewhat twisted and perverted mind, Hanyu could not accept Jiang Li being with Xia Rufeng. However, she also knew that she couldn't do anything to Xia Rufeng. She didn't want Jiang Li to hate her. But once sis knows your true nature, she'll definitely not be with you. After all, what sis hated the most in the past was men who cheated. Maybe, once sis's past memories are awakened, she'll kick Xia Rufeng away herself. The most troublesome one is that Li Sheng guy. I don't know if he was reborn. He's the only one who could make my sister fall in love with him. While Hanyu was musing, Jiang Li came out of the room, as she was a bit worried. Hanyu was just about to walk over to her, but Xia Rufeng ran over like a whirlwind. He shielded Jiang Li behind him, and then looked at Hanyu. Miss Hanyu, I'm sorry. Even if you're a girl, I won't let you lay a hand on my woman. Hanyu's expression was indifferent. Your woman? Do you think that just because Jiang Li gave you a child, she loves you? If she loves you, then why won't she marry you? This? Xia Rufeng turned to look at Jiang Li. That's right. Don't be so narcissistic. Actually, I like girls better than men. After saying that, Jiang Li grabbed Hanyu's hand, smiled, and said, Tonight, you can sleep in my room. Okay, Hanyu immediately replied. Then, the two women left, chatting and laughing. Xiao Rufeng's heart was full of mixed emotions. So never mind, it's better than being cheated on by a man. But, 2 women that I've had sex with are now going lesbian. He felt that something was a bit strange. It was not just awkward, it was actually also a little bit exciting. After all, in a sense, he had some level of participation. Ahem. Xiao Rufeng covered his forehead with one hand. Have I started to become perverted too, because of all the perverts around me? At that moment, Xiao Rufeng's phone rang. It was Su Ji. Of the several women Xiao Rufeng had confirmed, Su Ji was the one with the lowest presence. She also didn't seem to want to compete with young people like Lei. Being a mature woman, she knew what to do and what not to do. During this period, Lei, including Jiang Lu as the queen, were all in Jiang City, while Su Ji was in Beijing, managing things. After all, The nominal capital of the Dragon Kingdom was still Beijing. Under Su Ji's management, Beijing had played the role of a capital very well, and all work was done very well. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Rufeng's lips. It's time to go and reward her. After collecting his thoughts, Xiao Rufeng pressed the answer button. After the phone call connected, he immediately heard the panicked voice of a young woman. Xiao Rufeng, my mom, she... Chapter 163, Is This Daddy's Love? The call was from Sima Xinglu. What happened to your mom? Xiao Rufeng's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a little uneasy. My mom, she's pregnant. Huh? Xiao Rufeng was a little stunned. However, before he could recover, he heard Su Ji's voice from the other end of the phone. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I get pregnant? If I don't say that, will he come to Beijing to see you? Look at him. As soon as he returned to the country, he went straight to Jiang City to see all his young lovers. You are already older, and if you don't take the initiative, once you're past your prime, he'll care even less about you, Sima Xinglu said. Su Ji snatched the phone back and said into the phone, Don't listen to her nonsense. I'm very busy every day, and my life is very fulfilling. I'll go to Beijing now, Xiao Rufeng said. No need. Just stay in Jiang City and keep in Lei and the others' company. Su Ji paused and chuckled lightly. I have Xingya and Xinglu to keep me company. I was planning to go to Beijing anyway. Xiao Rufeng paused and said with a smile, See you in 3 hours. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Sima Xinglu immediately came closer. Mom, is he coming? Su Ji's face flushed slightly. Yeah. Oh my, someone's blushing. It seems that no matter how old a woman is, she still has the heart of a young girl, Sima Xinglu teased. Get lost, Su Ji said, kicking Sima Xinglu. Sima Xinglu dodged. How can I get lost if I don't have any balls? Sima Xinglu quipped. This girl had always been rather mischievous. She only behaved in front of Bai Bing. Su Ji's face darkened. Seeing that her mother was about to explode, Sima Xinglu stuck out her tongue and then ran away. After Sima Xinglu left, Su Ji took out her phone, opened the mirror function, and said, I've been running around a lot lately. I've gotten a little tanned. I need to put on some makeup. Afterwards, Su Ji went back to her room to put on makeup. On the other side, Sima Xinglu ran to another room in the Red Garden. This was Sima Xingya's room. She was working on her computer. Sis, are you still working? Yeah, there's been frequent fighting recently, and the budget has changed a lot. I have to adjust it all the time. Sima Xingya paused and added, Don't you always slack off either. Do your work properly. No, thank you. I'm young. Why would I want to waste my youth in an office? I want to fall in love, to have a passionate love, Sima Xinglu said, full of anticipation. She paused, suddenly turned to look at Sima Xingya, and said, Sis, haven't you given up on Xiao Rufeng yet? I've never possessed him, so there's no giving up, Sima Xingya said calmly. Okay. Sima Xinglu paused and said, Xiao Rufeng is going to come here later. The hand that Sima Xingya was using to type suddenly stopped. After a pause of about a few seconds, Sima Xingya started working again. Anyway, Mom will be there to welcome him. It's not our problem, Sima Xingya said calmly. Sima Xinglu looked at her sister, sighed softly, and said nothing. About 3 hours later, the helicopter that Xiao Rufeng was riding landed directly at the helicopter landing pad in the Red Garden. Su Ji was already waiting for Xiao Rufeng there. Although it was already 11 o'clock at night, Su Ji's makeup was still perfect. Her delicate eyeliner outlined her beautiful eyes, and her full eyelashes highlighted her deep gaze. Her vibrant red lips attracted the eye, and a hint of a smile reflected her gentleness, like a flower blooming in spring. Her long, dark brown hair was styled into a beautiful updo with a gently drooping curl, which made one curious to explore its hidden mystery and allure. This hairstyle was known as a wife hairstyle in the world. Her clothing was even more mature and sexy. A black, off-the-shoulder dress highlighted her perfect curves, and her slender legs under the high heels emitted an alluring glow. Welcome back, Su Ji said with a smile. She wasn't as lively as Jiang Li or in Lei, but her mature yet sexy aura was a different kind of charm. I'm back. After Xiao Rufeng finished speaking, he walked over and gently hugged Su Ji. After a short moment, Xiao Rufeng released Su Ji, looked around, and said, Are Xinglu and Xingya asleep? Since they haven't come out to welcome you, they should be asleep, right? Su Ji paused and added, Do you want me to wake them up? No need. Xiao Rufeng paused, looked at Su Ji, and said, I'm here to see you today. Su Ji's face flushed red again. Her daughter was right. She was acting like a young girl. Her face was flushing easily and her heart was beating faster. She was a little embarrassed, since she was already older. But Suji never expected that she would feel her heart beating fast for a person at her age. At that moment, Xiao Ruffing suddenly picked Suji up in a princess carry and went to Suji's room, closed the door, and turned off the lights. In Sima Xingya's room, the lights weren't on. She was lying in bed, but she wasn't asleep. Sis, did you see that? A princess carry. Wah, I never thought that Mom would get a princess carry before me, Sima Xinglu said. Don't you have your own room? Sima Xingya said calmly. I'm just afraid that you might feel bad, Sima Xinglu said. Sima Xingya turned over, with her back to the window, and said calmly, I don't. At that moment, Sima Xinglu climbed into bed, chuckled, and said, Sis, we have time off tomorrow. Let's go to a social gathering tomorrow. I recently met some friends online. They said they're going to get together tomorrow. Why don't you come with me? I'm not going. Do you want to stay home and watch Mom and Xia Ruffing show their love for each other? Sima Xinglu asked. Sima Xingya fell silent. After a short while, she said, All right, I'll go with you tomorrow. That's more like it. The next day, when Sima Xingya woke up, Xia Ruffing was already in the kitchen, personally making breakfast. Xingya, you're awake, Xia Ruffing said, greeting her. Yeah. Sima Xingya paused and added, There are so many cooks in the Red Garden. You're an emperor of the empire. There's no need for you to cook personally. I'm not an emperor right now. I'm just your family, Xia Ruffing chuckled. Oh. Sima Xingya didn't say anything more, and then went to wash her face and brush her teeth. After washing up, Sima Xingya went back to her room and started changing her clothes. After she finished changing her clothes, Xia Ruffing had also finished making breakfast. Perfect timing. Let's eat, Xia Ruffing said with a smile. No thanks. Xinglu and I are going out, Sima Xingya paused and added. You can eat with Mom. Eat before you go out. I made some food for you and Xinglu, Xia Ruffing said. At that moment, Sima Xinglu came out of her room. Wow, sis, you're up so early, Sima Xinglu said deliberately. Sima Xingya glared at Sima Xinglu and said, Weren't you the one who said we had a social gathering? It's too early. We're not meeting until noon. Besides, you knew you had a social gathering, but didn't put on any makeup. Your clothes are so ordinary. You look the same as usual, Sima Xinglu added. Being natural is more sincere, Sima Xingya said. Are you implying something about someone? Sima Xinglu asked. Yesterday, when Suji was welcoming Xia Ruffing, she had carefully spent a long time on her makeup. Don't overthink things. I'm just lazy, Sima Xingya said. Sima Xinglu shrugged. Whatever. Then she sat at the table, her eyes glowing. Wow, what a big breakfast. It looks delicious. Is this Daddy's love? Xia Ruffing smiled. I'm glad you like it. Sima Xinglu was about to stuff a small steamed bun into her mouth, but Suji, who had walked over in her pajamas, immediately gave her a flick on the forehead. Go brush your teeth first, Suji said with annoyance. You don't act like a girl at all. Mom, that's too much. How don't I act like a girl? After saying that, Sima Xinglu deliberately puffed out her chest. Suji flicked her forehead again, and with a dark face said, Don't try to sell your charms in front of my man. Sima Xinglu stuck out her tongue and ran off. Suji shook her head. This child has never been a source of peace. Compared to her, her sister is practically an angel. She paused, looked at Sima Xingya, and smiled. Xingya, sit down and eat something. Xia Ruffing woke up very early to make breakfast for you. Sima Xingya nodded. Then, she sat at the table, but a little farther away from Xia Ruffing. I heard your mom say that you're in charge of the Dragon Kingdom's financial budget. You've worked hard, Xia Ruffing said, looking at Sima Xingya. It's nothing. It's just work, Sima Xingya replied calmly. Suji chuckled. You've been too tired lately. Today is a day off, so you should go out and have fun. Okay. Oh, right. You mentioned a social gathering earlier. Who will be there? Suji asked. I don't know. Xinglu met them online, Sima Xingya said. Suji felt a slight sweat. I'm telling you too. How can you be so careless? You're not ordinary people now. You are among the top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom. What if they're spies? What if someone like Sima Chi tries to kidnap you to threaten Xia Ruffing? Suji paused and added, Don't go. Sima Xingya didn't say anything. She just felt very frustrated in her heart. At that moment, Xia Ruffing suddenly said, Although it's good to be cautious, it's not good to overdo it. I don't want to sacrifice your freedom for secrecy. That's not my original intention. If that were the case, I would rather not have you involved in national affairs. He paused, looked at Sima Xingya, and said, Xingya, you should go. But Xiao Rufeng changed his tone and chuckled. I'm going to follow you. Sima Xingya looked up at Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Rufeng smiled and added, Of course, I won't go with you. I will be there to protect you. Don't worry. No matter what happens, I will protect you. Okay. Sima Xingya nodded. After a short while, Sima Xinglu came over after washing up. When she heard that Xiao Rufeng was going to join them at their social gathering, Sima Xinglu's eyes immediately lit up. Then, her expression became more and more playful. No one knew what kind of plan she had. Chapter 164. Does mother not want me to be alone with Xiao Rufeng? If you feel uncomfortable with me following you, then I can send someone else to protect you, Xiao Rufeng said, looking at Sima Xingya. It's okay, Sima Xingya quickly said. She paused and added, Then, thank you for your trouble. Xiao Rufeng smiled. Although we're around the same age, now that I've become your father, I naturally have to take on the responsibility of protecting you as a father. So, don't be polite. It's what I should be doing. Sima Xingya didn't say anything. Oh my, what an outstanding man, Sima Xinglu said at that moment. She turned her head to look at Su Ji and said, Mom, how can you be so lucky? Your barrenwood has bloomed, and you're having a second spring. Whack! Su Ji unhesitatingly gave Sima Xinglu a flick on the forehead and said with a forced smile, Who's a barrenwood? Although I'm 20 years older than Rufeng, that age difference means nothing in the world of cultivation. It seems like a big difference now, but when I'm 1,000 years old, your dad, Rufeng, will be 980. Do you still think the age difference is big then? Sima Xinglu chuckled. I also want to find someone who's 20 years younger than me. Whack! Su Ji gave her another flick on the forehead. That's a crime. Sima Xinglu was 20 years old this year. Oh right, Daddy Rufeng, Sima Xinglu said, remembering something. Why don't you come with us to the social gathering? Just do a little disguise, and no one will know who you are. I'll say that you're our neighborly older brother. Hey! Su Ji glared at Sima Xinglu and said, Sima Xinglu, are you trying to get even more stepmothers? Oh, mother, a woman with a narrow mind can easily fall out of favor, Sima Xinglu said with a smile. Su Ji's lips twitched slightly, and she didn't say anything more. While Su Ji and Sima Xinglu were bickering, Sima Xingya had been eating her meal quietly. Although she was always a quiet woman, it seemed like something was a little off. After finishing her meal, Sima Xingya helped Su Ji wash the dishes. Xingya, if you feel uncomfortable, then don't let Xiao Rufeng follow you. If you young people are going to a social gathering, it won't feel as natural for your dad to sneakily follow you, Su Ji said. It's fine with me. Sima Xingya paused and said calmly. Does mother not want me to be alone with Xiao Rufeng? I don't. Besides, Xinglu will be there too. It's not like you'll be alone, Su Ji quickly said. I'm just worried that it might affect your social gathering. I don't mind, Sima Xingya said calmly. Okay then. Su Ji didn't say anything else. After washing the dishes, Sima Xingya said, I'm going back to my room to get ready for the social gathering. After saying that, Sima Xingya left the kitchen and went upstairs. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Sima Xinglu was ready. She went to Sima Xingya's door and knocked. Sis, we can leave. They're already here, Sima Xinglu said. Okay, Sima Xingya's voice rang out from the room. A moment later, the door opened, and Sima Xingya's figure was revealed. Wow! Looking at her sister in front of her, Sima Xinglu couldn't help but say, Wow! What is it? Sima Xingya said. Sis, are you trying to go the mature route? Sima Xinglu chuckled. Is it because Xiao Rufeng likes mature women? Don't talk nonsense, Sima Xingya said calmly. I just wanted to try something different. That's all. But didn't you say that being natural is more sincere? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Sima Xinglu asked with a sly smile. Sima Xingya ignored her sister and walked downstairs. Xiao Rufeng was downstairs, chatting with Su Ji. When he heard footsteps coming from the staircase, Xiao Rufeng turned his head and looked, his expression surprised. It was Sima Xingya who was coming down. At that moment, Sima Xingya had a graceful figure, with her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her slightly curled hair ends emitting a charming glow. Under her long eyelashes were her star-like eyes, which were bright and dazzling. Her moist red lips formed a sexy curve. Every time she smacked or pursed her lips, she seemed to exude endless temptation. A string of sparkling diamond necklaces on her neck complemented her mature temperament. Her fingernails were painted with a faint coat of nail polish, which made her appear mature and elegant. She was wearing a light purple dress The hem of the dress was just above her knees, showcasing her slender legs. The neckline of the dress was designed with a low cut, which revealed her full breasts. Her waist was slender, highlighting her beautiful figure. Every step she took seemed to stimulate a man's nerves. What's wrong? Sima Xingya had already come down the stairs and was in front of Xiao Rufeng. Wow, it's the first time I've seen you dressed so maturely. I remember when I first met you at the Sky Coin Martial Academy. You were wearing glasses, quietly reading a book in the library. It was like the world's noise had nothing to do with you, Xiao Rufeng said. At that moment, Sima Xinglu also came down from upstairs. My sister said that she wanted to change a little. She was too passive before, which is why she missed out on a lot. Before she could finish speaking, Sima Xingya suddenly turned her head and glared at Sima Xinglu. Sima Xinglu immediately shut her mouth, afraid to say anything more. Xiao Rufeng chuckled. Then let's leave. After a short while, Xiao Rufeng drove the Sima sisters out of the Red Garden. Sigh, Xiao Rufeng, what do you think of my sister's makeup today? Sima Xinglu suddenly asked in the car. Sima Xingya's face darkened. Are you itching for a beating? Xiao Rufeng smiled. Honestly, it's quite amazing. A tinge of red crept up at the edge of Sima Xingya's ears, and then she turned her head to the side. About half an hour later, the three arrived at an open-air restaurant with a courtyard design. When they arrived at the reserved private room, several people were already there. 4 men and 3 women. They were all in the same game guild as Sima Xinglu. Today was the first offline social gathering of their guild. Hello everyone, I'm Raccoon. Sima Xinglu even made a meow sound. Wow, Miss Raccoon is so beautiful, one of the boys said, his eyes glowing. Another boy's gaze fell on Sima Xingya. And who might this be? Oh, they're not members of the guild. This is my sister. And that handsome man is our childhood friend, Sima Xinglu said. Xiao Rufeng had already disguised himself. He made himself look plain. He deliberately chose to look ordinary because he didn't want to attract too much attention. But from the moment he stepped into the private room, he was still targeted. Xiao Rufeng's gaze then fell on one of the women in the private room. She was wearing a black sports cap, paired with a white short jacket and a dark blue shirt underneath, which made her skin appear even more fair and her figure even more slender. The woman wasn't really that beautiful. At least, in Xiao Rufeng's opinion, she didn't look as good as the Sima sisters. But the woman seemed confident, and her eyes showed a sense of self-assurance and calmness. She had a light coat of lipstick on her lips. She looked at Xiao Rufeng. Her lips curved into a meaningful smile. Sima Xingya and Sima Xinglu also noticed this scene. Oh, beautiful lady, do you have your eyes on our neighborly older brother? Sima Xinglu asked directly. The woman paused and added, Can I take him away right now? No, Sima Xingya suddenly said. The gaze of everyone in the private room instantly focused on her. Why not? The purpose of social gatherings is to find a partner, right? Besides, your neighborly older brother didn't refuse. Why are you objecting? The woman looked sharply at Sima Xingya. Sima Xingya was feeling a bit flustered now. Although she had reflexively shouted no, she was confused after that. Sigh. Sima Xinglu shook her head. She collected herself and then walked over. Sis, you're not going to ruin our party, right? I think that the two of you should just go. This is a gathering of my game guild. It has nothing to do with you guys. After saying that, Sima Xinglu directly pushed Sima Xingya and Xiao Rufeng out of the private room. Then, lowering her voice, she said to Sima Xingya, Sis, this is all I can do for you. What happens next is up to you. After saying that, Sima Xinglu directly closed the door of the private room. Sima Xingya leaned against the door of the private room, feeling a little lost. Xinglu said that what happens next is up to me. But what can I do? At that moment, Xiao Rufeng came over and said, Don't worry too much. I gave Xinglu some talismans. If you really encounter danger, you can use them for self-protection. I'll also transfer some plainclothes guards over here. He had mistakenly thought that Sima Xingya was worried about Sima Xinglu's safety. Okay. Sima Xingya said nothing. At that moment, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile, Since we're already in the city, let's walk around. Okay. When the two left the restaurant, they realized that it was snowing outside again. It had been snowing a lot in Beijing recently. Snowflakes gently fell, like a group of pure elves dancing in the sky. The world was all white, as if the world was painted in a silver-white scroll. The trees on the side of the street were covered with snow, making them look like silver-clad poets, quiet and mysterious. There was a lake near the restaurant. Snowflakes fell on the lake's surface, and as the wind gently blew, ripples spread across the lake like an ink painting. The branches of the trees by the lake were covered with snow, heavily pressing down on the tips. When the wind blew and the branches swayed, the snow fell like scattering stars. Xiao Rufeng looked up at the falling snow, and the image of a woman floated in his mind. Bai Shui. He remembered that the first time he met Bai Shui in the Northern Territory, it was also a snowy day. She was sitting on a long chair, snowflakes falling on her, looking like a princess from a snowy land. Xiao Rufeng, Sima Xingya asked at that time. Xiao Rufeng collected himself, and then said with a smile, "It's snowing. It's been snowing a lot in Beijing recently. You haven't been here, and probably haven't paid attention to what's been going on in Beijing, so you might not know," Sima Xingya said. Sorry. I have indeed neglected your mom for a while. It was my fault," Xiao Rufeng said, clasping his hands. Sima Xingya didn't say anything. She took a step forward and looked up at the sky as well. I'm quite envious of Mother," Sima Xingya suddenly said. She paused and added, "My father, well, he wasn't exactly scum, but he was definitely a man without responsibility. He was selfish and cowardly. That's why he didn't dare to say anything when Mother was kidnapped by the old ancestor. Although Mother never said it, she must have also been very disappointed in my father. She must have despaired at her marriage and her future. But you appeared. You were the light that pulled her out of the dark abyss. All of us failed to do what only you managed to do. I understand what it feels like to be rescued from desperation, which is why I know that Mother relies on you very heavily right now. If she were to be abandoned by you, she would fall into an even deeper abyss and never be able to climb back out. I understand all of this, but..." Sima Xingya's words came to a halt. She clenched her fist. Then, suddenly, tears streamed down her face. Chapter 165. The quieter the woman, the wilder she is when she explodes. Sima Xingya wanted to tell Xiao Rufeng that he hadn't just pulled her mother out of hell. She had been as well. If it hadn't been for Xiao Rufeng's appearance, she would probably have become a plaything beneath the old ancestor by now. Before the Godly Cup tournament, Sima Xingya had received a clear notice from her family. After the Godly Cup, the old ancestor would come to marry her. If she dared to run away, he would kill her mother and sister. These were the two people she valued the most in this life. Therefore, she didn't dare to run. As the countdown to that day began, although Sima Xingya remained calm on the surface, she was gradually beginning to despair inside. But then, Xiao Rufeng had appeared. He was like a hero descending from the sky, rescuing her mother, and then killing the old ancestor, completely removing her worries. From then on, she was free. However, although her body had gained freedom, and no one was forcing her to marry a crusty old man over 100 years old, a shackle had been placed on her heart, because she had fallen in love with a man she shouldn't have. "Xingya, what's wrong?" Xiao Rufeng asked. "I just thought of someone and I feel a little sad," Sima Xingya said. "A lover?" "Not really. It's just a one-sided crush," Sima Xingya said calmly. A one-sided crush isn't anything to be ashamed of. It's just as precious as a relationship where both sides are in love," Xiao Rufeng said. "Yes, it is." Sima Xingya took a deep breath, and her emotions gradually calmed down. She turned around, looked at Xiao Rufeng, and smiled. "Speaking of which, Christmas is coming soon. What kind of Christmas gift are you planning to give my mom?" "Christmas?" Regarding Christmas, this was a holiday that didn't exist on Blue Planet 1,000 years ago. However, 1,000 years ago, the descendants of Earth came to Blue Planet and spread this holiday in this world. "A Christmas gift, huh?" Xiao Rufeng paused and said with a smile. "I remember that Christmas gifts were originally given by elders to their juniors. I don't know when it became a time for lovers to exchange gifts, forcibly transforming Christmas into a winter Valentine's Day. Do you want to give a gift to me in Xinglu?" Sima Xingya asked. "I have that intention." Xiao Rufeng paused and asked, "Is there anything you want?" "Anything will do, whatever you want to give," Sima Xingya said. "I'll think about it." "Okay." Sima Xingya paused and added, "The snow has died down a bit. Let's go shopping." "Okay." For the rest of the time, Sima Xingya's mood seemed to improve a lot, and a long-lost smile appeared on her face. Because Xiao Rufeng's disguised appearance was really ordinary, he attracted a lot of criticism while walking with Sima Xingya. "Oh my, that woman is so beautiful. She's practically a goddess." During this time, although Sima Xingya had been working in Beijing, her main work was in finance, which was backstage work. Therefore, she didn't have a lot of exposure, and not many people knew who she was. But with her beauty, she would be among the top beauties even in Beijing, which was full of beautiful people. What's more, she had meticulously dressed up today, making her seem even more stunning. She attracted a lot of attention on the way. At the same time, she also made Xiao Ruffling, who was beside her, popular as well. Who is that guy? He's so ugly. It's like a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. Yeah, I know. Maybe he has money. I didn't know that there were such ugly, rich, second-generation people in Beijing. Maybe he's very good in bed. Xiao Ruffling was close to his breaking point. At that moment, Sima Xingya took Xiao Rufing's arm and said with a smile, "People can say whatever they want. Let them talk." She paused, looked at Xiao Ruffling, and said with a mischievous smile, "You're so bothered. Does it mean that you're not actually that great in bed?" Cough. Xiao Ruffling choked. Wah, what are you talking about? No. Xiao Ruffling looked at Sima Xingya and said, "How did you learn to make such comments like Sima Xinglu?" Sima Xingya smiled slightly and said, "Do you think there would be such a big difference in personality between sisters? Although Mom says I'm a little angel, I've also played quite a few pranks. It's just that she didn't find out." She paused and said calmly, "However, I'm not as direct as she is. That's why I haven't been able to confess my feelings yet. I don't think that's a weakness. At most, it's a difference in personality." Xiao Ruffing paused and said, "Although I don't know who you like, every feeling is precious. If you can't confess, then there must be a reason. Don't get hung up on it. Just treat it like a mirage." A mirage? Sima Xingya looked down, her gaze calm. She believed that with Xiao Rufing's emotional intelligence, he must have long understood her feelings. This must be a subtle rejection, she thought to herself. Sima Xingya remained silent. She understood. Even if she confessed her feelings, she would still be rejected. But she wanted to know whether Xiao Ruffing rejected her because he simply didn't feel anything for her, or was it because of her mother? However, she still couldn't bring herself to ask that question. She stood there. Many emotions surged into her heart, causing her to lose a bit of her rationality. She suddenly threw herself onto Xiao Ruffing and directly pinned him against the wall. "Xingya!" Xiao Ruffing was breaking out into a cold sweat. Sima Xingya didn't say anything and directly kissed Xiao Rufing's lips. Xiao Ruffing could have avoided it, but he didn't. It wasn't because he was craving Sima Xingya's beauty, but because he could feel that Sima Xingya's emotions were extremely unstable. Because of the previous case of Bai Bing's suicide attempt, Xiao Ruffing was very cautious about this type of situation. Sima Xingya's wild actions instantly caused a commotion, and nearby people quickly pulled out their phones. Red Garden. Today, Suji also had a guest. Xian. She was also the former empress of the Dragon Kingdom. She had helped a lot during Xiao Rufing's ascension to the throne. In the military action initiated by Bai Bing, Xian had personally supported Bai Bing and had spread rumors that her husband had died a long time ago and that the current ruler, Li Yu, was an imposter. It was Xian's endorsement that gave Bai Bing's military action legitimacy and legality. Otherwise, it would be a blatant rebellion. After Xiao Ruffing ascended to the throne, Xian had retired. Although she lived in seclusion in Beijing, she no longer asked about politics. She would occasionally come to the Red Garden to have a cup of tea with Suji. The two were about the same age and had become very close recently. They seemed to have become best friends. "Suji, why are you so distracted?" Xian looked at Suji and said with a chuckle, "Speaking of which, I heard that our emperor has returned, but he didn't return to Beijing. Instead, he went to Jiang City. Are you feeling lonely?" "Why would I be? He returned to Beijing last night." "Is that so? Then, where is he now?" Xian asked. Suji hesitated and finally said, "He went out with Xingya and Xinglu." Xian immediately understood. "Are you worried that Xiao Ruffing will be stolen away by your daughter?" Xian said with a chuckle. Suji laughed awkwardly, neither admitting nor denying it. "It's normal that you would worry. After all, Xingya is younger." "Hey," Suji said with a darkened face. "Even if Xingya is younger, Xiao Ruffing wouldn't do anything to her." "Why not? Is it a matter of ethics? They're not blood-related." "Even so, there's still a matter of ethics," Suji said. Xian smiled. "Don't be nervous. I didn't say that Xiao Ruffing would be stolen away by Xingya. Xiao Ruffing is a bit of a playboy, but he still has some basic principles. Now that he has chosen you, he won't have any intentions toward Xingya." There was one more thing that Xian didn't say. Young people these days are very proactive. Xinya looks very gentle and quiet, and she doesn't usually speak much. But when people like that have an emotional outburst, it can be even more intense than someone with an outgoing personality. However, that would likely increase Suji's unease, so he didn't say it. Suji also clearly didn't want to continue talking about this topic. She looked at EXIN and asked, "Speaking of which, Liu is already dead. Do you have any intention of marrying again?" "Marry who? Xiao Rufeng? Would you agree to that?" EXIN teased. Suji laughed awkwardly. "That's not my decision to make. In our family, even Xiao Rufeng's opinion doesn't count. You have to ask Zhongli about it." "I'm just kidding." EXIN leaned back in her recliner, stretched, and said, "I'm different from you. I finally crawled out of the quagmire of marriage, so I'm definitely not going to get trapped in it again. Being single is so much better. Long live freedom. Besides, with how advanced technology is nowadays, there's no need for men even for physical needs." Puffed. Suji's face turned red. "Oh my, you're so shy even at your age. It seems that you really are in love," EXIN chuckled. "To be honest, it's a bit embarrassing. If we weren't in the cultivation era, I would be a textbook case of an old cow eating young grass," Suji said. "Even in the cultivation era, you're still a case of an old cow eating young grass," EXIN said with a light chuckle. "Hey, I'm just kidding, just kidding." EXIN paused, picked up her teacup, took a sip of tea, and chuckled. "Actually, you don't need to be so concerned about your age. Let your confidence shine. You just need to believe one thing. Xiao Rufeng likes your type. That's enough." "Okay." At that moment, EXIN suddenly said, "Actually, besides seeing you, I came here for another reason today." Her expression suddenly became serious. "What is it?" Suji asked. "I heard that Xiao Rufeng has found a way to Earth, and I want—" EXIN paused and said, "I want to go to Earth and take a look." Suji was very surprised. "How do you know that?" Although Xiao Rufeng had told her about this, he also said that it was important and that he hadn't told many people. EXIN smiled. "It's not that much of a secret. After all, the Xiao family has been looking for a way back to Earth for hundreds of years, and they actually found it. It's apparently in the Eagle Kingdom, a space connection point that's linked to Earth." She paused and added, "Now that space connection point has been controlled by Xiao Rufeng. Without his permission, I'm afraid no one will be able to go to Earth. So, okay, when he comes back, I'll talk to him about it," Suji said. "Okay, and then there's one more thing," EXIN said with a smile. Suji felt a slight sweat. "Can't you just say everything together? What I'm going to say next is the most important thing." After saying that, EXIN took out a ring. "What's this?" "This is a treasure," EXIN paused and said. "Don't be fooled by its small size. There's actually a special space inside. It can store a lot of things." "A storage ring?" Suji asked in surprise. If it really was a storage ring, then it would be a real treasure. In a lot of fantasy novels, these storage rings were everywhere, with every cultivator having one. But reality was the opposite. Storage rings were extremely precious, because a storage ring was essentially a magical artifact with spatial properties, and only refiners who had mastered space magic could create them. In worlds with advanced cultivation civilizations, refiners weren't rare. But refiners who had mastered space magic were quite rare. "Where did you get this?" Suji asked. Liu's master gave it to him. He couldn't bear to use it, and had been keeping it in a safe. "I recently cracked the safe's code, and found it inside." EXIN paused and added, "I once heard Liu say that his master had told him that this storage ring has a capacity of about 10 cubic meters. Even though it's only 10 cubic meters, it's very useful. You can store food, weapons, and other items inside." "EXIN, this is too precious. Are you sure you want to give this to Xiao Rufeng?" Suji asked. EXIN smiled. "I'm not even at the chi condensation stage. What would I use this for? I heard that only those with spiritual power can use storage rings. And you only get spiritual power after reaching the chi condensation stage. Unfortunately, my talent is too poor. I will probably never be able to enter the chi condensation stage in this life, so I have no use for it." Suji hesitated, but she still accepted the storage ring. She knew very well that this item was very useful for Xiao Rufeng. Half an hour later, as EXIN was about to bid farewell, Xiao Rufeng returned. "Huh? Why did you come back so quickly? Where are Xinya and Xinglu?" Suji asked in surprise. "Xinglu is participating in the social gathering." "Xinya," Xiao Rufeng's eyes flickered. He added, "She said that she wanted to take a walk by herself, so I came back first. However, I've sent people to protect her secretly." "Oh, right. Suji then gave the storage ring to Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Rufeng was also extremely surprised when he saw the storage ring. This was a great item. Where did you get this? Xiao Rufeng asked. He Xian gave it to me. Afterwards, Suji told Xiao Rufeng everything. Xiao Rufeng's eyes flickered. He seemed to be pondering something. Finally, he looked at Xian and said, Empress Xian, do you have anything to do right now? Not really. Why? Let me help you cleanse your bone marrow and meridians, Xiao Rufeng said. Huh? What's that? It's when I remove the impurities from your body. It can help you increase your chances of breaking through to the qi condensation stage, Xiao Rufeng said. Xian's eyes lit up. Really? Yeah, but I can't guarantee that you'll definitely be able to break through, Xiao Rufeng added. It's okay, Xian said excitedly. I'm willing to try as long as there's a chance. She paused and asked, How do I do it? What should I do? Prepare a set of clothes to change into, because your body will expel impurities and it'll dirty your clothes, Xiao Rufeng said. Why not just take off my clothes? Xian asked. This, Xiao Rufeng touched his nose and added. That's fine too. But, Xian smiled. I'm kidding. I'll wear my clothes. Otherwise, Suji might get jealous. Even though she's old, she's more jealous than the young girls. Cough. Suji choked. I'm not. Her words lacked conviction. Afterwards, Xian followed Xiao Rufeng to her room. It might be a little painful. Just try to bear with it, Xiao Rufeng said. Okay. Afterwards, Xiao Rufeng began to use the energy in his body to cleanse Xian's bone marrow and meridians. About an hour later, Xiao Rufeng came out of the room. Suji was standing at the door. It's not that I was trying to peek or anything. Suji was a bit embarrassed. Xiao Rufeng smiled. Can you help her take a bath? Okay. Afterwards, Suji went into the room. At this moment, Xian was lying on the ground, panting heavily. There was a puddle of dirty water on the ground. No matter how you looked at it, it looked like an aftermath. However, Suji knew that this was the result of cleansing bone marrow and meridians. Xiao Rufeng had helped her out before. The situation was similar to what had happened to Xian. Afterwards, Suji helped Xian to the bathroom and then went back to clean up the room. After cleaning the room, Xian also came out of the bathroom. Although her body was still a bit weak, she was already able to walk independently. Compared to before, Xian's skin was noticeably more radiant and translucent, making her look at least 10 years younger. How do you feel? Suji asked as she walked over with a light smile. It's amazing. It's beyond words. I really want Xiao Rufeng to do it for me every day, Xian said. Hey, Suji said with a dark face. Don't start making innuendos when you're talking. Xian smiled. She looked at the time and said, All right, I have to go. After saying that, Xian left the Red Garden. Sitting in her private car, Xian sighed deeply inside. Suji, you're really so enviable. On the other side, after Xian left, Xiao Rufeng came to Suji and said, Suji, I have to leave. Are you in such a hurry? Suji asked. Yeah. Suji hesitated but finally asked, Did something happen with Xingya? Cough. Xiao Rufeng choked. And no, nothing happened. Why would anything happen between us? Xiao Rufeng said, forcing himself to act calmly. Suji didn't pursue the matter further. She reached out her hand and hugged Xiao Rufeng, and then said with a smile, I'll miss you. I'll miss you too, Xiao Rufeng said. After a moment of tenderness, Xiao Rufeng left by helicopter. Several hours later, Sima Xingya returned. She didn't say anything and went directly back to her room and locked the door. Suji went to Sima Xingya's door, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, Xingya, did something happen between you and Xiao Rufeng? Chapter 166. The Mystery of the Master's Disappearance. It's nothing. I just put an end to a love affair that shouldn't have happened. Sima Xingya's voice sounded from inside the room. Okay. Suji didn't say anything more. Although the mother and daughter both understood what had happened, neither could bring it up directly, because it would cause their mother-daughter relationship to completely collapse. Do you need something to eat? Suji asked. No, thank you. Sima Xingya paused and added, Oh right, I'm planning to travel. I won't be able to do the financial work anymore. Now that the world is close to being unified, there isn't that much financial work to be done. You can have Xinglu do it. That girl is actually very good at handling financial work. She's just a bit lazy. Okay, I understand, Suji said. The conversation ended there. Neither said anything more. Suji stood at Sima Xingya's door for a moment before leaving. Inside the room, Sima Xingya lay in bed, her body curled up. I kissed Xiao Rufeng. This seemed to be the most outrageous thing Sima Xingya had done in her 20-odd years of life. Before this, she had always lived a very conventional life. Even now, she felt that kissing Xiao Rufeng in the street was an unbelievable thing. What was I thinking at that time? And what would Xiao Rufeng think? How would he see me? Sima Xingya fell silent. The reason why she wanted to leave was also because she didn't know how to face Xiao Rufeng. He must think that I'm a shameless and frivolous woman, right? A self-deprecating smile appeared on Sima Xingya's lips. Jiang City. Xiao Rufeng had already returned. He actually wasn't thinking about the situation as complicatedly as Sima Xingya had thought. The reason he hadn't stopped Sima Xingya was because he could feel that Sima Xingya was in an out-of-control emotional state at the time. There was a very strong emotion that had been suppressed for a long time that needed to be released. If that emotion couldn't be released, it would cause serious psychological effects on her. The reason he had left in such a hurry was because he had found something in the storage ring that he had just obtained. This storage ring belonged to the former ruler, Li Yu. According to He Xin, it was given to him by Li Yu's master. Xiao Rufeng had always been very concerned about this master of Li Yu. Back then, when he was killing Li Yu had cried out, "Master, save me," in desperation. After that, although Xiao Rufeng had been investigating Li Yu's master, there was still no progress. But today, after he dripped his blood on the storage ring to recognize its owner, he discovered something inside. And those things had clues about Li Yu's master. Inside, there was a diary. It was Li Yu's diary. The diary recorded the story of his encounter with his master, and the location where this story took place. It was in Jiang City. To be precise, it was at the Fuan Temple in Jiang City. It was a temple located in the mountains in the southern suburbs of Jiang City. It wasn't very big, and the incense wasn't very prosperous either. Among the many temples in Jiang City, the Fuan Temple was very ordinary. The mountain road leading to the Fuan Temple was in disrepair, and no one was maintaining it, leading to fewer and fewer pilgrims visiting the temple. It was basically on the verge of being abandoned. The reason Xiao Rufeng had heard of this temple was because of his engagement with Gong Xian. His unreliable master had gone there to seek guidance about it. Come to think of it, my master went missing shortly after going to that temple. Xiao Rufeng's gaze flickered. His master's whereabouts had always been a knot in his heart. For him, although Xia Taijun was his biological father, the person he was closest to was still his master. His master had raised him, taught him martial arts and medicine, and was even afraid that he wouldn't be able to find a wife. So he had arranged an engagement for him in advance. Where did the old man run off to? Xiao Rufeng's gaze fell on the southern suburbs of Jiang City. His gaze gradually became determined. He was going there. However, he was cautious and did not go there rashly. Looking at Li Yu's diary, he had greatly admired his master. The man had probably reached at least the Golden Core stage. Xiao Rufeng didn't have the strength to fight against a Golden Core stage cultivator yet. After returning to Jiang City, Xiao Rufeng didn't go home. The tigresses at home were too much of a distraction for his cultivation. So, Xiao Rufeng went to the faculty apartment at Jiang City University. Although Jiang Li and Bai Shui were no longer teachers at Jiang City University, no one dared to take back their apartments. After all, the entire country knew that those two had a close relationship with the new emperor, Xiao Rufeng. Jiang Li's and Bai Shui's apartments were next to each other. Xiao Rufeng hesitated for a moment, and then he went to Bai Shui's room. It wasn't favoritism. It was just that Jiang Li was still by his side, but Bai Shui was already gone. He entered Bai Shui's room. The room was tidied up very well. It could be seen that Bai Shui had returned here before leaving, and had cleaned the room thoroughly. At that moment, Xiao Rufeng suddenly realized that the parrot he had given to Bai Shui was also gone. He didn't know whether Bai Shui had taken it with her or let it fly away. Sitting on the sofa in the room, Xiao Rufeng's thoughts became complicated. He had slept on this sofa for one night before. That night was probably when the atmosphere between him and Bai Shui had been the most ambiguous. If back then, I had been a little bolder and had forced myself on Bai Shui, would she have refused? Xiao Rufeng didn't know, and time could not be turned back, and life was not a hypothetical situation. After a moment, Xiao Rufeng shook his head and stopped thinking. He took off his shoes, sat cross-legged on the sofa, and started cultivating. After cultivating for a while, Xiao Rufeng directly gave up. The efficiency was too low. Blue Planet lacked spirit stones, and spiritual energy was also very thin. At the peak of the 9th layer of the chi condensation stage, it was basically impossible to break through using only spiritual energy on Blue Planet. The few cultivators on Blue Planet that had reached the foundation establishment stage basically all broke through using extreme methods. And for Xiao Rufeng, it wasn't necessary. After all, he had the memories of his past life. If one day he entered a dream and achieved enlightenment, his cultivation might just instantly advance a large realm. Moreover, for Xiao Rufeng, there were many ways to increase his fighting power. For example, by retrieving treasures from his Dantian black hole. No sooner said than done. His consciousness sank. Xiao Rufeng could clearly see a small black hole that he couldn't look into in his Dantian. Then, Xiao Rufeng's consciousness tried to enter the black hole. If it was a stranger's consciousness, they would be captured by the black hole's gravity as soon as they entered Xiao Rufeng's body, and it would be difficult to escape. However, Xiao Rufeng didn't need to worry about his own consciousness being sucked into the black hole. Even so, the opening of the black hole didn't look very big, but the inside was too big. Xiao Rufeng's current cultivation was still relatively low, and his spiritual power was still relatively weak. He was unable to delve deep into the black hole. He could only wait by the stump at the edge of the black hole. But even the edge of the black hole was still vast and boundless. In short, retrieving items from the vast black hole was like searching for a needle in the ocean. Xiao Rufeng had been retrieving items recently, but he hadn't found anything. After retrieving for a while, Xiao Rufeng's spiritual power was starting to become depleted. Retrieving items from the Dantian black hole consumed a lot of spiritual power. Just as Xiao Rufeng was about to withdraw from the Dantian black hole, his spiritual power, which had gone deep inside the black hole, suddenly grabbed something. It was a bit heavy. Xiao Rufeng spent a lot of effort to drag it out of the black hole. After dragging the item out of the black hole, Xiao Rufeng could finally see what it was. He was a little surprised. It turned out to be a puppet magical artifact. This puppet magical artifact was very realistic. It looked exactly like a real person. It looked to be about 50 years old, and it had biomimetic skin, bones, and even blood. From the outside, one couldn't see that it was a puppet magical artifact. Wow, the craftsmanship is far superior to those silicone dolls. However, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that this puppet magical artifact even had a spirit. In the cultivation world, a very small number of spiritual artifacts will give birth to a spirit. Spiritual artifacts that possess a spirit have unlimited potential for growth. Even if it is a 9th grade spiritual artifact, if it has a spirit, it can even grow into a celestial artifact. Spiritual artifacts with a spirit were extremely rare. In Xiao Rufeng's first life, his father had given him his sword. That spiritual sword, called Soul Reaping, had gone from an ordinary spiritual artifact to eventually become a medium-grade celestial artifact. Xiao Rufeng carefully sensed it. This spirit seemed to have just been born. Its consciousness was still very hazy, which made it a good time to drip blood and recognize its master. If a spirit of a powerful spiritual artifact had its old master die, they often would possess an independent self-awareness and would not want to drip blood and recognize a new master. They would even be able to control their spiritual sword to kill the new master. Therefore, for cultivators, what they liked the most was signing contracts with new sword spirits. They would then be extremely loyal to them. Without thinking any further, Xiao Rufeng immediately dripped blood and bound his soul to the puppet. The process was very smooth. A few minutes later, Xiao Rufeng had a spiritual connection with the puppet magical artifact. What was even more surprising to Xiao Rufeng was that this puppet even had the fighting power of someone at the early Golden Core stage. Moreover, it was a magical artifact that possessed a spirit and could be improved infinitely. Xiao Rufeng was overjoyed and quickly stored the puppet magical artifact in the storage ring he had just obtained today. The storage ring wasn't very big, but it was more than enough to store a humanoid puppet. With this puppet to protect him, he had a lot more security when going to the Fuan Temple. After a short moment, Xiao Rufeng lay down on the bed. But because he was too excited, he couldn't fall asleep. Forget it, since I can't fall asleep anyway. Let's go to the Fuan Temple. Afterwards, Xiao Rufeng left the faculty apartment. About an hour later, Xiao Rufeng arrived at the temple located deep in the mountains. At this time, it was late at night, and the moonlight was not very bright. However, Xiao Rufeng liked this kind of night, because his shadow arts could be used to its greatest potential. After arriving at the outskirts of the Fuan Temple, Xiao Ruffling didn't rush directly into the temple. He used shadow arts, transformed into a shadow, and quietly infiltrated the Fuan Temple. The Fuan Temple was located deep in the mountains. It was surrounded by dense forests and lush bamboo groves. There was a plaque hanging at the entrance with the 3 characters, Fuan Temple, written on it. The golden characters shone brightly, exuding a mysterious glow. After passing through the gate, there was a wide courtyard, with a clean and smooth floor paved with bluestone. Although the building was dilapidated, the inside of the temple was tidied up very well. The main hall of the temple was majestic. Inside, a golden Buddha statue was enshrined, with weak lights illuminating the surroundings. The murals on the wall were lifelike, and there was a faint fragrance of incense inside the hall, with smoke curling in the air. Behind the main hall was a corridor temple, with its upturned eaves and corners full of ancient mystery. The corridors were lined with flowers and trees, verdant and lush. The flowers were blooming, and the fragrance was overflowing. It was like a beautiful painting. At that moment, on a chair in the corridor of the corridor temple, sat a bald-headed monk wearing a kasaya. "Since you're here, why don't you show yourself?" The bald-headed monk suddenly said. Xiao Ruffeng, who was transformed into a shadow, was shocked. How did he find out? Who is this old monk? Just as he was about to show himself, a figure suddenly landed from the pavilion nearby. The person was wearing a veil, and their face could not be seen. But, judging from the figure, she was definitely a woman. "Do you think that we wouldn't be able to find you just because you're hiding here?" the masked woman asked calmly. Sigh. The old monk sighed. "I'm a person, not a god. Although I can observe the heavens and predict fate, I can only get an overview. I can't see fate clearly. Besides," a mocking look appeared on the corner of his lips. "You don't believe my divination, do you? The Heavenly Revelation Emperor has awakened this time, and his strength has improved. He can even resist the call of the immortal realm. He doesn't fear anyone. But for subordinates like us, it's our job to eliminate all potential threats to the master," the masked woman said. The masked woman paused and added, "You're hiding here. Does that mean that the person in your prophecy who could threaten the Heavenly Revelation Emperor is here?" "Sai, I told you. I don't know," the old monk said. The masked woman's voice became cold. "It seems that you won't tell the truth unless we get serious." After saying that, the masked woman held her long sword and swung it out. The sword chi that was unleashed by the sword was like a rainbow. The old monk sighed again, and then he stretched out his hand. Instantly, a large amount of wood spirit energy from the surrounding trees gathered in the palm of his hand. At that moment, the sword chi that the masked woman had unleashed reached him. Then, the old monk clenched his fist, and then opened it again. A palm strike condensed from azure light was like an iron wall. The two collided, creating a deafening roar. The air was filled with a dense energy fluctuation. After the attack failed, the masked woman directly advanced. And the old monk, who had been sitting without moving, also began to move. The two figures moved quickly, attacking like flashes of lightning, too fast to see clearly. Xiao Ruffeng clicked his tongue. They're moving so fast. There was no doubt that both were at the Golden Core stage. At that moment, the masked woman seemed to have found an opening and quickly closed in, directly slashing at the old monk. But the old monk looked calm and unhurried. At the critical moment, his right palm suddenly thrust out. His incredible power knocked the longsword away, and even the aftershock directly attacked the masked woman. However, the masked woman also reacted quickly and dodged the attack by moving to the side. The description might seem long, but in fact, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. In just a few breaths, the two had already exchanged dozens of blows. Both of their clothes were already torn. The masked woman was extremely angry, and her sword became even more powerful. At that time, the masked woman suddenly yelled and pushed her longsword with her right palm. The sword flew down from midair again like a tiger leaping out of its cage. The black aura emanating from the sword was as terrifying as a demon. When the old monk saw that, he didn't dare to be careless and began to strike out with both palms like a meteor shower of palm attacks. The two powerful energies collided in midair, causing the air to become as scorching hot as fire. Finally, the longsword and the palm strikes collided, creating a powerful explosion. The air, which had already been broken, completely collapsed at that moment. The entire Fuan Temple was reduced to rubble under that terrifying energy fluctuation. and both the masked woman and the old monk were seriously injured and lay on the ground, unable to give each other the final blow. But at that moment, a man about 50 years old suddenly appeared before them. It was Xiao Rufeng's puppet magical artifact. It was being controlled by Xiao Rufeng in secret. The arrival of the puppet magical artifact greatly shocked both the old monk and the masked woman, because both of them could feel the powerful pressure emanating from him, and he was probably also in the golden core stage. Damn it! The masked woman couldn't help but curse. She collected herself, deliberately tore the last pieces of cloth covering her modesty off of her body, and looked at Xiao Rufeng's puppet magical artifact with pleading eyes. "Big brother, help me capture that old monk and I'll sleep with you." "Who are you?" the puppet magical artifact asked, looking at the masked woman. Of course, it was Xiao Rufeng controlling the puppet to ask the question. "Me?" The masked woman showed a trace of pride on her face. "We're the Imperial Guards of the Heavenly Revelation Empire on Earth. Since you're already at the golden core stage, then you're definitely also from Earth. Help me capture that old monk, and the Heavenly Revelation Emperor will definitely reward you handsomely." "And who is he?" Xiao Rufeng asked, pointing to the old monk. "That person is a charlatan. He once predicted that someone would destroy the Heavenly Revelation Empire. Although the Heavenly Revelation Emperor doesn't take it seriously, we, as his subordinates, must not allow such rumors to spread. Therefore, I plan to capture him and publicly execute him to warn those who are dissatisfied with the Empire," the masked woman said. "I see." From beginning to end, the old monk hadn't said a word. Then, Xiao Rufeng looked at the old monk and asked, "Is there only one person here in this temple?" "Yes." "Since when have you been alone?" "Many years," the old monk replied calmly. "Are you Liu's master?" Xiao Rufeng asked, controlling the puppet. The old monk fell silent. After a short pause, he sighed. "I guess you could say that, but also not really." He paused and added, "Back then, Liu came to seek a divination. Because I had seen some things about Liu, he was very admiring of me and insisted on becoming my student. Although I didn't agree, I did teach him some things. He was the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom. I had originally hoped that he could make better use of what I had taught him to benefit his people, but unfortunately, he didn't seem to listen. That's why he met with such an end." After saying that, the old monk looked at the masked woman and added, "It's the same with your Heavenly Revelation Emperor. If he had good intentions, then the Heavenly Revelation Empire might not face the threat of destruction. But if he harbors evil, then what awaits him is what happened to Liu." "Ha!" the masked woman laughed. "You're overestimating yourself? You don't know anything about the Heavenly Revelation Emperor's strength. I'm telling you, even if the extraterrestrial demon from 10,000 years ago was revived, he might not be a match for the current Heavenly Revelation Emperor." The old monk didn't say anything more and directly closed his eyes. The masked woman added, "Hey, kill him quickly, or else." Puffed. Before she could finish speaking, the puppet magical artifact directly pierced the masked woman's heart with his sword. Her eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe it. "You dared. You can't escape. We have at least 10 Imperial Guards on Blue Planet. They will avenge me." Before she could finish speaking, the masked woman died. The old monk was a little surprised. He had thought that Xiao Rufeng was going to kill him. After all, there weren't many people who dared to offend the Heavenly Revelation Emperor. "Why?" the old monk asked. Xiao Rufeng, who was controlling the puppet magical artifact, looked at the old monk and added, "I have something to ask you." "Ask away," the old monk said. "About 7 years ago, a man named Xia Mu came here to seek a divination about his disciple's marriage. Do you remember him?" Xiao Rufeng asked. When the old monk heard that, his pupils shrank. "Who are you?" "I asked first," Xiao Rufeng said calmly, controlling the puppet. After a moment of silence, the old monk said, "I remember him." "What did you tell him?" Xiao Rufeng quickly asked. His heart was pounding. Xiao Rufeng had a hunch that the mystery of his master's disappearance was likely related to his coming here to seek a divination back then. What exactly did that old monk tell my master back then? Chapter 167. The Glory of the Forefathers. "Xiao Mu did come to me, and it's true that he came for a matter of marriage, but you got one thing wrong." The old monk paused and added, "He wasn't asking for a marriage prediction for his disciple." "Huh?" Xiao Rufeng's face darkened. "No wonder that old guy told me after he came back that Gong Xian and I were a match made in heaven. A perfect match. But the reality is that my engagement with Gong Xian was a complete mess. So, it was all nonsense from my master. Although he was complaining, Xiao Rufeng didn't really mind. He looked at the old monk and asked curiously, "Then whose marriage prediction was he asking for?" "His own," the old monk said. Xiao Rufeng was taken aback. His own marriage prediction? In Xiao Rufeng's impression, his master was a hoodlum. When they lived on the mountain, he would frequently go to the homes of widowed women or divorced women. Xiao Rufeng now seriously suspected that his own transformation into a lover of married women was a result of his master's influence. In short, in Xiao Rufeng's view, his master was a carefree, heartless, irresponsible scoundrel in matters of love. That kind of guy would consult about marriage? Generally, isn't it only people who are affectionate and passionate that would seek marriage advice? Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Rufeng controlled the puppet and asked, "Whose marriage did he ask for a prediction with?" After a moment of silence, the old monk said, "A saintess from the Shadow Sect on Earth." "What kind of sect is the Shadow Sect?" Xiao Rufeng asked. The old monk looked up at the puppet controlled by Xiao Rufeng and asked, "Aren't you from Earth? How have you not heard of the Shadow Sect?" I have amnesia and don't remember things from the past," Xiao Rufeng said, controlling the puppet. "Oh, is that so?" The old monk didn't seem to have discovered the puppet's true identity, mainly because this puppet was too well made and looked exactly like a real person, with warmth and breath. After all, it was a product from the immortal realm. It was difficult to see through it in the mortal realm. At this time, the old monk continued, "The Shadow Sect is the state religion of the Heavenly Revelation Empire. Its founder is the current emperor of the Heavenly Revelation Empire, Tianqi. The Shadow Sect believes in Empress Guiying, the last empress of the Star Glory Empire from 10,000 years ago. Empress Guiying was once the childhood friend and fiancé of Emperor Tianqi. However, 10,000 years ago, she was kidnapped by extraterrestrial demons. Empress Guiying showed her determination to die and perished with the extraterrestrial demon. In order to commemorate her, Xia Tianqi specifically created the Shadow Sect for her." He paused and added, "The above is what the official version is in the Heavenly Revelation Empire." Xiao Rufeng looked at the old monk and asked calmly, "You don't seem to agree with that?" The death of Empress Guiying has always been a mystery. Some people said that they saw her perish together with the extraterrestrial demon, but others said that they saw her being rescued by the extraterrestrial demon. But no one had any solid evidence. "I see." Xiao Rufeng composed his thoughts and asked, "Continue talking about my master and that saintess. Are the saintesses of the Shadow Sect not allowed to marry?" "No. Except for the saintesses of the Angelic Institute, other ordinary saintesses are allowed to marry and have children." The old monk paused and added, "But the problem is, the saintess that Xiaomu liked had a very powerful force behind her. And Xiaomu had ordinary talent and no background. So the woman's family looked down on him and issued an order to hunt him down. Xiaomu's journey to Blue Planet was likely to escape for his life." "So, what did you tell him?" Xiao Rufeng asked again. "I did a divination for him and told him that he would meet a benefactor, and that benefactor would help him fulfill his dreams and marry the woman he loved," the old monk said. The corners of Xiao Rufeng's lips twitched. No wonder he left in a hurry. If he had stayed on the mountain, he probably would never have met his benefactor. Xiao Rufeng was also a bit emotional. "It's been 7 years. I wonder if my master has met his benefactor? Although that old guy often tricked me, like stealing a widow's underwear and framing me, he was still the one who raised me. I still hope he can fulfill his dream." Xiao Rufeng also guessed it. If nothing unexpected happened, his master had probably returned to Earth. After all, according to the mindset of a normal person, it would be impossible for there to be a benefactor who could help him in Blue Planet, a world with such backward cultivation. At that moment, puffed, the old monk suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His breathing became weak, and he said feebly, "I'm afraid I'm not going to make it." "Wait a moment. My disciple knows light healing techniques," Xiao Rufeng quickly said, controlling the puppet. The old monk shook his head. "It's no use. You saw that woman's sword just now, right? That sword has a poison on it, and ordinary light healing techniques won't work. How do you know without trying?" Xiao Rufeng paused and continued, controlling the puppet. "How about this? If my disciple heals you, then you'll have to pledge your loyalty to him from now on. I can observe the heavens and predict good fortune and disaster, and I am a messenger of God, so I do not pledge my allegiance to anyone, not even the Heavenly Revelation Emperor. There is only one person I pledge my allegiance to, and that is the great Creator, the Creator God," the old monk said. In other words, you believe in miracles, right? That's right. Then if my disciple can cure you, who is definitely going to die, then would that be considered a miracle? Xiao Rufeng said. The old monk was immediately rendered speechless by Xiao Rufeng's comment. Normally, he was the one who brainwashed others with all kinds of rhetoric. He never expected to be stumped by a little guy today. While the old monk was still thinking, Xiao Rufeng had already walked over. The old monk was extremely shocked when he saw Xiao Rufeng, the new emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. He was a little uncertain. After all, who would have thought that a dignified emperor of an empire would come here? Let me tell you the truth, Xia Mu is my master. Oh, he is one too. But Xia Mu is my closest master, Xiao Rufeng said. He paused, came to the old monk's side, and continued. I'm not saying that you have to pledge your allegiance to me, but since you're a citizen of my country, I, as the emperor, have to take responsibility for the safety of my people. After saying that, Xiao Rufeng sent the light attribute spiritual energy in his body into the old monk's body. Just as Xiao Rufeng had predicted, his light attribute spiritual energy was indeed different from other healers who possessed a light root. His light spiritual energy could ignore any virus. Under Xiao Rufeng's treatment, the old monk, who had been severely poisoned and looked pale, gradually recovered his complexion. Although the old monk didn't say anything, he was extremely shocked inside. He felt the changes in his body the most clearly. How can this be? Xiao Rufeng's treatment had upended his beliefs. He came from Earth. Because of his divination skills, although he wasn't at a high level of cultivation on Earth, he had still received visits from many high-level cultivators. Some of them were also high-level healers. The most powerful had already reached the Tribulation Transcendent stage. But even Tribulation Transcendent stage healers had a very hard time removing the toxins from his body. The toxin in his body was called romantitoxin. It was a highly poisonous substance even in Earth, where cultivation civilizations were highly developed. It seemed that only the Shadow Sect on Earth had the antidote, because this romantitoxin was created by the Shadow Sect. The light attribute healers on Earth were basically helpless against this virus. Why? At this time, the old monk looked at Xiao Rufeng, his eyes flickering. He had done a divination for Li Yu in the past, and had predicted that there would be a calamity in Li Yu's fate. But he could only predict it to this extent. The specific calamity that Li Yu would encounter and the people who would bring it about were all celestial secrets. He didn't have the ability to delve into these things. Speaking of which, the person who overthrew Li Yu was the man in front of me. Moreover, he's also Xia Mu's disciple. Could this be fate? After an hour of continuous treatment, the romantitoxin in the old monk's body was completely removed. It took quite a bit of time. This was mainly because Xiao Rufeng's cultivation was still relatively low, and his spiritual energy wasn't that strong. But even so, it still gave the old monk a great shock. All right, since you're unwilling to assist me, I won't force it, Xiao Rufeng said. Then he looked at the puppet beside him. Master, let's go. Your Majesty Xiao Rufeng, I owe you a favor, the old monk suddenly said. He paused and added, Diviners cannot pledge their allegiance to anyone. We must always remain neutral. That's the principle of our profession. Therefore, I cannot pledge my allegiance to you, but I have something that I would like to give you to show my thanks. After saying that, the old monk took out a storage ring. He wiped his spiritual imprint off the storage ring, turning the storage ring back into an item without an owner, and then handed it to Xiao Rufeng. There are some spirit stones inside. There's also an invitation letter to the Heavenly Palace, the old monk said. Xiao Rufeng's pupils contracted slightly. The Heavenly Palace? If his memory hadn't been tampered with, his creator godfather sect on Earth was called the Heavenly Palace. That was still something from his first life, and it was already 1,000,000 years in the past. This sect still exists? At that time, the old monk added, the Heavenly Palace is a very ancient sect. They claim that the Heavenly Palace has been passed down for 1,000,000 years, and that it's the oldest native sect on Earth. Of course, almost no one believes that on Earth today. Xiao Rufeng was not surprised by this. 1,000,000 years was too long. Even the strongest cultivators at the Mahayana stage would have a limited lifespan if they couldn't ascend to the immortal realm on time. They would only live for 20,000 years at most. Over 1,000,000 years, Earth had gone through many catastrophes. The most recent one was 10,000 years ago, when extraterrestrial demons invaded, which led to a major catastrophe. Each catastrophe would lead to many historical stories disappearing. Today, Earthlings neither know that Li Tian, the founder of the Heavenly Palace, had later ascended to the immortal realm and became the creator god. They also didn't believe that the Heavenly Palace had such a long history. However, Xiao Rufeng believed it. At that time, the old monk added, "Although I also don't believe that the Heavenly Palace has such a long history, the current leader of the Heavenly Palace has a good relationship with me. If you take this invitation letter, you can directly become a core disciple of the Heavenly Palace." What is the Heavenly Palace's strength on Earth? Xiao Rufeng asked again. It's decent. The Heavenly Revelation Empire divides Earth into 10 large districts, and the Heavenly Palace is located in the 8th district, ranked within the top 100 in that district. The way he said it sounded a bit unconfident. You need to know that there are countless sects on Earth. It's already very good that the Heavenly Palace is within the top 1,000 within the Empire. The old monk added, biting the bullet. What he meant by top 1,000 was usually around 900 and something. Xiao Rufeng's lips twitched slightly. Hey, isn't that a bit too weak? It was founded by the creator god himself. At that moment, someone came over. After all, the commotion earlier had been too loud. Although this place was in the deep mountains, the commotion was so big that it wouldn't go completely unnoticed. Someone's coming. You should leave quickly. I have to leave this place as well, the old monk said. Xiao Rufeng nodded. He stored the storage ring and flew away directly. After returning to Bai Shui's apartment again, Xiao Rufeng dripped his blood on the new storage ring and then took ownership of it. The old monk had given him a lot of items in the storage ring. Besides the spirit stones, there were also some cultivation techniques. Xiao Rufeng wasn't interested in any of this. After all, he had a lot of high-level cultivation techniques in the memories of his past life. However, he was interested in the invitation letter from the Heavenly Palace. After all, it was the sect founded by his father. Xiao Rufeng remembered that when he was around 5 or 6 years old, his father, who had been away from Earth for several years, had returned to Earth again. He had taken him and his mother away with him. Back then, the Heavenly Palace was still relatively prosperous and was the #1 sect on Earth. Unfortunately, with the passage of time, everything had changed. 1,000,000 years had passed, and everything was different. Today, almost no one on Earth remembered that 1,000,000 years ago, on Earth, there was once a man named Li Tian who shone brightly. In that era when spiritual energy had just begun to recover, he had wielded a long sword, shaking the world and becoming a legend, the very first genius of Earth. And the sect that Li Tian had personally founded had now declined into an ordinary small sect. A surge of excitement to restore his father's glory rose in Xiao Rufeng's heart. Of course, although he was excited, Xiao Rufeng also knew that he couldn't leave at this time. On the Blue Planet, the Lion Kingdom across the ocean hadn't been destroyed, and he couldn't leave without any peace of mind. However, how to destroy the Lion Kingdom was really a headache. Lying in bed, Xiao Rufeng kept thinking about this. At dawn, Xiao Rufeng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I got it! Then he jumped up from the bed. He didn't return to the Xia family, and instead headed directly to the Eagle Kingdom again. After arriving at the spatial node that connected to Earth, Xiao Rufeng began to deploy a large barrier. The barrier was driven by spiritual power. Small barriers could be powered by a cultivator's spiritual power, but large barriers could only be powered by spirit stones. Xiao Rufeng had many high-level barriers in his mind, but because he had not had spirit stones, he couldn't deploy them. Now, the old monk at the Fuan Temple had given him quite a few spirit stones, enough to maintain a large barrier for at least a year. This barrier was very special. It was on the Blue Planet side of the spatial connection point, completely blocking the exit on the Blue Planet side. If the Earth cultivators wanted to come to Blue Planet, they couldn't enter without permission from the Blue Planet side. Although the strong could forcefully break through the barrier, if the Earthlings wanted to come to Blue Planet, they would have to go through the spatial tunnel. And while in the spatial tunnel, no one would dare make a move, because if it caused spatial turbulence or even a spatial collapse, it would be a burial ground. A few days later, Xiao Rufeng finally completed the deployment of the barrier. Afterwards, Xiao Rufeng publicly announced the existence of the space connection point. The whole world was shocked. Although everyone had known about the existence of Earth descendants, those were people who had been transported to Blue Planet by spatial turbulence by chance 1,000 years ago. There was no way back for them. They also couldn't find Earth. But now, there was actually a stable passage between Earth and Blue Planet. The amount of information was too much. If it hadn't been the Dragon Kingdom Emperor who had announced it, probably no one would have believed it. After this news was announced, all of Blue Planet was in an uproar. As a martial artist, who wouldn't want to go to Earth? Their spiritual energy had started to recover 1,000,000 years ago, and now after 1,000,000 years of development, it had already become a world with a highly developed cultivation civilization. It was a dreamland for every martial artist on Blue Planet. For the people of the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the Wolf Kingdom, Elephant Kingdom, Bear Kingdom, Eagle Kingdom, and K Kingdom that had been annexed by the Dragon Kingdom, this news was very exciting. But for the martial artists of the Lion Kingdom, it wasn't so exciting. The only country that was still hostile towards the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Planet was the Lion Kingdom. Even if you were to think about it with your toes, the Dragon Kingdom would not allow the martial artists of the Lion Kingdom to use this spatial passage to go to Earth. So, what should they do? The only solution that those people could think of was Chapter 168. She clearly doesn't love me, but she cried her heart out for me. Lion Kingdom's capital, Washington. This was where the Lion Kingdom's president's office and residence were located. At that moment, an emergency meeting was being held in Washington. There has been an incident of martial artists occupying the state government in Leo State. There has been a rebellion by the National Guard in the Crane State. There has been a rebellion at the naval base in Jia State. The 1st Armored Division of the capital has rebelled. From all over the country, emergency intelligence reports were flying to Washington like snowflakes. Sitting on the presidential throne, Lion Kingdom's President Duke was having a major headache. He never expected that the seemingly impregnable Lion Kingdom would suddenly collapse overnight. Xiao Rufeng, you despicable villain. Although he was cursing Xiao Rufeng, Duke also acknowledged that Xiao Rufeng's announcement of the Earth-Space Connection Point was a completely calculated scheme against the Lion Kingdom. The terrible thing about a calculated scheme was that you knew everything, but you were unable to stop it. For many years, since the Earth descendants had accidentally arrived on Blue Planet 1,000 years ago, everyone had been searching for the location of the legendary Earth. Although not many people knew much about this before, in the world of martial arts, Earth had always been their holy land. After all, the martial arts on Blue Planet were basically created and promoted by those Earth descendants. Duke slammed the table and angrily said, "Those martial artists are all freaking out now. In order to gain favor and to give a pledge of loyalty, they are destroying and dismembering the Lion Kingdom from the inside out. President, now is not the time to vent your anger. What is most important is how the government should respond to this rebellion that has spread across the country." A senator stood up and demanded. Duke was instantly stumped by that question. As a country based on technology, the martial artists within the Lion Kingdom weren't considered very powerful. However, a few months ago, when cultivation was revealed during the Dragon Kingdom's Godly Cup tournament, some basic cultivation techniques were even leaked out. This information had completely changed the martial arts world on Blue Planet. To be precise, it had completely changed the whole world on Blue Planet. In the past, a lot of people didn't have much interest in martial arts. After all, not everyone liked to wield swords and fight. But the spread of the concept of cultivation led to a massive change in people's thoughts. It was simple, because cultivation could extend their life. Once they reached the chi condensation stage, their lifespan could be extended to 150 years. And with humanity's current level of technology, there was no way to let a person live to be 150 years old. As intelligent beings who were destined to die, how many people wouldn't want to live a few more years? Some people with terminal illnesses were willing to give up everything they owned in order to live a few more years. Therefore, in the past few months, the ideology of the citizens of the Lion Kingdom has undergone massive changes. Not only did the martial artists strengthen their stances, but even ordinary people had started to stand on the same side as the martial artists. But some senators of the Lion Kingdom, including President Duke, had not been able to understand this in time. In their opinion, the Lion Kingdom was off on its own corner of the world, and its national power was strong, its economy prosperous, and its technology developed. Nothing could tempt them. But Xiao Rufeng had destroyed the Lion Kingdom's unity with only one piece of news. Almost overnight, a powerful country was fragmented. "I suggest we use nuclear weapons," someone suggested in the meeting room. After this suggestion was made, the senators all gasped. "Are you crazy? You want to use nuclear weapons on our own citizens?" A senator objected. "The rebels are no longer citizens of our country. Even so, there are still many citizens caught in the rebel-controlled areas. You're going to target them with a nuclear bomb too?" Someone asked sharply. "There's nothing we can do. It's their ultimate glory to sacrifice their lives for the country." That person paused and added, "We'll kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. We'll first use nuclear weapons to bomb a city that was a rebel stronghold. That should scare the rest of the rebels." All right, let's choose Gene City. There are a lot of Dragon Kingdom immigrants there, and they're more loyal to the Dragon Kingdom than to our Lion Kingdom. Gene City was the first to rebel this time. They deserved to be punished. Duke frowned and fell deep in thought. After a short while, he suddenly stood up, his eyes cold. There's no other way. This is the only thing we can do. Dragon Kingdom, Beijing, Red Garden. Xiao Rufeng was listening to intelligence reports coming from the Lion Kingdom. The chaos within the Lion Kingdom was all within his expectations. Judging from the way the spark is spreading, the martial artists of the Lion Kingdom should be able to take control of the Lion Kingdom soon. At that moment, Aiko, who was in the Lion Kingdom collecting information, sent an emergency report. The Lion Kingdom's government had used nuclear weapons to attack a city controlled by the rebels. At least 300,000 people had died on the spot, and the subsequent death toll could not be estimated. Xiao Rufeng was in shock. He really didn't expect that the leadership of the Lion Kingdom would use nuclear weapons to bomb their own cities. His fingers clenched tightly, and a resolute expression flashed in his eyes. Bai Bing, inform the army to gather at the White Spirit Strait, Xiao Rufeng said, his gaze cold. Understood. Bai Bing was as always, cold and expressionless. While Bai Bing was gathering the army, Xiao Rufeng first arrived at the White Spirit Strait. This was the closest distance between the Aoyu continent and the Misai continent. The narrowest point in the middle was only a few dozen nautical miles. Although that distance wasn't an exaggerated, with the current cultivation level of the Blue Planet's people, it was impossible to freeze the strait to send an army to the Misai continent. At least, it would take a cultivator at the Mahayana stage to freeze a stretch of ocean that was several dozen nautical miles. However, there was still another way: formations. Using formations could also freeze the strait, but the formation would consume a lot of spirit stones, and he didn't have a lot of spirit stone resources on hand. After reserving enough spirit stones for the defense barrier at the spatial connection point, Xiao Rufeng had originally planned to give the rest of the spirit stones to the people around him to help them cultivate. But now, he had no choice but to use that part of the spirit stone somewhere else. A week later, Xiao Rufeng had deployed an ice sealing formation, and Bai Bing had also gathered an army of over 2 million on the western side of the White Spirit Strait. These were elite troops drawn from the countries of the world. After the ice sealing formation was activated, the surface of the sea, which had stretched across several dozen nautical miles, instantly froze into ice that was 2 meters thick. Afterwards, a huge army began to advance towards the Misai continent. Half a month later, Xiao Rufeng's army captured the capital of the Lion Kingdom and occupied Washington. Duke and his advisors were arrested and publicly executed the next day. The Dragon Kingdom's flag was raised above Washington. The Lion Kingdom had fallen. Since Emperor Ing of the Qin dynasty first unified Blue Planet 2,000 years ago, the world was unified once again. Soon afterwards, Blue Planet was about to usher in the new year. This was the biggest shared festival among the 7 countries of Blue Planet. It was a time of reunion. Xiao Rufeng stood on a mountain in Jiang City, looking into the distance. Zhang Li was accompanying him by his side. It's New Year's Eve today. Are you going back? Everyone is waiting for you, Zhang Li said. I'll wait for a while, Xiao Rufeng replied calmly. Although he knew that there would be sacrifices in the unification cause, and that he would do everything he could to avoid a large number of casualties, in the end, there was still a situation he didn't want to see. The nuclear weapons that the Lion Kingdom had dropped on its own people had already caused the deaths of several 100,000 people. Millions had been affected by nuclear radiation. If those people couldn't get treatment over the next few years, they would gradually die of radiation poisoning. The areas targeted by nuclear weapons were mostly places that were inhabited by descendants of the Dragon Kingdom. A large number of people in the affected regions were Dragon Kingdom descendants. And now the entire Blue Planet was his. All of the people were his subjects. And, although it was Duke who had used the nuclear weapons, the reason for it was caused by his actions. Xiao Rufeng wasn't a saint, but he found it difficult to escape his responsibility for this. He had to take responsibility for the millions who had been affected by radiation. However, although Xiao Rufeng's healing powers could also treat radiation poisoning, it was simply not feasible for him to treat millions of people by himself. Zhang Li also knew what Xiao Rufeng was thinking. Speaking of which, Zhang Li said at that moment, "My Miao said that Earth has anti-radiation medication. Because Earth had also been subjected to a lot of nuclear explosions in the past, they had been developing a medication to clear nuclear radiation for a long time." Xiao Rufeng's eyes lit up, but then he asked with a suspicious expression, "When did you meet my Miao?" Since the fall of the Eagle Kingdom, both my Meow and my He had disappeared. Eh, Zhang snorted at Xiao Rufing's question. If you don't want other people to know what you're up to, then don't do it. You can't hide anything from the truth. She said that she slept with you, that she is already your woman. Xiao Rufeng. Hey, what are you talking about? How could I have sex with someone with flat boobs? As soon as those words came out of his mouth, Xiao Rufeng felt a resentful gaze. He turned his head. A slight sweat. Two women were standing behind him. One of them was Xiao Ruyan. This girl also had flat boobs, and she had been very troubled by it recently. Although she had tried using padded bras, Xiao Rufeng had recognized them at a glance. She was seriously considering having breast augmentation surgery. And the woman standing beside Xiao Ruyan also had flat boobs. It was my Meow's sister. This woman was not simple. She was a palace lady of the Heavenly Revelation Emperor on Earth. According to the rules of the Heavenly Revelation Empire, if a palace lady who hadn't been selected or a palace lady who had run away was registered, then she would become the private property of the emperor. Mai didn't say anything about Xiao Rufeng's bias against flat boobs. After Xiao Rufeng used her to destroy the Eagle Kingdom, there had been a rift between them, and they had barely spoken since. This time, the Mai sisters were not there to seek asylum with Xiao Rufeng. Instead, they wanted Xiao Rufeng to let them go back to Earth. After all, the only exit that connected to Earth was now completely controlled by Xiao Rufeng. I have something to do. I'll leave first. Xiao Rufeng turned and ran. Then, Xiao Rufeng's voice echoed in the sky. I'll be back for the New Year's Eve dinner on time. After leaving the mountain, Xiao Rufeng went to Bai Shui's apartment again. This time, for the New Year's Eve dinner, almost all the women that he was close to had come. Even Dugu Shuixian and Sima Xingya, who had been traveling, had returned. The only one missing was Bai Shui. She had already gone to Earth. He didn't know if he would be able to see her again in this life. Although the area of Earth wasn't very large for cultivators, what made Earth special was the fact that it was surrounded by many independent small worlds. The Heavenly Revelation Empire had divided its territory into 10 districts, but actually, the Earth itself only accounted for 3 districts. The other 7 districts were all in the small worlds surrounding Earth. If all the surrounding small worlds were added, then the area of Earth would be much larger. Xiao Rufeng lay on Bai Shui's bed, his thoughts in a mess. The process of him pursuing Bai Shui always reminded him of how he had liked Gu Ying in his second life. They were both a one-sided crush, and he had been unable to win their hearts. Perhaps this is retribution. After a short while, Xiao Rufeng's emotions gradually calmed down. At that moment, Xiao Rufeng suddenly noticed. Compared to when he had come here last time, there seemed to be a few extra things in the apartment. The women's underwear that was billowing in the wind on the balcony was making him blush. Is Bai Bing living here? That girl is probably unable to let go of her sister's departure too. Xiao Rufeng mused internally. Soon after, he actually fell asleep on Bai Shui's bed. When he heard the sound of the door being opened, he woke up instantly and sat up. The door to Bai Shui's apartment was indeed opened, but it wasn't Bai Shui who had entered. It was Bai Bing. As expected, you're here, Bai Bing said calmly. Her expression was almost always the same. Xiao Rufeng laughed awkwardly. Did you try to secretly smell my underwear that I put out to dry on the balcony? Bai Bing asked, emotionless. Hey, don't think of me as a pervert. Do you miss my sister? Bai Bing suddenly asked. Xiao Rufeng fell silent. After a short while, he said calmly, I don't understand your sister. At one point, I thought our hearts were very close. But even though nothing happened between us, she started drifting further away. Xiao Rufeng looked into the distance and said calmly, I really don't understand. There was one more thing that Xiao Rufeng didn't say. It's just like back then, when I didn't understand Gu Ying. That woman clearly didn't love me and even hated me. But at the moment I self-destructed, she cried her heart out for me. Chapter 169. That New Year's Eve night. Xiao Rufeng's eyes were lost in confusion. Why had Gu Ying cried back then? He probably wouldn't ever know. Because Gu Ying had been missing for tens of thousands of years, and she had either ascended to the immortal realm or she had died. It was almost impossible to see her again, which meant that there was no way to ask her why she had cried back then. Sigh. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. So hard to understand. Bai Bing didn't say anything. To be honest, she also didn't quite understand why her sister had suddenly become indifferent to Xiao Rufeng. Was it because there were too many women around Xiao Rufeng? She wasn't sure. Collecting her thoughts, Bai Bing looked at Xiao Rufeng and said, The New Year's Eve dinner is ready. Everyone is waiting for you. Okay, good, let's go back. When they returned to the Xia family, there were over 10 dining tables set up in the courtyard, with at least 100 people sitting there. These were all important figures from the former countries, military generals, and Xiao Rufing's close friends and confidants on Blue Planet. Jiang Li, Xiao Ruyan, Dugu Shuixian, and Lei, Jiang Lu, Su Ji, Sima Xingya, Sima Xinglu, Yuan Ling, the My Sisters, and others. Nan Gongqing, former Empress Exian, and Aiko had also come. Aiko could be said to have made great contributions in the war in which Xiao Rufeng had unified Blue Planet. She had collected information in various countries and had provided important support for Xiao Rufeng's war plans. Among these women, besides Bai Shui, there was another person who should have been there, but wasn't. Qin Yu. This temporary marriage partner of Xiao Rufeng's didn't actually have a very close relationship with Xiao Rufeng. Their engagement was purely a political alliance. There were no romantic interactions between them. Xiao Rufeng didn't really care about that. After Xiao Rufeng returned, Dugu Shuixian was the first to run over and directly wedge Xiao Rufeng's arm between her breasts. Dugu Lihua, who had just happened to pass by, looked on with a darkened face. Hey, Dugu Shuixian, I'm warning you. Don't have any ideas about my son. Dugu Lihua warned. Sis, you already have a brother-in-law. Do you want to monopolize Xiao Rufeng as well? Dugu Shuixian said. Cough. Dugu Lihua choked. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm angry now. Dugu Lihua said with a darkened face. Then don't care about me, Dugu Shuixian added. Dugu Lihua's head was aching, so she shook her head and left. There was nothing she could do. Otherwise, if Dugu Shuixian's mouth began to run wild with rumors, her reputation would be ruined. A disaster, that woman. Besides Dugu Lihua, others also couldn't stand Dugu Shuixian's enthusiastic flirting with Xiao Rufeng. A sexy and mature woman stood up from the crowd and walked towards Xiao Rufeng. She had a tall and graceful figure, and her slightly curved waistline highlighted her beautiful curves. Her face was captivatingly charming, with a touch of dark red lipstick on her lips. What was even more eye-catching were the two heavy weapons on her chest. Even the clothes that looked slightly loose could not hide the rounded and firm curves, like towering peaks, causing one to be shaken. When the woman stood up, she instantly attracted everyone's attention. The few flat-chested women in the room, like Xiao Ruyan and Mai Miao, looked on with envy, jealousy, and hatred, and only hated that the creator was unfair. Who is this woman? I've never seen her before, Xiao Ruyan said, feeling confused. Many of the people present clearly didn't know her. However, Dugu Shuixian clearly did. She looked at the sexy woman walking over, and her face turned wary. Hey, Yunyan, what do you want? Dugu Shuixian asked. Hearing the name Yunyan, many of the people were stunned. Many of them knew Yunyan. But, isn't Yunyan a loli? Come to think of it, this person does look like a mature version of Yunyan. That's right. Even her beauty mark is the same. Hey, is this really Yunyan? Xiao Ruyan strongly protested. That's not fair. Originally, she and Yunyan were revolutionary comrades in the flat-chested alliance front. But now, Yunyan was actually so big, Xiao Ruyan couldn't accept it. At that moment, Yunyan had already arrived in front of Xiao Rufeng and Dugu Shuixian. She looked at Xiao Rufeng and smiled. Congratulations on unifying the world, Your Majesty. And then, Yunyan suddenly wrapped her arm around Dugu Shuixian's neck and added, Miss Dugu, you're not the main character today. Don't try to steal the show. After saying that, Yunyan directly dragged Dugu Shuixian away. Only then did Xiao Rufeng come to the main stage. According to convention, he needed to make a speech. After all, this was the first New Year's Eve dinner after he had unified the world. And it was probably the last New Year's Eve dinner on Blue Planet. There was indeed a lot to say. However, Xiao Rufeng stood on the stage, and after a moment of silence, he smiled slightly and said, I had a lot of things that I wanted to say, but at this moment I suddenly don't know what to say. He paused and added, I've decided that after the new year, I will go to Earth. There are millions of people in the former Lion Kingdom who are suffering from radiation poisoning and need an antidote, but the antidote is only available on Earth. I know that many of you want to go with me, but at this stage, we cannot have a large-scale immigration to Earth. Otherwise, our blue planet might be discovered and suppressed by the forces on Earth. I will establish a secret base on Earth, and then I'll accept immigrants from Blue Planet. After speaking, Xiao Rufeng's gaze fell on Jiang Lu. As everyone knows, the queen is pregnant. We did some tests before, and it's a boy, Xiao Rufeng said. The whole room instantly burst into cheers. Xiao Rufeng pressed his hands down and continued, I hope that all of you who are staying behind on Blue Planet will work hard to assist the Queen and the future prince in handling the government affairs. The generals of the army all stood up and solemnly swore an oath. That's probably all I have to say. Now everyone, please enjoy the New Year's Eve dinner, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. Wow! The crowd cheered. Xiao Rufeng then walked off the stage and entered the living room. There was only one dining table in the living room. Those who were sitting there were all Xiao Rufeng's family members. His father, Xiao Taijun, his stepmother, Dugu Lihua's grandmother, Xiao Ruyan, Jiang Lu, and Lei, Su Ji, Gongya, and Jiang Li, and Jiang Yi. Among these people, only Jiang Li didn't have a clear relationship with Xiao Rufeng. But Xiao Rufeng's relationship with Jiang Li didn't need a legal document to be proven. Even if there wasn't a legal relationship, everyone still regarded Jiang Li as a member of Xiao Rufeng's family. Bai Bing wasn't sitting here. Although Xiao Rufeng had invited her, she had still refused. Xiao Rufeng raised his wine cup and smiled. Thank you all for your support. I propose a toast to everyone. I'll finish my cup first. After speaking, Xiao Rufeng finished his cup in one gulp. Zhang Li rolled her eyes at Xiao Rufeng and said, Your alcohol tolerance isn't good. You should drink less. For the current Xiao Rufeng, alcohol tolerance was meaningless. His alcohol tolerance was not great, but he could completely evaporate the alcohol that entered his body. However, there was no meaning to drinking if he did that. During this time of ushering out the old year and welcoming the new, he didn't want to do something like that. It's still better to drink less. What if there's any sexy time after the New Year's Eve dinner? Xiao Rufeng was thinking gleefully inside. But where should I go tonight? This was another headache. As expected, before the meal was finished, the people at the table started fighting openly and secretly to compete for Xiao Rufeng's favorite night. For everyone, this New Year's Eve night was special, and they all wanted to have the person they loved by their side. Xiao Rufeng's scalp was tingling. Before he had finished his meal, he made an excuse and slipped away. It was already midnight. There weren't many people on the streets. On such a night, most people stayed at home with their families. Xiao Rufeng was walking slowly on the streets of Jiang City, without direction and without purpose. He didn't know how long he had walked for, but he had returned to the foot of Bai Shui's apartment building again. At that time, Bai Bing had already returned to the apartment. She was taking a bath. Bai Bing had already taken off her clothes. The bathroom was filled with fragrance. She used a white towel to wipe her body, and the hot water that was running down her body slowly enveloped her in layers of water mist, emitting a captivating fragrance. Her beautiful curves were reflected in the mirror in the bathroom, so exquisite, making one's mouth water. However, in the mirror, she was still frowning with displeasure, and her eyes radiated a cool aura that made it difficult to approach her. In the distance, the countdown bells for the new year rang out. Bai Bing came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe. She leaned on the back balcony, gazed at the starry sky, and murmured, This year, I'm celebrating New Year's Eve alone again. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Chapter 170, A New Year's Eve Embrace. Xiao Rufeng's figure appeared at the door. Ah, as expected, you're here, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. Bai Bing's face darkened. Since you knew that I might be here, couldn't you knock before entering? We're family. It's not necessary to be so formal, Xiao Rufeng said, forcing himself to stay calm. Bai Bing sighed and stopped paying attention to Xiao Rufeng. Instead, she continued to look at the distance. However, her gaze had become more gentle. Since she was a child, after her parents divorced, and she had left with her mother, she had almost always celebrated New Year's Eve alone. On New Year's Eve, her mother would always go out to play cards with her friends, leaving Bai Bing at home alone. That was how she had spent the long 10 years. When she was 16, Bai Bing had gone to the Northern Territory and had come to Xiao Rufeng's side. From that year on, she had almost always celebrated New Year's Eve with Xiao Rufeng. She had gradually gotten used to it, and she had gradually started to think that this was just the way things were. But this year was different. Xiao Rufeng had already become the emperor who ruled Blue Planet, and he had many beautiful women by his side. He needed to spend the time with them. As for herself, she was still just a secretary. She originally wasn't qualified to have him celebrate New Year's Eve with her. She had already prepared to celebrate New Year's Eve by herself again, but she had never expected that Xiao Rufeng would come. At this moment, Xiao Rufeng walked over. He leaned on the balcony as well, gazed at the distance, and said with a light chuckle, I never really realized it before, but now that I'm getting ready to leave, I realized how beautiful Blue Planet is. Bai Bing didn't say anything. At that moment, Xiao Ruffing turned his head to look at Bai Bing and said, Bai Bing, let's go to Earth together, okay? Yeah, that was what she had originally planned as well. Although Earth was where she had her heartbreak in her past life, some things couldn't be resolved by avoiding them. If she wanted to resolve the issues in her heart and completely get rid of the mental influence of that Li Sheng, she still had to go to Earth. Besides, the cultivation civilization is more developed on Earth. Maybe there's a way for me to obtain cultivation skills. However, Bai Bing wasn't so certain whether she could see her sister again. After a moment of silence, Bai Bing suddenly asked Xiao Rufeng, "What do you like about my sister?" "I can't explain it. It was like love at first sight," Xiao Rufeng said. "I see." Bai Bing didn't say anything more. At that moment, the bells in the distance rang out again. It was the bell tolling in the new year. At the same time, fireworks started to go off in the distance, making the night sky beautiful and magnificent. Almost at the same time the bells had rung, it started to snow in Jiang City. Bai Bing reached out her hand, and snowflakes fell into her palm before melting into water. Xiao Rufeng smiled. "Although your name is Ice, and although you look cold, the temperature of your palm is warm, and your heart is also warm. Even if you try to butter me up, I won't sleep with you," Bai Bing said. Xiao Rufeng felt a slight sweat. "I don't mean that. Besides," he paused and then couldn't help but complain, "back then, it was clearly you who pushed me down. But it was you who gave up," Bai Bing added. "When I saw you crying, how could I get aroused? I couldn't even get hard," Xiao Rufeng said. Bai Bing didn't say anything. That day, it wasn't her who had wanted to cry. It was her past memories. Although Bai Bing had tried her best to get rid of the influence of the memories of her past life, it was really hard. After all, they were the same soul. Remembering that day, Xiao Rufeng's expression also became complicated. He moved his lips, wanting to speak but stopping again, and finally said, "What kind of person was he?" "Not like you. He was a devoted person. Unfortunately, the person he was devoted to wasn't me," Bai Bing said calmly. "I see." Xiao Rufeng didn't ask any more questions, because he felt that even if he continued to ask, Bai Bing wouldn't say anything. Also, he didn't really want to know who that person was. He had a kind of resistant emotion about it. Xiao Rufeng lifted his head, looked at the snowy night sky, and remained silent. Actually, in his heart, he also understood that he still liked Bai Shui. But he also didn't know when Bai Bing had also left a deep mark in his heart. He now also liked Bai Bing. Sigh. Xiao Rufeng suddenly sighed and gave a self-deprecating smile. "Everyone's judgments are right. I'm a heartless playboy." At that moment, Bai Bing added, "New Year's Eve is over. Let's go to sleep." "Yeah." After returning to the room, Xiao Rufeng very consciously went to sleep on the sofa. "Sleep on the bed," Bai Bing said calmly. "Aren't you afraid that I'll sneak attack you at night?" Xiao Rufeng asked with a smile. "If you're not afraid of my sister finding out, you can do as you please," Bai Bing said, then lay down. After a short while, Xiao Rufeng lay down next to her as well. Bai Bing was facing away from Xiao Rufeng. She was wearing a soft bathrobe, which clung to her graceful figure. The light pink velvet emitted a charming glow. The sleeves and hem were inlaid with delicate lace. On her chest, the collar of the bathrobe was slightly open, revealing her fair collarbone and slender neck. She was exuding a fragrance of after a bath, and that was a huge temptation. Bai Bing clearly felt the temperature of Xiao Rufeng behind her start to rise. Although she was not flustered, she was still a little nervous. It wasn't because she was afraid that Xiao Rufeng's desire would take over him, and that he would pounce on her. It was because she was worried that what had happened before in the bathtub would happen again. Her body would reject him like it had done before. Bai Bing didn't want to hurt Xiao Rufeng again. At that moment, Xiao Rufeng suddenly said, "Don't be so nervous. I won't touch you. Although I want to, and I'm tempted to, I won't do anything." Bai Bing didn't say anything. Her body gradually relaxed. As drowsiness started to take over, she gradually fell asleep. Xiao Rufeng, however, was unable to sleep. "Damn it, who exactly is that guy? He's torturing my Bing May this much." Xiao Rufeng was displeased. "Who?" After a short while, Xiao Rufeng took a deep breath, and his emotions calmed down. Since he couldn't sleep, Xiao Rufeng began to fish again. His consciousness entered his Dantian black hole, and he started to retrieve things from the black hole again. Several hours later, Xiao Ruffing used a lot of effort to finally retrieve a brocade box. It seemed to be a defensive spiritual artifact. However, the people who had been devoured by the black hole had died, and all the spiritual artifacts inside were now without an owner. Xiao Ruffing dripped blood and recognized the owner, easily obtaining control over the brocade box. Then, he opened the brocade box, and his eyes lit up. Inside, there was a pill. Smelling the fragrance of the pill, Xiao Ruffing was extremely overjoyed. It's the fragrance of a youth-preserving pill. Xiao Ruffing then examined it carefully. This should have been an exquisite youth-preserving pill, but after the long passage of time, even with the protection of the brocade box, most of its potency had been lost. But even so, it still had the effect of preserving youth. Xiao Ruffing quickly shook Bai Bing awake. "What are you doing?" Bai Bing said, rubbing her eyes, looking displeased. "If you want to sleep with me, just do it while I'm asleep. There's no need to wake me up. I'm sleepy." "It's not that. Look at this." Xiao Ruffing placed the youth-preserving pill in front of Bai Bing. Bai Bing smelled it and was slightly stunned. "A youth-preserving pill?" Xiao Ruffing was also a bit surprised. "How did you know? There's no such thing on Blue Planet, right?" "I guessed," Bai Bing said calmly. "Okay." Xiao Ruffing didn't think too much about it. His attention was on the youth-preserving pill. He placed the youth-preserving pill in Bai Bing's hand and said, "Here you go. As for when you want to take it, that's your decision. If you think that you're at your peak beauty now, you can take it now. If you think that you'll be more beautiful in the future, then wait before taking it." Bai Bing lowered her head, looked at the youth-preserving pill in her hand, and remained silent. With the memories of her past life, she knew very well how precious a youth-preserving pill was. "Xiao Ruffing, let me ask you something," Bai Bing suddenly said. "What is it? For you, what am I? Am I your future sister-in-law? Or am I your secretary assistant?" Bai Bing asked, looking up at Xiao Ruffing calmly. Xiao Ruffing also replied calmly, "You are you." Such an evasive answer. However, Bai Bing didn't pursue the matter further. She put away the youth-preserving pill and looked at Xiao Ruffing. "Thank you." Xiao Ruffing smiled and lay down first. "Let's sleep. It's only 3 in the morning." Bai Bing didn't say anything and also laid down again. But this time, she didn't turn her back to Xiao Ruffing. Instead, she was facing Xiao Ruffing. The collar of her bathrobe was wide open. It felt like Bai Bing's D cup was about to jump out of her bathrobe. It made Xiao Ruffing feel quite on edge. At that moment, Bai Bing suddenly said, "Want a touch?" Cough. Xiao Ruffing choked. Don't underestimate me. I still have my self-control," Xiao Ruffing said, forcing himself to act calm. He didn't want to make Bai Bing think that he was just a walking, talking, lust-filled beast. Bai Bing is a cold and serious person. She definitely doesn't like a lecture. She herself also said that the man she liked was devoted. "Then let's sleep." After saying that, Bai Bing turned her back, facing away from Xiao Ruffing again. About a moment later, Bai Bing suddenly said, "Can't you sleep?" "A bit." "Hold me," Bai Bing added. "Ah, hold me, I'm a bit cold," Bai Bing said again. "Oh." Xiao Ruffing was a little hesitant, but he finally gritted his teeth and hugged Bai Bing from behind. He didn't dare to put his hand on Bai Bing's chest. Instead, he placed his hands on her stomach. The Bai Bing who was so close to him seemed to have lost her usual aloofness. She was exuding a warm body temperature and a captivating fragrance. After a short while, Bai Bing's even breathing could be heard again. She had fallen asleep again. This girl, she can even fall asleep in this situation. Should I say that she's careless? Or should I say that she trusts me? After a short while, Xiao Ruffing's drowsiness also began to creep into his mind, and he gradually fell asleep. He didn't know how long he had slept for, but Xiao Ruffing was awoken by the sounds of firecrackers all over the city. Bai Bing was no longer in the bed. The sounds of showering were coming from the bathroom. That girl showers so frequently. She clearly already showered last night. She's showering again this morning. At that moment, the bathroom door opened, and Bai Bing came out of the bathroom. She was only wearing a bra and panties. "You're awake." Bai Bing had returned to her usual aloofness. She didn't avoid Xiao Ruffing, and while only wearing underwear, she went to the wardrobe by the bed and started to take out a coat, and then put it on. After putting on her clothes, Bai Bing began to blow-dry her hair, and then started applying makeup. Xiao Ruffing was a little surprised. He rarely saw Bai Bing put on makeup. Then, Xiao Ruffing remembered something, and his heart suddenly felt a bit depressed. Is Bai Bing going to meet that man? At that moment, Bai Bing turned her head to look at Xiao Ruffing and asked, What are you doing sitting on the bed? Aren't you going to get up? Today is the first day of the new year. Shouldn't the emperor lead the officials to make offerings at the altar? Ah, I forgot. Xiao Rufeng was sweating. This was a traditional custom of the Dragon Kingdom's royal family. He quickly got up, put on his clothes, and hurriedly washed his face. Time was tight. After all, the altar was in Beijing. He was still in Jiang City. As he was getting ready to leave, Bai Bing was still sitting in front of the makeup table, carefully putting on her makeup. Xiao Rufeng's expression was complicated, and he wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it. At that moment, Bai Bing turned her head to look at Xiao Rufeng and asked, "Is there anything else?" No, see you later." Afterwards, Xiao Rufeng left in a hurry. After Xiao Rufeng left, Bai Bing, who had carefully dressed up, also left the apartment. Chapter 171. Jiang Li takes the initiative. About half an hour later, Bai Bing arrived at the Xiao residence. She bumped into the group preparing to head to the temple fair at the entrance. "Wow, hi sister, are you wearing makeup today? You look so pretty," and Lei exclaimed. "Happy New Year," Bai Bing greeted them. Her expression remained as unchanging as ever. Her emotions were consistently calm and unperturbed. However, those who knew her well could sense subtle shifts in her demeanor. For instance, she had for the first time in memory applied makeup. Also, her gaze seemed a little gentler. Jiang Li blinked, then looked at Bai Bing with suspicion. "I'm guessing, sister, did Xiao Rufeng happen to visit you yesterday?" The group's attention immediately turned to Bai Bing. Before Bai Bing could reply, Dugu Shuixian had already moved closer, sniffing the air. "Indeed, there's a trace of Xiao Rufeng's scent." "Are you a dog?" Bai Bing asked, expressionless. She had clearly taken another shower this morning. Dugu Shuixian's lips twitched slightly. She had heard about Bai Bing's reputation: stoic, sharp-tongued, and a fighting prodigy. These were her three defining traits. But she hadn't expected the young woman's sharp tongue to spare even a senior like her. "I knew he'd gone to see you. That guy's always been hung up on you two sisters," Jiang Li remarked, her tone complex. "How many times did you do it?" Dugu Shuixian suddenly inquired. "What? How many times did you do it yesterday?" Dugu Shuixian repeated. "Not even once," Bai Bing replied calmly. "That's impossible, isn't it? A lone man and woman together. How could nothing have happened?" Bai Bing's expression remained unchanged. "In the past 4 years, there have been countless times when we've been alone together. If being alone together automatically led to a relationship, I'd have 3 kids by now." The others were slightly taken aback. Though Bai Bing's words were sharp, they were not without logic. At that moment, Dugu Shuixian brought her nose close to Bai Bing again, sniffing intently. "What are you doing?" Bai Bing asked. A moment later, Dugu Shuixian declared, "I smell the fragrance of a virgin. Ice Girl is still a virgin." Bai Bing's face darkened. "Are you asking for a beating?" Just then, Dugu Liwa walked over, kicking Dugu Shuixian to the side. "Get lost," she said irritably. Then, Dugu Liwa took Bai Bing's hand with a smile. "Bai Bing, would you like to go to the temple fair with me?" Bai Bing nodded. After dusting herself off, Dugu Shuixian came to Jiang Li's side. "Jiang Li, a woman's intuition tells me that girl, Bai Bing, will become your biggest rival in matters of the heart." Jiang Li remained silent. Originally, she thought that if she were to be with Xiao Rufeng, her biggest rival would be Bai Shui. But this girl, Bai Bing, was becoming increasingly formidable. No, I'm not planning to marry Xiao Rufeng anyway, so who he loves is none of my business." With that thought, Jiang Li went to find Ganya. Ganya seemed quiet and reserved, speaking little. Clearly, it was Han Yue controlling her body. According to Han Yue, Jiang Li was her sister in their past life. Later, Jiang Li had been swallowed by a black hole and died, but now she had reincarnated. Only, her memories from her past life had not awakened. Despite Han Yue's detailed explanations, Jiang Li did not feel much of a connection, due to her lack of past life memories. Speaking of which, according to Han Yue, I was also an immortal emperor in my previous life, and had a husband. Thinking about this, Jiang Li's expression became subtle. If my husband from my past life is also reincarnated, if he knows that I've had a child with another man, the thought gave her goosebumps. "What's wrong, sis?" Han Yue asked. Han Yue, is it possible that my husband from my past life has also reincarnated?" Jiang Li asked. "It's unclear, but it is possible." "Then, if he finds out that I've had a child with another man, will he be angry?" Jiang Li asked tentatively. Given that guy's personality, he'd probably be angry. But Han Yue changed her tone, adding coldly, "Serves him right." Why should he be allowed to have an affair with your best friend, but you can't be with another man? Heh. Zhang Li's lips twitched slightly, not knowing what to say. Manhwa continued, Sis, don't think too much about it. The universe is bigger than you can imagine. Even if that man has also reincarnated, he may not be here. Even if he is here, he may not have awakened his past life memories. The chances of you two meeting in this life are practically zero. Okay. Zhang Li said no more. After that, the group went to the temple fair and spent the entire day there. When they returned to the Xiao residence that evening, Xiao Rufeng had also returned from the capital. The next day was the second day of the Lunar New Year, and similar to the Earth custom, it was the day when married women returned to their parents' home with their husbands. Among Xiao Rufeng's women, only Jiang Lu and Enlei had gone through formal marriage ceremonies, so they were considered married. The others were not. The next day, Xiao Rufeng first went to the Jiang family, since Jiang Lu was the empress. Although Xiao Rufeng and Jiang Lu's relationship wasn't particularly deep, it was a matter of courtesy. Arriving at the Jiang family's entrance, Xiao Rufeng was filled with emotion. More than half a year ago, he had returned to Jiang City after 5 years, and had seen Jiang Li and her mother kneeling at the Jiang family's gate in the pouring rain. At that time, he had never imagined that he would become the emperor of Dragon Country, let alone marry Jiang Lu. At the time, Jiang Lu had still been someone else's wife, often bullied by her younger sister and despised by her relatives. No one had taken her seriously. Even her parents had looked down on her deep down. But who would have thought that such a woman would now be the empress of the empire? Her child was already designated as the heir to the empire. After the child's birth, it would be too young to rule. So, after Xiao Rufeng left, the power of the empire would be completely in Jiang Lu's hands. Even if the Jiang family were given the gift of foresight, they could never have predicted such a turn of events. At this moment, the entire Jiang family was waiting at the entrance. As Xiao Rufeng and the pregnant Jiang Lu got out of the car, the Jiang family members all kneeled down in unison, including Jiang Lu's parents, and also the once unruly younger sister, Jiang Hui. Months ago, after learning that Jiang Lu had been crowned empress by Xiao Rufeng, Jiang Hui had almost had a mental breakdown, unable to accept the situation. In her eyes, her older sister was timid, submissive, and had been married before. So how could she possibly be an empress? However, it seemed that Jiang Hui had now obediently accepted this fact. Greetings, Your Majesty, Empress, the Jiang family said in unison. All right, you may all rise, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. I've come today as a son-in-law visiting relatives, not for inspection, so don't be so nervous. Even though he said this, who wouldn't be nervous? After all, during the old man's memorial service, the Jiang family had made things difficult for Jiang Li and the Xiao Rufeng who tried to help her. Just then, Jiang Lu smiled and said, Husband, why don't you accompany Enlei to the city lord's mansion? I have Jiang Li and Yi here to keep me company. Xiao Rufeng nodded. All right. He returned to the Xiao residence and then took Enlei to the city lord's mansion. In the city lord's mansion, besides Enlei's biological father Luo Yang, Enlei's adoptive parents were also there. Compared to the Jiang family, Xiao Rufeng preferred spending time with these people. In the following days, Xiao Rufeng visited family and friends, his life feeling very full. Everyone was very happy. After all, the new year should be a joyous occasion. But those close to Xiao Rufeng also knew that he was about to leave. On the 5th night of the Lunar New Year, Xiao Rufeng gathered those close to him and told them that he would be leaving and departing tomorrow morning. Zhang Yi and Enqi immediately burst into tears. Xiao Rufeng also felt a reluctance in his heart. He wanted to take these 2 children with him. But not now. Although there was only one empire on Earth, there were many powerful factions within it. Any one of those factions could easily wipe out Blue Star. Xiao Rufeng's current power was nearing invincibility on Blue Star, but on Earth, he was nothing. It should be known that the top 10 sects or families on Earth each had at least 3 Great Ascension Realm experts, and the Empire's army was full of powerful individuals. These were beyond what Blue Star could imagine. According to Xiao Rufeng's plan, he would go to Earth first, establish a foothold, and then bring everyone to Earth. He set himself a deadline of 1 year. After all, the Spirit Stones needed to maintain the defensive barrier at the space connection point between Earth and Blue Star were only enough for a year. Xiao Rufeng picked up the 2 children and kissed them on their cheeks, then smiled. Daddy will come back in a year. Really? I promise. Then let's pinky swear. Okay. After the two children pinky swore with Xiao Rufeng, they instantly stopped crying and started to smile. But the adults' mood remained heavy. Children didn't have a great concept of time. A year probably seemed no different from a month to them. But the adults understood that a year was actually quite a long time. A strong emotion surged within Jiang Li's heart. Then, she suddenly grabbed Xiao Rufeng's shirt. Xiao Rufeng blinked. Jiang Li? Huff! Jiang Li took a deep breath, then looked at Xiao Rufeng and said calmly, "Tonight, come to my room." She then looked at Han Yue and said, "Tonight, let Yi sleep with you." Han Yue didn't really want Jiang Li and Xiao Rufeng to be together, but she ultimately nodded. "I understand." Others, whether Jiang Lu or Enlei, didn't raise any objections. Even Dugu Shuexian, usually the most boisterous, now silently accepted Jiang Li's exclusive right to Xiao Rufeng for tonight. Old Mrs. Xia was very happy. Oh my, Jiang Li has finally taken the initiative. Among the many women around Xiao Rufeng, Jiang Li was always her favorite. After all, she was the granddaughter of her deceased best friend, who had entrusted Jiang Li to her care before her death. "Jiang Li, good luck. Try to give me another great-grandchild," the old lady shouted out. Cough, cough. Jiang Li almost choked. But she didn't refuse the old lady's suggestion. "I'll go back to my room first." After saying that, Jiang Li ran away with a flushed face. About half an hour later, after Xiao Rufeng had finished making arrangements, the crowd dispersed. He came to Jiang Li's door, his heart also filled with suppressed excitement. No matter how many women Xiao Rufeng had liked, in his heart, Jiang Li was always the most special one. This feeling was mysterious. He couldn't explain why himself. It's just that since the accident in the small forest 5 years ago, he and Jiang Li had not had any deeper physical interactions. Huff! He took a deep breath, then pushed the door open and walked into Jiang Li's room. Chapter 172. "I'm sorry, darling, I think I'm falling for another man." When Xiao Rufeng entered the room, Jiang Li was already snuggled under the covers. She was facing away from him, appearing somewhat nervous. Xiao Rufeng grinned and deliberately changed his voice, saying, "Jiang Li, were you waiting for me?" Startled by the unfamiliar male voice, Jiang Li immediately turned her head. Xiao Rufeng was looking at her with a smile. "You scoundrel." Jiang Li grabbed a pillow and threw it at Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Rufeng caught the pillow and, taking advantage of the momentum, lay down on the bed. "You called me here. What do you want to do?" Xiao Rufeng teased with a chuckle. Jiang Li turned her back to Xiao Rufeng again and said, "Itchy, my body is itchy. I'll scratch it for you." With that, Xiao Rufeng slipped his hand inside Jiang Li's pajamas. "Ah!" Jiang Li cried out softly. Then threw Xiao Rufeng's hand out of her pajamas, her face flushed. "Where are you touching? I said my back is itchy. Scratch my back." "You should have been clearer," Xiao Rufeng chuckled. Then, Xiao Rufeng began scratching Jiang Li's back through her clothes. "You're going to scratch a hole in my clothes?" Jiang Li said. "You wouldn't let me put my hand inside your clothes?" "I meant don't touch me randomly. I didn't say you couldn't put your hand inside my clothes." Jiang Li paused, then suddenly grumbled. "You've become such a gentleman now. Back then in the small forest, I begged you, crying, to let me go, but you didn't stop." Xiao Rufeng said with an embarrassed expression. "Wasn't I drugged at the time? I lost all reason." He took a deep breath and said, "Then I'll put my hand in now, okay?" Then, Xiao Rufeng put his hand back into Jiang Li's pajamas. However, this time he didn't touch her randomly, but placed his hand properly on Jiang Li's back and started scratching. A moment later, Xiao Rufeng suddenly moved closer to Jiang Li, sniffing the air. "Don't ask. There's no virgin scent. A certain scoundrel ruined it 5 years ago," Jiang Li said. Xiao Rufeng was slightly taken aback. He composed himself and said with a chuckle, "Even without a virgin scent, you smell very nice." "Sweet talk doesn't work on me. I know. You prefer a more forceful approach." With that, Xiao Rufeng's wandering hands suddenly reached from her back to the front. "Hey!" Jiang Li felt a little flustered, but her body wasn't as stiff as Bai Bing's. In fact, though Jiang Li was protesting verbally, her body wasn't rejecting Xiao Rufeng. After all, the fact that Jiang Li had called Xiao Rufeng to her room meant that she had mentally prepared herself to be with him. It was different from last time, when Xiao Rufeng had forcefully taken her to the small forest. This time, Jiang Li had taken the initiative. As Jiang Li half-heartedly resisted, Xiao Rufeng seemed to have gained encouragement, and in one fell swoop, he successfully scored. Afterward, Jiang Li was like a puddle of mud, so exhausted that she didn't even want to get up to take a shower, and fell asleep just like that. Xiao Rufeng, however, didn't sleep. He lay next to Zhang Li, on his side, quietly watching her. It was as if he could never tire of looking at her. Just then, the sleeping Zhang Li suddenly murmured in her sleep, "I'm sorry, darling, I think I'm falling for another man." Huh? Xiao Rufeng was immediately stunned. What does that mean? Who is this, darling? And who is this other man? Xiao Rufeng had been feeling sleepy and was about to drift off, but now he was completely wide awake. The next day, when Zhang Li woke up, she had a smile on her face and felt refreshed. She turned around and was startled. Xiao Rufeng was looking at her, but his expression was tired and complex, like he wanted to say something but couldn't. "What's wrong?" Zhang Li asked. Xiao Rufeng was conflicted, but finally said, "You were talking in your sleep last night." "And? What did I say?" Zhang Li asked. She thought to herself that she hadn't done anything to wrong Xiao Rufeng, so she didn't feel guilty. "You said, 'I'm sorry, darling, I think I'm falling for another man,'" Xiao Rufeng repeated Zhang Li's sleep talk. Cough. The originally composed Zhang Li choked, and a guilty expression began to creep onto her face. Seeing this, Xiao Rufeng felt even more conflicted. Among his women, Lei, Suji, and Zhang Lu were all married women, and he didn't have any psychological barriers about it. In fact, he even enjoyed the thrill of conquering married women. He had even thought that he might be the kind of person people called a married woman lover. However, when he realized that Zhang Li might also have a former lover, Xiao Rufeng suddenly couldn't accept it. Although he understood that he and Zhang Li had met relatively late, and that he had even forced himself on her, it was normal that Zhang Li might have a past love, but his heart still felt very heavy. "Who is that person?" After a while, Xiao Rufeng tried to calm himself down as he asked. "This?" Zhang Li was feeling awkward now. She didn't know how to explain. "If I tell Xiao Rufeng it's my husband from my past life, he'll definitely think I'm crazy, right?" After all, even in the era of cultivation, she had never heard of anyone having memories from their past life. Seeing Zhang Li's hesitation, Xiao Rufeng didn't press her further. He took a deep breath and smiled. "It's fine if you don't want to say it. Let's get up, I'll be leaving soon." With that, Xiao Rufeng prepared to leave. However, Zhang Li suddenly hugged Xiao Rufeng from behind. "Rufeng, although you might not trust me, I can assure you that that person is in the past. The person I like now is you," Zhang Li said. She wasn't lying about that. Unlike the Bai sisters, Zhang Li didn't have any memories from her past life, so her past life didn't influence her feelings in this life. Xiao Rufeng felt a little better. He turned around, kissed Zhang Li on the forehead, and then said, "I'm sorry, I was a little sensitive. Actually, I don't know why I'm so possessive over you. And Lei and the others also have exes, but I didn't pay much attention to it. Forget it. Let's not talk about the past. What's important is to look forward." Then, Xiao Rufeng and Zhang Li left the room together. Everyone was waiting downstairs. After saying goodbye one by one, Xiao Rufeng waved and left the Xiao residence. After Xiao Rufeng left, Zhang Li's expression remained complex. "I wonder if that guy really let go of his worries. Sigh. Why am I so stupid? Why did I talk in my sleep?" Zhang Li was feeling melancholic. Just then, Hanyue came over. "Sis, what's wrong?" Hanyue asked. "Hanyue." Zhang Li paused, and then told Hanyue what had happened. Hanyue said calmly, "It seems that the person Xiao Rufeng loves most is you. Because he loves you too much, he's so concerned." "But," she looked at Zhang Li and said, "Sis, you're not really falling for Xiao Rufeng, are you? Is it not allowed?" "I'm not interfering with your feelings, sister. But, in my opinion, this Xiao Rufeng is even more outrageous than your husband in your past life. Your husband in your past life just had an affair with your best friend, but Xiao Rufeng, this..." Hanyue didn't know what to say. "It doesn't look like your past lifestyle at all. If it were the you from your past life, if you liked a man who was so flirtatious, you'd have castrated him long ago." Hanyue paused and added, "It's all because of your indulgence that Xiao Rufeng is so unbridled. It's normal for the personality to be a little different, even if it's the same soul, because the experiences of life are different," Zhang Li said with a smile. "No, the main reason you're like this now is because you haven't awakened your past life memories. Once your past life memories awaken, you won't think like this." Hanyue paused, looked at Zhang Li and said, "Sis, I'll find a way to help you recover your memories." With that, Hanyue left. Zhang Li sighed. She actually wanted to tell Hanyue. There's no need. She wasn't interested in her past life memories. That was why, Until now, Zhongli had never asked for her past life husband's name. She wasn't someone who liked to look back. Life was a process of running forward. In her opinion, the past life was in the past. What was important was the present life and the present moment. On the other side, after leaving the Xiao residence, Xiao Rufeng picked up by Bing and the Mai sisters. Bai Bing was going to travel with Xiao Rufeng. The Mai sisters had come to find Xiao Rufeng in order to return to Earth. Then, the four of them arrived at the former K country. There, they picked up Yuan Ling. This was Xiao Rufeng's promise to Yuan Ling, to take her to Earth and help her find her husband. However, what Xiao Rufeng didn't know was that Yuan Ling was no longer very enthusiastic about this matter. In her heart, now, Xiao Rufeng was more important than her husband. However, since she had the opportunity to travel with Xiao Rufeng, she naturally didn't want to miss it. After that, the five of them arrived at the former Eagle country and stopped at the space connection point between Blue Star and Earth. By the time they got there, it was already very late. Let's all just make do with a night here, and tomorrow morning we'll leave, Xiao Rufeng said. The others nodded. The area was a military camp, and there were many tents, one for each person. Just as Xiao Rufeng lay down, someone came to his tent door. Your Majesty, are you asleep? It was Yuan Ling's voice. No, come in, Xiao Rufeng said. Then, Yuan Ling lifted the curtain and walked in. Xiao Rufeng had already gotten up. He poured Yuan Ling a cup of tea and said, sit down. Yuan Ling sat down. Is there anything I can help you with? Xiao Rufeng asked. Could your Majesty help me wash my body? Yuan Ling asked. Xiao Rufeng. What kind of suggestive words were those? No, it's not like that. At that point, Yuan Ling finally realized what she had said, and her cheeks flushed. She quickly added, no, it's not. What I meant was, I heard that your Majesty can help people cleanse their marrow and meridians, and I was wondering if you could help me too. Xiao Rufeng looked at Yuan Ling and said with a smile, Yuan Ling, although you are a descendant of those Earth people who came to Blue Star 1,000 years ago, honestly, you are basically a native of Blue Star. Without any cultivation resources, you reached the late foundation establishment stage in less than 30 years. Honestly, that's a pretty terrifying talent. Is your Majesty not willing to help me cleanse my marrow and meridians? Yuan Ling asked. It's not that, Xiao Rufeng paused and added. Let me examine you first. Then, Xiao Rufeng naturally took Yuan Ling's hand and channeled the spiritual energy in his body into Yuan Ling's. The flow of energy was relatively smooth, but there were still some impurities. Xiao Rufeng withdrew his hand and said, there are indeed some impurities. I'll help you expel them. However, Xiao Rufeng touched his nose, slightly embarrassed, and said, cleansing the marrow and meridians is actually a process of expelling impurities. It might get your clothes dirty. So, you can't wear clothes when cleansing the marrow and meridians? Before Xiao Rufeng could answer, Yuan Ling said, I'll just take them off. There's no need for that. I have spare clothes. After the cleansing, just take a shower and change your clothes, Xiao Rufeng said. Yuan Ling felt a little embarrassed. All she could think about was taking off her clothes. I have spare clothes, but they're in my tent. I'll go get them now, Yuan Ling said. Without waiting for Xiao Rufeng to say anything, Yuan Ling left. A moment later, she returned with a full set of clothes, from underwear to outerwear. Xiao Rufeng didn't say anything more. He casually set up a barrier with soundproofing. Cleansing the marrow and meridians was, in a sense, a reshaping of the physical body, and it hurt quite a bit. Xiao Rufeng was worried that Yuan Ling would scream. It would be awkward if outsiders heard. After setting up the barrier, Xiao Rufeng looked at Yuan Ling and said, then let's start. Next, Xiao Rufeng spent about an hour cleansing Yuan Ling's marrow and meridians. Although the impurities in her body were not much, she still expelled a lot of dirty water. Yuan Ling felt embarrassed seeing it. Women tended to be more concerned about cleanliness. She hadn't expected that her body was so dirty. When I had leukorrhea issues before, it wasn't this disgusting, Yuan Ling internally complained. Xiao Rufeng saw through Yuan Ling's thoughts and said with a smile, don't worry, it's like this for almost everyone who undergoes cleansing of their marrow and meridians. He paused and said, take a shower when you go back. But I've dirtied your place. It's fine, I'll clean it up myself later, Xiao Rufeng said. Let me help you clean it up, Yuan Ling offered. Then, Yuan Ling personally wiped the stains in the tent clean. Then I'll head out, Yuan Ling said. Do you know where the bathhouse is? Xiao Rufeng added. Yuan Ling smiled. I'm so dirty right now. I'd rather not go to the bathhouse. I'll see if there's a stream nearby. I checked, there isn't one. Xiao Rufeng pondered for a moment, then added, "How about this? I'll use water magic to help you wash." Yuan Ling blushed and nodded. "Should we go outside?" Xiao Rufeng nodded. Then, the two went together to a grassy patch on a nearby hill. "Let's do it here," Xiao Rufeng said. Yuan Ling nodded. Then, she began to undress. Xiao Rufeng slightly blushed and quickly turned away. Yuan Ling looked a little downcast. Looking at Xiao Rufeng's reaction, he really doesn't remember what happened in the hot spring that night. "Are you ready?" Xiao Rufeng asked. Just a moment longer. Then, Yuan Ling took off her clothes, standing there unadorned. "I'm ready," Yuan Ling said. Xiao Rufeng pointed his hand back, and it started to rain from the sky. Yuan Ling stood in the rain Xiao Rufeng had created, washing off the stains from her body, revealing a fair, delicate, and curvaceous body. However, although the rain washed away the stains on her body, it didn't seem to wash away the troubles in her heart. Looking at Xiao Rufeng's back in front of her, she suddenly had a bold idea. Chapter 173, Sleeping in Each Other's Arms. Yuan Ling took a deep breath and boldly hugged Xiao Rufeng from behind. "Oh, Sister Yuan Ling?" Xiao Rufeng said. Yuan Ling didn't let go and added, I feel a little uneasy." "Why?" "This trip to Earth is fraught with danger. Although my cultivation is higher than yours now, it's still me who relies on you more. But I don't have any reason worth protecting. That's the source of my unease," Yuan Ling said. Yuan Ling wasn't lying about that. She believed that if Bai Bing were in danger, Xiao Rufeng would risk his life to save her. But if she were in danger, it was less certain. They say all living beings are equal. But in reality, no matter the time or the world, living beings are not equal. "I see." Xiao Rufeng didn't deny the fact that he might treat people differently. After all, everyone had a different level of importance in other people's hearts. For Xiao Rufeng, Bai Bing's priority was clearly much higher than Yuan Ling's. If he could only save one of them, Xiao Rufeng would choose Bai Bing without hesitation. "I'll do my best," Xiao Rufeng said. "I don't believe you," Yuan Ling said. Xiao Rufeng laughed wryly. "Then what do I do? If you don't trust me, whatever I say, you won't believe it." "I have an idea," Yuan Ling said suddenly. "What is it?" "Let's go to bed." Xiao Rufeng. "Your thought process is a little puzzling. Are you drunk? Or are you flirting with me?" Xiao Rufeng said with a chuckle. "No, I'm very sober." Yuan Ling paused and added, "You become more concerned about any woman you have a relationship with. Take Jiang Lu for example. You didn't have any connection with her before, but just because of a one-night stand, she gained your trust and even became your empress. That's because she got pregnant and I happened to need an heir. But even so, you've become more concerned about her, haven't you?" Xiao Rufeng didn't deny that. As he was thinking, Yuan Ling began to take off Xiao Rufeng's pants. Xiao Rufeng was sweating profusely. He could see that Yuan Ling was serious. Was this woman always this bold? However, Xiao Rufeng wasn't overjoyed by this. If every woman who asked him for something used seduction, and if seduction worked every time, he'd be truly terrible. Among the women around Xiao Rufeng, other than Jiang Lu, who was a one-night stand, all the others had spent a long time together, or had a formal status, like Su Ji, or they had developed feelings, like in Lei, before they had a relationship. Xiao Rufeng had only taken in Jiang Lu later, because she was pregnant with his child. It was a big commitment. Huff! Xiao Rufeng took a deep breath and calmly said, "Yuan Ling, you don't have to do this. I'll protect you anyway." Yuan Ling was taken aback. She could feel Xiao Rufeng rejecting her. "I'm sorry." Yuan Ling pulled her hands back. Xiao Rufeng turned around, looked at Yuan Ling, who was standing naked in front of him, sighed lightly, and then said with a smile, "Yuan Ling, you don't need to feel inferior. Honestly, even after having a child, you're still a beauty. I can also assure you that, with your cultivation talent, even on Earth, you'd be at least a B-grade talent. Once you get to Earth, while the top powers might not look at you, many second and third-tier powers will open their doors for you. They might even fight over you. By the way," he paused and took out a storage ring. It was from He Xian, a relic from Li Yu. Besides this space ring, Xiao Rufeng also had a space ring he obtained from the old monk at Fuan Temple. Although the two space rings were of similar grade, the space inside them was quite different. The storage ring from the old monk had a larger space inside, so Xiao Rufeng kept it for himself. As for Li Yu's storage ring, it was a bit useless to Xiao Rufeng. Just then, Xiao Rufeng erased his spiritual imprint on Liyu's storage ring and handed it to Yuan Ling. What's this? A storage ring, also called a space ring. You've heard of them, right? Xiao Rufeng asked. I'm a descendant of Earth. Of course I know about them. Yuan Ling paused and added, this is a good thing. Even on Earth, it's a rare item. Many people use storage bags, which are bulky, roughly made, and have very small spaces inside. They can only store a few clothes and weapons at most. She paused, looked at Xiao Rufeng, not quite believing it, and asked, You're giving it to me? Yes. Xiao Rufeng paused and smiled. This ring isn't the main point. The thing I want to give you is inside the ring. You can check it after you make it yours with your blood. Yuan Ling quickly made the ring hers with a drop of blood and sent her mental energy into the storage ring. Inside the storage ring was an invitation. What's this? It's an invitation from Tiangong on Earth. With this invitation, you can directly become a core disciple of Tiangong. Although Tiangong isn't considered a top power, or even a first-rate power, it has its place among second-rate powers. More importantly, this sect has a deep foundation and unlimited potential, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. Yuan Ling was shocked. Being a core disciple of a second-tier sect on Earth was a dream Yuan Ling had always yearned for, but felt was unattainable. She had heard from the elders at home that on Earth, just to become a core disciple of a third-rate power, you had to reach the foundation establishment stage before the age of 20. After millions of years of development, even after going through several major disasters, Earth's cultivation civilization was still very prosperous, and there were many geniuses. Someone with her talent, being able to become a core disciple of a third-rate power, would already be very lucky. She had never dared to dream about being a core disciple of a second-rate power. But she looked at the invitation in her hand. It was practically equivalent to a free pass. After a moment, Yuan Ling finally came back to her senses. She didn't dare take this invitation. This is too precious. You should keep it for yourself, Yuan Ling said. Xiao Rufeng smiled. You don't think I can't become a core disciple of Tiangong without an invitation, do you? Heh. Yeah, you're a monster. Yuan Ling paused, took a deep breath, and added, but you could give this to someone else. For instance, Bai Bing. Bai Bing doesn't need it right now, Xiao Rufeng said calmly. Bai Bing didn't have spiritual roots in her body, so she couldn't cultivate. Even if he sent her to Tiangong, she would only be humiliated. He paused, looked at Yuan Ling, his expression serious, and said, Yuan Ling, this is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Yuan Ling remained silent. She bit her lip. In fact, she understood that if she told Xiao Rufeng what had happened in the hot spring that day, Xiao Rufeng would be more concerned about her, even if he didn't take her in. That day, in a hot spring at the border between the former K and Elephant countries, Xiao Rufeng, in a sleepwalking state, had done things to Yuan Ling. But that guy thought it was just a wet dream. Yuan Ling could only accept it. After all, although she was somewhat forced, it could basically be considered a case of half-hearted resistance. If she had truly wanted to resist, she could have escaped. Just then, Xiao Rufeng picked up a new coat from beside him and draped it over Yuan Ling's naked body, smiling. It's pretty cold at night in winter. Thank you, Yuan Ling said. It's nothing. Xiao Rufeng paused and said, Well, I'm leaving. With that, Xiao Rufeng left. Yuan Ling was still standing there, holding the storage ring Xiao Rufeng had given her, as well as the invitation from Tiangong. After a long time, Yuan Ling took a deep breath and a smile appeared on her face. Forget it, this is already a huge gain. It's best to keep expectations that shouldn't be there buried in my heart. Then, Yuan Ling put on her clothes and left as well. On the other side, when Xiao Rufeng returned to his tent, he found Bai Bing asleep on his bed, without any covers. He tiptoed over, intending to put a blanket on her, but Bai Bing suddenly opened her eyes, startling Xiao Rufeng. You're back, Bai Bing said calmly. Although her expression was still expressionless, her gaze wasn't as cold when she looked at Xiao Rufeng. I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk, Xiao Rufeng said with a forced smile. He paused and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Bai Bing, is there anything you need here? Try again, Bai Bing said calmly. Huh. Xiao Rufeng was a little confused. Try what? Bai Bing didn't say anything else and took off her clothes. Xiao Rufeng. His mind was in a mess. Just now Yuan Ling had done that. And now, Bai Bing was doing it too? Could I have a charm body? It wasn't impossible to be born with a charm body. And Lei, Dugu Shuixian, and even Gongya, all counted as having naturally charming bodies. However, charm bodies were also graded. Ordinary charm bodies only attracted ordinary people. But according to legend, top-tier charm bodies could even charm immortals. Of course, Xiao Rufeng was overthinking it. He didn't have a charm body. The reason Bai Bing was doing this was because she knew that when she returned to Earth and stepped back into the world where she had lived in her past life, even if it was a world that existed 10,000 years later, it would still trigger her feelings and awaken even more of her past life memories. She didn't know what would happen after a large number of past life memories were awakened. She was very afraid. She was afraid that she would no longer be like herself, and that she might even fall in love with that extraterrestrial demon named Li Sheng again. This made her very resistant. So, she came to find Xiao Rufeng. While Xiao Rufeng was confused, Bai Bing had already begun to take off Xiao Rufeng's clothes. The situation was very similar to the situation with Yuan Ling earlier. But the difference was that this time, Xiao Rufeng didn't refuse. He could refuse Yuan Ling, but he found it difficult to refuse Bai Bing. After all, he liked Bai Bing. After taking off their clothes, Xiao Rufeng picked up Bai Bing, intending to put her on the bed. But the moment he picked up Bai Bing, Xiao Rufeng's excited mood instantly died down. Bai Bing's body was trembling. Her body was afraid. Moreover, Xiao Rufeng couldn't smell any female pheromones on her. Her body was cold and dry. Bai Bing also instantly realized that her body had rejected Xiao Rufeng again. She hugged Xiao Rufeng's neck with her hands and said calmly, "Don't pay attention to me, just do it." Xiao Rufeng smiled wryly. "I can't do it." "Why?" "Bring out the energy you had when you forced yourself on Zhongli in the small forest. Zhongli didn't cooperate with you back then, but you still succeeded, didn't you?" Bai Bing added. Puffed. Xiao Rufeng almost vomited blood. "Don't bring up my embarrassing history." Xiao Rufeng paused, calmed his expression, and added, "I won't do that to you. I want to be with you, but only if it's with mutual affection. I don't know why you're doing this, but don't demean yourself." "I'm going back." Bai Bing prepared to put her clothes on and leave, but she was pulled back down to the bed by Xiao Rufeng. "On the last night on Blue Star, I want to sleep holding you," Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. On New Year's Eve, it was Bai Bing who had asked Xiao Rufeng to hold her. Tonight, it was Xiao Rufeng who took the initiative. Bai Bing didn't refuse. Then, Xiao Rufeng embraced the naked Bai Bing in his arms. He simply embraced Bai Bing, her soft and warm body. "You have your last chance. You need to think it through. When I get to Earth, maybe I'll change my mind and won't let you touch me anymore," Bai Bing said, lying in Xiao Rufeng's arms. Xiao Rufeng smiled slightly. "It doesn't matter. If you can be happy, I'm willing to be unhappy." Bai Bing didn't say anything else and fell asleep, lying on Xiao Rufeng's chest. Xiao Rufeng gently embraced Bai Bing, his expression a little complex. He knew that this was probably his best chance to possess Bai Bing. But what about after he possessed her? If it was a case of mutual affection, Xiao Rufeng would naturally be willing to become one with Bai Bing. But Bai Bing's current state was clearly off. Although she was urging him to have a relationship with her, her body was very resistant to him. This was clearly a case of saying one thing while meaning another. Deep down in her heart, she didn't want to have a relationship with him. Xiao Rufeng was just promiscuous, but not a scumbag. He wouldn't take advantage of Bai Bing when she was emotionally unstable. Xiao Rufeng lowered his head again, kissed Bai Bing on the forehead, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. This isn't bad either. Gradually, they both felt sleepy and fell asleep. The next day, when Yuan Ling saw Bai Bing coming out of Xiao Rufeng's tent, her expression was subtle. However, they didn't ask anything more. Bai Bing also didn't offer any explanation. Instead, she said calmly, "Xiao Rufeng is still getting dressed, let's wait a bit." "Okay," Yuan Ling nodded. She wasn't jealous. Because anyone with a normal mind could see how spoiled Bai Bing was by Xiao Rufeng. That was definitely not a treatment she could get. Moreover, last night, she had already gotten a storage ring and an invitation to Tiangong from Xiao Rufeng. These were all priceless things. A moment later, Xiao Rufeng came out dressed. He was the one who set up the barrier, so he could move in and out freely. But others couldn't. At the barrier, Xiao Rufeng set up a small barrier. Through this small barrier, it was possible to enter the barrier. Then, when they came to the space connection point, Xiao Rufeng did the same thing and set up another small barrier. The My Sisters and Bai Bing passed through this small barrier and entered the space tunnel. It was a scene that was impossible to describe with words. What they saw was a thick cloud of darkness. When the four of them passed through the dark cloud, the sight before them made them gasp in awe. The space tunnel was made of countless bell-shaped boulders, each engraved with ancient runes. These stones seemed to have been solidified in the air by a special force, forming a tunnel that shimmered with soft light. They couldn't fly, they could only walk. Even walking was very difficult. Each step had to pass through the squeezing of the boulders, and the aura these stones emitted made them feel as if they were experiencing the passage of time. The space tunnel was silent. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed. They didn't know how far they had walked. Finally, at the end of the tunnel, they saw a beam of light. At the same time, an immense amount of spiritual energy rushed toward them, pure and refined. The spiritual energy is so strong, it seems that the exit is near, Yuan Ling said excitedly. Xiao Rufeng looked at the mysterious runes on the surrounding boulders in the tunnel. He was a little confused. It didn't look like a naturally formed space tunnel, but more like one that was man-made. But who had made this space tunnel, he didn't know. The four of them walked in the space tunnel for another day, and the light in front of them became more intense. The spiritual energy also became denser. Everyone began to get excited. The My sisters were fine, but Yuan Ling was already extremely excited. Just then, my Meow said with a smile, "The place where the light is strongest is the exit. My sister and I entered the space tunnel from there. Pass through there, and you'll be on Earth." Xiao Rufeng stopped in his tracks. He looked at the exit that was within reach, feeling emotional. In his first life, he was born on Earth, but that was millions of years ago. There were no traces of his existence, let alone any traces of his father's. In his second life, he was born on the extraterrestrial Devil Island, but fate had brought him back to Earth. But his trip to Earth that time wasn't very happy. And now, he was about to return again. But what would happen in the future? He had no idea. He only knew that he had to return. Huff! He took a deep breath, his gaze gradually becoming firm. "I'm back again." Then his eyes flashed with determination, and he strode into the light. Chapter 174, Returning to Earth. After the light dissipated, what greeted their eyes was a steep valley. The valley was filled with a forest, surrounded by towering mountains. It was a primeval forest, with lush trees that seemed to block out the entire sky. The surrounding peaks proudly soared into the clouds, displaying magnificent grandeur. Where Xiao Rufeng stood, there was a clear river, the water surface rippling in countless waves. A slight breeze rustled through the air. "The scenery isn't bad," Xiao Rufeng commented, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Compared to millions of years ago, the spiritual energy on Earth now was very dense, and the vegetation was exceptionally vigorous. While Xiao Rufeng observed his surroundings, the My sisters, Yuan Ling, and Bai Bing also emerged from the space tunnel. "Everyone must be careful. This is a spirit beast breeding ground of the illusion beast sect. There are many powerful demonic beasts here," my Meow warned. "A sect that controls beasts?" "Yes. There aren't many sects on Earth that focus on controlling beasts. There used to be more, but they were annexed by other sects and became the beast-controlling divisions of those sections. Now, there are only 3 sects that still focus on controlling beasts: the Illusion Beast Sect, the Spirit Beast Sect, and the Myriad Beast Sect. Although the Illusion Beast Sect is ranked last, the Spirit Beast Forest they control is an excellent place to raise spirit beasts. There are many powerful spirit beasts here that we can't handle," my Meow explained. Xiao Rufeng smiled. With his current cultivation, he was really walking on thin ice on Earth. He might encounter a strong cultivator who could easily obliterate him. But the opponents he was least afraid of encountering were the spirit beasts on Earth. Because these spirit beasts were basically ordinary animals on Earth that he had transformed into demonic beasts using great divine powers in his second life 10,000 years ago. To these demonic beasts, he was their creator, no matter what his cultivation realm was. And no matter if these demonic beasts were tamed by humans, he could use the power of language magic. Just like how he had subdued the Lyra and Fire Chilin on Blue Star with just one command of kneel. Whether it was the demonic beasts he personally created or their descendants, they would all submit to his orders. However, compared to Xiao Rufeng's ease and comfort, everyone else looked like they were facing a great enemy. "I sense danger. We must leave here immediately," my he, who had been silent until now, suddenly said. "Wait a moment. I'll create a barrier at this space connection point to hide it a bit," Xiao Rufeng said. "But don't worry. Have you forgotten that I commanded an army of 10,000 demonic beasts on Blue Star?" Xiao Rufeng chuckled. My Meow paused, then asked with curiosity, "Speaking of which, how did you do that?" "Back then, the 5 great demonic beast kings were all stronger than you. How did you manage to handle them?" "That's a secret," Xiao Rufeng said with a light smile as he set up the barrier. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Rufeng finished setting up the barrier. But at the same time, they were surrounded by several fierce, demonic beasts. To the south, a tiger-shaped demonic beast was watching them menacingly. This tiger demon was twice the size of an ordinary tiger, with dark red fur and a terrifying killing intent emanating from its body. Its teeth were extremely sharp, capable of easily crushing weapons made of iron. To the north stood a giant bird with hard feathers and sharp claws. To the west was a scorpion-shaped demonic beast, 3 meters long, with a deadly tail that could deliver a fatal blow. To the east was a python, covered in frost, capable of freezing everything it touched with absolute zero temperature, causing unimaginable destructive power. Behind these 4 demonic beasts stood a pure white fox demon. Clearly, this fox demon possessed intelligence comparable to humans and seemed to be able to command the other demonic beasts. A fox demon. Xiao Rufeng remembered that his creator godfather's legitimate wife, who was also his mother's best friend, was a 9-tailed celestial fox. Of course, the fox in front of him wasn't as powerful, but it was still a huge threat to lower-level cultivators. Mai's face turned pale. These demonic beasts have all reached the mid-golden core stage. That fox in the distance is probably in the late golden core stage. Damn it, what terrible luck. Hearing that these demonic beasts were already at the mid-golden core stage, Yuan Ling and the others also turned pale. Among them, only Mai He had reached the golden core realm, and she was only in the early golden core stage. Although Xiao Rufeng had incredible combat power and could easily challenge opponents beyond his realm, his cultivation realm was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi condensation stage. His combat power was at most at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. He was completely incapable of fighting a golden core stage opponent. Not to mention, demonic beasts at the same stage were generally stronger than human cultivators. Just then, the fox howled to the sky, seemingly issuing an order. The other 4 demonic beasts immediately began to close in on the group. Mai Meow gritted her teeth and pulled out her sword. "I'll fight these beasts." "Wait." Just then, Xiao Rufeng stopped Mai Meow. Then, he walked forward alone, making Yuan Ling tremble in fear. "Xiao Rufeng, what are you doing?" Yuan Ling quickly said, "It's too dangerous." Xiao Rufeng didn't speak. He came in front of the tiger demon. The tiger demon snarled, revealing its bloody mouth, and bit towards Xiao Rufeng. Just then, Xiao Rufeng stretched out his hand and placed it on the tiger demon's forehead. The outstretched hand was just a distraction. What Xiao Rufeng was really doing was releasing his soul aura towards this tiger, demonic beast. Then a shocking scene occurred. The previously ferocious tiger suddenly calmed down and then lay down in front of Xiao Rufeng, licking Xiao Rufeng's shoes and wagging its tail. This? Everyone was dumbfounded. Is that a tiger demon? It's a dog. The fox demon, seeing this, revealed an extremely wary expression. It howled to the sky again, and the remaining 3 demonic beasts immediately ran away. The fox demon looked at Xiao Rufeng one last time, before also turning and leaving, disappearing into the forest. "Let's get out of here quickly," Mai Meow said with a serious expression. "It's getting dark. It will be even more dangerous here at night." "Do you know the way out?" Yuan Ling asked. "Yes," Mai Meow nodded. "Then let's go quickly," Yuan Ling said. Xiao Rufeng, however, didn't move. He looked at the others and said with a smile, "You guys should leave here." "What about you?" "This place is very important for us on Blue Star, and we have to take control of it," Xiao Rufeng said. Hey, are you crazy?" Mai Meow couldn't help but complain. "Do you think you can run wild on Earth just because you became a king on Blue Star? You subdued one golden core demonic beast, but there's more than just one demonic beast in this forest. Moreover, your cultivation is too low, even if a Qi condensation stage beast tamer had the strongest beast taming talent. They couldn't completely control a golden core demonic beast. If that tiger demon escapes your control, it'll be dangerous. And there are many demonic beasts like the tiger demon in this forest. Staying here is a dead end." Xiao Rufeng smiled and said, "Help me take care of Bai Bing." He paused, looked at Bai Bing, and added, "Bai Bing, there's a mountain on Earth called Mount Tai. We'll meet at the summit of Mount Tai." Bai Bing didn't stop Xiao Rufeng. She understood Xiao Rufeng. If he decided to do something, he must have his reasons. Bai Bing was also clear about the current situation. Although she could nullify all magic, there were many people on Earth who were much stronger than her physically. Even without magic, in a hand-to-hand fight, she wasn't a match for those higher realm cultivators. Every breakthrough in realm would improve one's body's base stats. Bai Bing's current body had the base stats of an ordinary early golden core cultivator. She'd have a hard time fighting a mid-golden core cultivator, let alone a nascent soul cultivator. If she insisted on staying by Xiao Rufeng's side, she would only hold him back. Seeing that even Bai Bing had said so, Mai Miao and the others didn't say anything more. I'll distract the demonic beast for you. You take the opportunity to leave. With that, Xiao Rufeng directly climbed onto the back of the tiger demon, grinned, and said, "All right, let's make some trouble." Then, the tiger demon rushed towards the south of the forest, carrying Xiao Rufeng. Soon after, accompanied by the roars of demonic beasts, the south of the forest became a chaotic mess. Hearing the commotion from the south, countless demonic beasts rushed towards the south of the forest, some flapping their wings, some stomping their feet, all in a disorganized manner. In the rising and falling howls, the once relatively quiet demonic beast breeding ground instantly became lively. The commotion in the south of the forest not only attracted the attention of the demonic beasts in the forest, but also the attention of the guards here. Thanks to the chaos Xiao Rufeng created, Bai Bing and the others managed to leave the forest safely. As night fell, Xiao Rufeng turned into a shadow, hiding in the forest and also evading the guard surveillance. About 100 kilometers away from this valley forest, there was a mountain range called the Nine-Yang Mountains. After the passage of millions of years, many place names on Earth had changed. And, due to several wars and disasters, the terrain of Earth had been seriously altered. This Nine-Yang mountain range, for example, had been called the Dabi Mountains when the spiritual energy first recovered on Earth millions of years ago. In the Nine-Yang mountain range, there was a cluster of buildings. This was the base of the Illusion Beast sect. The Illusion Beast sect had been founded 1,000 years ago. Compared to those sects on Earth that had existed for tens of thousands of years, or even longer, the history of the Illusion Beast sect was very short. However, under the leadership of the first-generation genius of the Illusion Beast sect, the sect had once been glorious. At its peak, the Illusion Beast sect had once reached the 90th place in the 8th district of the Tianqi Empire's Langya ranking. Tiangong was also in the 8th district, consistently ranked in the 90s. However, 100 years ago, the Illusion Beast sect suffered heavy losses in a decisive battle with their rival faction, the Taiyang sect. In that battle, the sect master of the Illusion Beast sect and its generation of geniuses all perished, and the sect's only king-level battle beast, the Ice Snow Leopard, also died. Since then, the strength of the Illusion Beast sect had greatly declined. Although the other side had also suffered heavy losses, the Illusion Beast sect had avoided the crisis of being destroyed. But, in the past 100 years, the geniuses of the Illusion Beast sect had left one after another, either leaving on their own or being poached. The spirit beasts in the sect were also dwindling. They only had one nascent soul-level battle beast, and only a few golden core-level battle beasts. Once a spirit beast was tamed, it could be called a battle beast. Although there were still many spirit beasts in the forest breeding ground, and even a divine transformation-level spirit beast, the Illusion Beast sect no longer had any outstanding disciples to tame them. Although the spirit beasts in that forest were nominally under the control of the Illusion Beast sect, those spirit beasts didn't listen to the Illusion Beast sect at all. Worse, as the Illusion Beast sect was declining, the Taiyang sect was recovering rapidly. In just 100 years, the strength of the Taiyang sect had returned to its level before the Great War. Recently, the Taiyang sect had once again sent out scouts, frequently entering the territory of the Illusion Beast sect to probe for information, clearly preparing for war. Wu Long, the current sect master of the Illusion Beast sect, was frantic and extremely anxious. Damn it, if we could control the spirit beasts in the forest, we would have a chance against the Taiyang sect, but now sigh. Just then, someone reported, "Sect Master, the Lotus Flower Valley has sent people. Quickly, invite them in," Wulong quickly said. The Lotus Flower Valley was also a power in the 8th district of the Tianqi Empire. It was a 5-star power, stronger than the Illusion Beast sect. After a while, a young man who looked to be about 20 years old walked in. "Isn't this the young master of the Lotus Flower Valley, Lin Ning? What wind has brought you here?" Wulong was very enthusiastic. Logically, as the sect master of the Illusion Beast sect and a peak nascent soul cultivator, he didn't need to be so courteous to a junior at the early Golden Core stage. But he couldn't help it. His Illusion Beast sect was now in danger, and he couldn't afford to offend the Lotus Flower Valley at this time. Of course, the east wind blew me here. Lin Ning paused, grinned, and said, "Sect Master Wu, I heard that the Taiying sect is gathering. People, all cultivators above the Golden Core stage have been summoned back. It seems that there's going to be a big movement. What does young Master Lin Ning want to say?" "Sect Master Wu, I'm a straightforward person, so I'll cut to the chase." Lin Ning paused, looked at Wu Long, and said, "You should lead your Illusion Beast sect to join our Lotus Flower Valley. We'll protect you." Wu Long was stunned for a moment, and then said, "You call it protection, but it's actually annexation, right? What will you choose, to be destroyed or to be annexed? Are you going to sacrifice the lives of your entire sect for a bit of pathetic dignity?" Lin Ning's voice turned stern. "Sect Master Wu, you have been fighting with the Taiyang sect for thousands of years. You should know what you'll face if they destroy your sect. Your children will be slaughtered. Your women will be violated." "Don't say it." Wu Long's emotions were agitated. He knew all the things Lin Ning was talking about. But is this the only path? Wu Long's lips were bitter. He felt sorry for his master. His master had entrusted him with the Illusion Beast sect before his death, and all he could do was allow it to be annexed? Once annexed, the Illusion Beast sect would cease to exist. Its 1,000 years of history would come to an end. The glory established by his ancestors would also vanish. He was unwilling. He was extremely unwilling. But what could he do if he was unwilling? Starting a war with the Taiyang sect was no different from suicide. If he was alone, he would be willing to lead the disciples of the sect in a fight to the death against the Taiyang sect to honor his ancestors. But every disciple in the sect had a family behind them. Given how the Taiyang sect did things, they would definitely not spare the disciples' families. Wu Long's fists were clenched tightly, his fingertips almost digging into his palms. Lin Ning seemed a little impatient. "Sect Master Wu, I remind you again, your time is running out." Huff! Wu Long took a deep breath, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. He was ready to agree to have the Illusion Beast sect join the Lotus Flower Valley, and he would atone for it with his death. However, just then a disciple ran over in a panic. "Sect Master, something has happened." Wu Long's face changed drastically. "Has the Taiyang sect already attacked?" No." The disciple swallowed and said, "The spirit beasts in the forest, they're rioting." "What's going on?" "I don't know." "Go quickly and check it out," Wu Long quickly said. Although he couldn't control the spirit beasts in this forest, it was the most valuable asset of the Illusion Beast sect. He thought that the Lotus Flower Valley was probably interested in the spirit beasts in this forest. If something went wrong with this forest, then the Lotus Flower Valley might abandon them. When Wu Long arrived at the forest, it had already become quiet. It was as if the commotion from earlier had just been an illusion. "What's going on?" The forest was eerily quiet. Wu Long stood at the edge of the forest, not daring to enter. Because multiple reports had indicated that a divine transformation level demonic beast existed in this forest, a unicorn thunder beast. Although it wasn't a real divine beast Qilin, its power was still very strong. As a nascent soul cultivator, he had no ability to control a demonic beast that was one level higher than him. Thinking of something else, Wu Long sighed deeply. "We clearly have such a powerful ally, but we can't control it. It's such a waste of resources." Shaking his head, Wu Long returned to the base of the Illusion Beast sect. "Young Master Lin Ning, I can't make this decision by myself. I need to discuss it with the elders," Wu Long said. "All right, but I hope you make a decision as soon as possible." With that, Lin Ning flew away on his sword. At this time, Xiao Rufeng had already left the Spirit Beast forest. He had found the Qilin Thunder Beast in the forest and easily controlled it. As long as they were the demonic beasts created by Xiao Rufeng 10,000 years ago, or their descendants, their souls would be suppressed by Xiao Rufeng's soul. No matter how high their cultivation level was, they couldn't resist Xiao Rufeng. This was the order of the Heavenly Tao. Of course, Xiao Rufeng wouldn't rashly ride the Qilin Thunder Beast in front of everyone. That would be too eye-catching. Although the demonic beasts on Earth couldn't do anything to him, human cultivators could kill him. So, Xiao Rufeng entered the Illusion Beast sect as an outer sect disciple. This was a matter that not even the sect master Wu Long, let alone the elders of the Illusion Beast sect, would care about. After all, it was just an outer sect disciple joining. No one cared. After entering the Illusion Beast sect, Xiao Ruffin quickly learned about the sect's current situation. Damn, the situation is so dangerous right from the start. Xiao Rufing's gaze was cold. No matter what, he couldn't allow the Taihang sect or the Lotus Flower Valley to annex the Illusion Beast sect. This was related to the life and death of Blue Star. According to Xiao Rufing's plan, he had to secretly control the Illusion Beast sect and tightly control the Spirit Beast Forest in his own hands. Only in this way could he guard the space connection point. He hadn't even started the first step of his plan, yet this Illusion Beast sect was already close to being destroyed. On the other side, after Wu Long and the elders held an emergency meeting, the conclusion they came to was still to join the Lotus Flower Valley. After the news was announced, there was an uproar within the Illusion Beast sect. Some of the pro-war factions were very angry. Sect Master, I can't accept this. Just then, a man in a blue robe with only one arm said with an agitated expression, over the years, the Lotus Flower Valley has used countless underhanded tricks to make us surrender to them. Even if we join them, they won't treat us well. What they want isn't us, but the Spirit Beast Forest. After they get what they want, they'll definitely find a way to get rid of us. I'd rather die in battle with the Taihang sect than join a sect like that. An elder in a blue robe said indifferently, Song-yi, what can you do now? You only have one arm. And what's more, you don't even have a battle beast. You can't even tame a chi condensation stage spirit beast. Your time is over. Song-yi was the most outstanding beast tamer in the Illusion Beast sect in the past 100 years, and he had originally had a very good chance of becoming the next sect master. Unfortunately, more than a decade ago, because his wife was captured by the Taihang sect and violated to death, Song-yi had single-handedly stormed the headquarters of the Taihang sect and killed 3 of their elders. But Song-yi himself had his right arm cut off. His battle beast had also died. Even so, I am still willing to go to the battlefield, Song-yi added. Then go ahead, but don't implicate us, another elder said. Song-yi didn't say anything else. He looked at Wu Long and said calmly, Sect Master, is this your decision? Wu Long sighed. Song-yi, I understand how you feel. But you've also seen that our Illusion Beast sect has lost its talents and is in decline. It is completely unable to compete with the Taihang sect. Don't we have the Spirit Beast Forest? Can you persuade them to help us resist the Taihang sect? The same elder in the blue robe from earlier said coldly. Song-yi was silent. He didn't have that ability. Not to mention now, even when he was at his peak, he could only go to the Spirit Beast Forest to capture a low-level Spirit Beast and tame it. The Spirit Beast Forest was nominally ruled by their Illusion Beast sect. But in reality, the one who ruled that forest was the divine, transformation-level Unicorn Thunder Beast. However, not to mention him, even the strongest genius in the sect's history and the founder of the Illusion Beast sect probably wouldn't be able to subdue that Unicorn Thunder Beast. No, in fact, the founder had not been able to subdue that Thunder Beast. After all, that Thunder Beast had existed in the founder's era. It hadn't been that strong then, but the founder hadn't managed to subdue it. Now who could? It was impossible. Song-yi said no more. He turned and left the elder's courtyard, returning to his own residence. It was remote, dilapidated, and overgrown with weeds. Song-yi took out some wine from the house, drank it in one gulp, then grabbed a sword and prepared to leave. It seemed that he was planning to fight the Taihang sect to the death. At the door, he was stopped by Xiao Rufeng. Hey, are you trying to die? Song-yi roared angrily. He was in a very bad mood right now. Seeing an outer sect disciple at the chi condensation stage dare to block his door, Song-yi was instantly enraged and raised the sword in his hand. However, although he had raised the sword, he didn't swing it down. Sigh, what am I doing? Song-yi's emotions calmed down slightly. He paused, looked at Xiao Rufeng, who was wearing an outer sect disciple's uniform, and said, Kid, the Illusion Beast sect is done for. If you don't want to die, or don't want to join the Lotus Flower Valley, then leave this place. I came to the sect not long ago. I've heard your story. Xiao Rufeng paused, patted Song-yi on the shoulder, and added, You're loyal and righteous, although rash, that's no big deal. I admire you. Song-yi's face turned dark. Hey kid, your tone is really annoying. Who gave you the right to be so arrogant as an outer sect disciple? Who gave me the right to be arrogant? Xiao Rufeng placed his hands behind his back, then snapped his fingers. Then, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, and a unicorn Qilin wrapped in lightning appeared next to Xiao Rufeng. Yi was shocked. He recognized it. It was the divine transformation-level unicorn Thunder Beast in the Spirit Beast Forest. Its appearance, the terrifying aura on its body. Yes, it was that Thunder Beast. How had it run out? And it hadn't hurt this outer sect disciple at the chi condensation stage? This isn't logical. It is said that this unicorn Thunder Beast is very bad-tempered, especially towards the cultivators of the Illusion Beast sect, killing almost everyone it sees. Then, while Song Yi was staring in disbelief, Xiao Rufeng directly sat on the unicorn Thunder Beast, rubbed the Thunder Beast's head, and smiled slightly. It gave me permission. Song Yi. Chapter 175. The Thrill of Playing Dumb. Everyone who's tried it knows. Song Yi was a little dazed. How could he not be? That was a divine, transformation-level demonic beast. Generally speaking, to tame a divine, transformation-level demonic beast, one would need to be at least in the void refinement stage. After all, if your cultivation was not as strong as the demonic beast, then why would the demonic beast submit to you? In the world of demonic beasts, the strong were revered. But the guy in front of him wasn't even at the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, this unicorn Thunder Beast has a notoriously bad temper, and even the current sect master of the Illusion Beast sect doesn't dare to provoke it. But, after a long while, Song Yi finally came back to his senses. He looked at Xiao Rufeng, who was riding on the unicorn Thunder Beast, and finally understood why Xiao Rufeng was so confident. Subduing the unicorn Thunder Beast meant controlling nearly 10,000 demonic beasts in the Spirit Beast Forest. That was a terrifying force. Besides the divine transformation-level unicorn Thunder Beast, there were at least 3 nascent soul-level demonic beasts and at least a dozen golden core-level demonic beasts. It was basically comparable to the combat power of a 5-star sect. Not to mention the Illusion Beast sect. Even their parent sect, the Lotus Flower Valley, wouldn't dare provoke them. How exactly did you do it? Song Yi asked Xiao Rufeng, his face still displaying disbelief. How I did it isn't important. What's important is, do you want to watch the Illusion Beast sect be annexed by the Lotus Flower Valley? Xiao Rufeng said. Absolutely not. Song Yi said decisively. The people in the Lotus Flower Valley are a bunch of petty people. They're even more despicable than the Taiyang sect. He paused, smiled wryly, and said, although I don't agree, what can I do? I have one arm missing, and I don't have a battle beast. Then, why do you think I came to find you? Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. Song Yi looked at Xiao Rufeng and asked, what do you want to do? I want you to become the new sect master of the Illusion Beast sect, Xiao Rufeng said calmly. Song Yi sighed, then calmly said, you want to use me to secretly control the Illusion Beast sect, right? That's right. Xiao Rufeng paused and added, so what's your decision? After a moment of silence, a look of determination flashed in Song Yi's eyes. He raised his head, looked at Xiao Rufeng, and said, how do I do it? It's very simple. I can have the Thunder Beast be your battle beast, and you'll be the commander of the demonic beasts in the Spirit Beast Forest. In that case, who in the Illusion Beast sect would dare to refuse? Xiao Rufeng said. Song Yi was very surprised. Will the Thunder Beast listen to my orders? If I tell it to listen to your orders, it will definitely listen. Of course, if you wanted to hurt me, then think again, Xiao Rufeng chuckled. Song Yi's lips twitched slightly. I didn't think that way. Huff. He took a deep breath, his expression gradually becoming firm. I understand. Song Yi was very clear that he didn't really have a choice. Either agree to Xiao Rufeng's offer, or watch his sect be annexed by the Lotus Flower Valley. Clearly, between these two options, he could only choose the former. On the other side, at the Elder's courtyard of the Illusion Beast sect. Everyone, I have a suggestion, the blue-robed elder who had been arguing with Song Yi earlier said. What is it? Wulong asked. Kill Song Yi, the blue-robed elder said. Hiss. Wulong sucked in a cold breath. What nonsense are you talking about? Sect Master. I'm serious. The blue-robed elder paused and added. Song Yi is now the core of the pro-war faction. As long as he lives, he will pose a great threat to our Illusion Beast sect. Think about it, if Song Yi launches an attack on the Lotus Flower Valley, how will the people in the Lotus Flower Valley view us? Will they see us as separate from Song Yi's group? Should we be responsible for Song Yi's misdeeds? Everyone fell silent. This was indeed a very possible scenario. But Wulong hesitated. Sect Master, this isn't the time to be indecisive. We can't let Song Yi ruin the future of most of our disciples in the Illusion Beast sect, the blue-robed elder said. That's right. The other elders also nodded. Wulong felt a lot of pressure. He also knew this was true. Song Yi's personality was stubborn, and he might actually attack the people of the Lotus Flower Valley. This would bring great disaster to the Illusion Beast sect. But Song Yi was a meritorious disciple of the Illusion Beast sect. He had also been a member of the Elders' Council, contributing greatly to the sect. He was the idol of many young disciples in the sect. To raise a knife against someone like this was a difficult choice for Wulong, who had a soft and indecisive nature. Since the sect master isn't willing to take the lead, then we'll just pretend we don't know anything. The blue-robed elder paused, looked at the others in the Elders' Council, and said, "Everyone, let's go take care of Song Yi." Then, 10 elders of the Elders' Council, 8 of whom stood up. After that, these people left the elders' courtyard and led their loyal disciples to surround Song Yi's residence. Then, the red-robed elder kicked open the door to Song Yi's courtyard. Song Yi was sitting alone in the courtyard. "Oh, isn't this Elder Guyu? Is there something you need?" Song Yi asked with a smile. Guyu was suspicious. Something was wrong with Song Yi. Ever since his wife was violated to death by the people of the Taiyang sect, his personality had completely changed. For 10 years, he had been in a state where he could explode at any moment. Guyu hadn't seen such a calm Song Yi for a very long time. "Song Yi, will you end your life yourself? Or do we need to help you?" After a moment, Guyu said, "Why must I die?" Song Yi asked, "Because your existence is a great safety hazard to the brothers in the Illusion Beast sect. Moreover, the Taiyang sect intends to start a war recently, probably because you killed 3 of their elders 10 years ago. You are the spark of the war," Guyu said. Song Yi sighed. "This is truly a case of condemning me without proof." "Whatever you say. Anyway, you have to die today," Guyu said with a grim face. Song Yi stood up. He looked at the other elders and said with a smile, "Is this what you all think?" These elders were all a little guilty. Finally, Elder Sun Li, who was in charge of the law enforcement hall, spoke. "That's right. If you die, maybe the Taiyang sect won't start a war with us, and we won't have to be annexed by the Lotus Flower Valley. Don't you often say that for the sect, you are willing to go through fire and water, and to give your heart and soul? Now is the time for you to sacrifice yourself for the sect. We don't want to do anything. Just end it yourself." "Suicide has never been my choice," Song Yi said with a smile. Then, Guyu impatiently said, "Everyone stop talking nonsense with him. Let's attack together and kill this guy." With that, the 8 elders and their battle beasts attacked Song Yi from all directions. Although Song Yi was the most outstanding genius of the Illusion Beast sect in the past 100 years, he was missing one arm and had lost his battle beast. If he was at his peak, he might have been able to handle the 8 elders. But now his only option was death. No one thought Song Yi could survive. But at that moment, suddenly, a roar came from Song Yi's house. Boom! The wooden structure of the house instantly collapsed. Then, a unicorn beast wrapped in lightning came out of the collapsed house. Along with the thunder beast, there was also a tiger demon that was burning with flames. It was the tiger demon that Xiao Ruffling had subdued in the spirit beast forest. However, compared to the golden core level tiger demon, the unicorn beast was clearly more eye-catching. Everyone's faces changed drastically. The battle beasts of the Illusion Beast sect were trembling with fear. The unicorn thunder beast? Why is it here? The Illusion Beast sect had been monitoring this divine transformation-level unicorn thunder beast for many years. Everyone in the sect knew of its existence. But in the past years, it had always been in the spirit beast forest. How could it be here today? Then, to everyone's disbelief, the thunder beast came to Song Yi's side and crouched down. This scene made everyone dumbfounded. Could it be that Song Yi has subdued this unicorn thunder beast? No, impossible. That's a fully grown divine transformation-level unicorn thunder beast. Not even the founder could subdue it if he were to come back to life, let alone Song Yi. But the thunder beast looks very obedient to Song Yi. Guyu reacted and shouted, "Don't be fooled, everyone. It's an illusion. Attack with me and kill Song Yi." With that, Guyu took the lead in attacking Song Yi. Neither Song Yi nor the unicorn thunder beast moved. The tiger demon lunged at Guyu, opening its mouth to bite. But Guyu dodged it with agility and punched the tiger demon in the abdomen. Although it was a powerful punch, it didn't seem to be able to break the tiger demon's physical defenses. Roar! The tiger demon roared and attacked again. Its sharp claws swiped, its blurred figure like a shooting star falling from the sky, creating a gust of wind. It slapped Guyu directly to the ground. Then, without giving Guyu time to get up, the tiger demon bit Guyu's neck. Guyu died instantly. The entire place became deathly silent. At the same cultivation level, human cultivators were not a match for demonic beasts, so it wasn't surprising that Guyu was killed by the tiger demon. But the problem was, what now? Besides the mid-golden core stage tiger demon, there was also a divine transformation level unicorn thunder beast here. Although the other 7 elders also had golden core level cultivation, even if there were another 7, they would be slaughtered in front of a divine transformation level demonic beast. Moreover, the battle beasts they relied on could not exert any combat power in front of the unicorn thunder beast. The spirit beasts of the illusion beast sect basically came from the spirit beast forest. There, the unicorn thunder beast was the king. Even if they were tamed by humans, when faced with their king, these battle beasts still showed a fearful reaction. Prepare to retreat. The blue-robed elder reacted relatively quickly. But before they could leave, suddenly, a loud, sharp scream sounded in the sky. Immediately after, hundreds of winged bird-type demonic beasts broke through the clouds and swooped down. At the same time, the spirit beast forest in the distance was also in chaos again. A large number of demonic beasts broke through the barriers of the illusion beast sect and occupied the 9 Yang Mountains. The blue-robed elder's face turned pale. Song-Yi, well, what exactly have you done? Song-Yi looked at the blue-robed elder with an indifferent expression. I heard that you were also very eager to execute me. Aye. Before the blue-robed elder could finish, Song-Yi waved his hand and said, Thunder Beast, kill him. The unicorn Thunder Beast roared, and then a bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl struck the blue-robed elder directly. The terrifying destructive power caused the blue-robed elder to be completely destroyed, leaving only his golden core behind. The entire place was deathly silent. Since the founder had died in battle 100 years ago, the disciples of the Illusion Beast sect had never seen a divine transformation level cultivator. They didn't know how terrifying the divine transformation level actually was. But today, they had witnessed it. After the red-robed elder and blue-robed elder died one after another, the remaining 6 elders were trembling with fear. Sun Li reacted quickly and knelt on the ground. The other elders who were still alive also knelt down in front of Song-Yi. Then, Song-Yi stood up and said calmly, I want to be the sect master. Do you have any objections? No. We welcome sect master Song. The others also said in unison, We welcome sect master Song. Illusion Beast sect, Chankun Palace. This was the residence of the sect master of the Illusion Beast sect. When the demonic beasts occupied the 9 Yang Mountains, Wulong also quickly learned the news. He was completely flustered. What's going on? Why did the demonic beasts of the spirit beast forest run out? What happened to the barrier? Originally, there was a barrier around the spirit beast forest, but Bai Bing had removed it when she left. Before he could figure out what had happened, someone else ran over in a panic. Sect Master, Song, he has usurped your position. What do you mean? That person then explained what had happened in Song Yi's courtyard. Hiss. Wulong sucked in a cold breath. Song, he has subdued the divine transformation level unicorn Thunder Beast? He looked incredibly shocked. Yes. Now Song, he is using the unicorn Thunder Beast to control almost all of the demonic beasts in the spirit beast forest. Elder Guyu and Elder Feng Jiang have been killed, and all the other elders have pledged their loyalty to Song Yi. Before Wulong could speak, Song Yi had already arrived at the Qingkuan Palace, riding the unicorn Thunder Beast. Wulong smiled wryly. Kill me if you want, do whatever you want. He knew that although he was in the mid-nascent soul stage, he had no chance of winning against the mid-divine transformation unicorn Thunder Beast. Are you willing to submit to me? Song Yi said calmly. Wulong was stunned. You're not going to kill me? You didn't try to kill me, so why should I kill you? Song Yi asked. But I also tacitly approved of it, didn't I? Perhaps I should have killed you, but I need a great elder to preside over the elder's court. Are you willing to assist me? Song Yi said. Wulong didn't say anything else. Then he knelt down on one knee and said, Greetings, sect master. It wasn't shameful to do that. In the cultivation world, the strong are revered. And the Illusion Beast sect was a sect that focused on controlling beasts. Although Wulong's cultivation wasn't as good as Song Yi's, his ability to subdue a divine transformation-level demonic beast showed his strength. The combat power of a beast tamer wasn't only based on their own strength, but the strength of their beast as well. Clearly, he and his battle beasts were no match for Song Yi and his unicorn thunder beast. Moreover, with the demonic beasts of the spirit beast forest, not to mention the Tying sect, even the Lotus Flower Valley wouldn't dare to force us to be annexed anymore. Wu Long was indecisive, but one thing was certain. He cherished the Illusion Beast sect. Just like that, the internal strife in the Illusion Beast sect ended in an extremely short period of time, and Song Yi became the new sect master of the Illusion Beast sect. After the news spread, both the Tying sect and the Lotus Flower Valley, who had been eyeing the Illusion Beast sect, were forced to stop their plans. They needed more information. The Illusion Beast sect had temporarily entered a period of safety. Illusion Beast sect, White Peak Mountain. This was a small mountain in the Nanyang Mountains. The mountain wasn't very tall, the spiritual resources were poor, and the environment was bad. This was where the outer sect disciples of the Illusion Beast sect lived. And Xiao Rufeng, an outer sect disciple who had recently joined the Illusion Beast sect, lived here. At this moment, in a dormitory for outer sect disciples, a male disciple named Lin Fei was excitedly recounting what had happened in Song Yi's courtyard. I'm telling you, at that time, the sect master was so cool. He pointed at Elder Feng Jiang and said, "Kill him." Then that thunder beast shot a bolt of lightning over and directly burned Elder Feng Jiang until he was only left with his golden core. The rest of his body turned to ashes. So cool. Woo. The sect master is so powerful. He was actually able to subdue that thunder beast. When will I be able to have my own battle beast? Another disciple, named Nan, said with hope. Stop dreaming. There are a total of 3,000 disciples in the entire Illusion Beast sect, more than 2,000 of whom are outer sect disciples. Do you know how many people have their own spirit beast? 0. Another outer sect disciple named Yu Chong said. Everyone immediately deflated. That's true. If we could tame spirit beasts, we wouldn't still be working as servants in the outer sect. But when I came to the Illusion Beast sect, I never expected to have my own beast. I'm from a poor family, and the Illusion Beast sect provides food and lodging. And because of the spirit gathering formations, the spiritual energy is much denser than in the countryside. Even here on White Peak, Lin Fei added. I'm not as miserable as you. I joined the Illusion Beast sect mainly because my fiancé is here, and Nan said. Really? Who is it? Men also like to gossip. Sai, don't ask. She already has a new boyfriend, and Nan sighed. Damn, isn't that cheating? Lin Fei shook his head. Not really. She was forced to. If she didn't break up with me, that guy would bully me. She's doing it to protect me. Damn, how shameless. Let's go find that new boyfriend of hers and settle accounts. All of us in this dorm are united. We'll help you. They were all indignant. Ah, forget it. That new boyfriend of hers. And Nan paused, and a look of helplessness appeared on his face. Is a core disciple. Everyone immediately fell silent. Okay, if they were inner sect disciples, we could still appeal to the elders. But if they are core disciples, the elders would definitely side with him, Lin Fei said. Everyone continued to remain silent. This was reality. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Lin Fei was a lively person, and he turned to look at Xiao Rufeng, who was lying on his bed, reading a book. By the way, Brother Rufeng, why did you join the Illusion Beast sect? Oh, I got lost and joined by mistake, Xiao Rufeng said with a chuckle. Everyone was stunned. You're even more ridiculous than us. Just as Lin Fei was about to ask another question, suddenly, the dormitory door was kicked open. Several men, wearing inner sect disciple uniforms, barged into the dormitory. Who's a Nan? One of the men at the front asked. It's that guy. Another inner sect disciple pointed at a Nan. The leader grinned and grabbed a Nan by the collar, saying, Hey kid, so you're the one trying to steal senior brother Sun Sa's woman, right? He stole my fiancé, and Nan said quietly. Damn it, you dare talk back? After saying that, the man raised his hand and went to slap a Nan across the face. And Nan didn't dare resist at all. Just as the slap was about to land on his face, suddenly, the man's hand was stopped in midair. It was Xiao Rufeng. During this period of time, he had been living here, mainly to learn about the current situation on Earth. After all, it had been millions of years since his first life, and even since his second life, it had been 10,000 years. Many things had definitely changed. He had no intention of staying here for long. He planned to leave after Song. He had completely taken control of the Illusion Beast sect. Therefore, he hadn't thought about making friends here. However, in the past few days, the people in this dormitory had helped him out quite a bit, especially in Nan. So, he had taken action. The other outer sect disciples in the dormitory were very surprised. Although Xiao Rufing's cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi condensation stage was pretty good among the outer sect disciples, these people were all inner sect disciples at the foundation establishment stage. Although they were all in the early foundation establishment stage, that was still not something that a Qi condensation cultivator could contend with. And Nan was also startled and quickly said, "Rufeng, don't worry about me. They don't dare kill me." Xiaoke said that if I die, she would commit suicide. That Sun Sa likes her a lot. He wouldn't want her to die. Xiao Rufeng said calmly, "They don't dare kill me either. The new sect master has just taken office. If they dare make trouble, the sect master will definitely not spare them." Huh? Hearing Xiao Rufeng's words, these people burst into laughter, looking at Xiao Rufeng as if he was an idiot. Where did this guy come from? He doesn't look that young. How is he so childish? Do you think the sect master has the time to care about the matters of outer sect disciples? Who do you think you are? Another person said, "Hey, kid, you don't know, do you? Elder son Li of the Elder's Court is senior brother Sun Sa's grandfather. Even if we killed the two of you, no. Even if we killed everyone in your dormitory, no one would dare to care." The faces of the outer sect disciples in the dormitory turned pale. Xiao Rufeng sighed, and then suddenly kicked, directly sending the guy who had been talking so arrogantly flying. The terrifying force sent the inner sect disciple flying dozens of meters before he slammed into the ground, unconscious. Everyone. No one expected that an outer sect disciple at the Qi condensation stage would dare to attack. Even more surprising was that Xiao Rufeng's power was so terrifying. Although it was a bit of a sneak attack, kicking a foundation establishment stage cultivator unconscious was unheard of to Lin Fei and the others. You're courting death," the leader shouted angrily. Xiao Rufeng grinned. "Did you forget that your wrist is still in my hand?" Then, Xiao Rufeng increased the pressure, and the man immediately started crying in pain. "Hey, what are you two standing there for? Kill him for me," the man shouted at his companions. The other two inner sect disciples finally came back to their senses, and they attacked Xiao Rufeng together. But how could a few early foundation establishment stage cultivators, who mainly focused on controlling beasts, beat Xiao Rufeng in a physical fight? In just a short moment, these inner sect disciples were all lying on the ground, howling in pain. Xiao Rufeng's current combat power was comparable to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. If he used his Dantian black hole, he could even fight early golden core stage cultivators. Not to mention 4 early foundation establishment stage cultivators. Even 4 mid-foundation establishment stage cultivators would be no match for him. "You're dead." Just then, the leader took out his phone. In the Earth of million years later, cultivation was quite developed. But technological civilization was still stagnating at the era when spiritual energy had recovered million years ago. The level of technology was similar to that of Blue Star. They also had cell phones, computers, and other things for communication and entertainment. Xiao Rufeng didn't stop the guy from making a phone call. But Nan and the others were very worried, and they immediately grabbed Xiao Rufeng and ran. "Brother Rufeng, you should run quickly." However, before they could leave the White Peak where the outer sect disciples lived, they were stopped by 7 or 8 members of the Illusion Beast Sect's law enforcement hall. They all had their own battle beasts. They surrounded Xiao Rufeng and the others. "That guy in black clothes is the one who hit us. Arrest him," a member of the law enforcement hall said, pointing at Xiao Rufeng. "Are you sure? Isn't that guy only at the 9th level of Qi condensation?" A member of the law enforcement hall asked with suspicion. The member from before was also a bit unsure. An outer sect disciple at the Qi condensation stage had injured 4 inner sect disciples at the foundation establishment stage. It sounded pretty absurd. "Anyway, it was him. Let's arrest him first," the law enforcement hall member said. He paused, looked at Xiao Rufeng, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "If you resist, kill them all." Hearing those words, Xiao Rufeng's pupils also contracted slightly. "Is it okay for the law enforcement hall to kill innocent people like this?" Xiao Rufeng said calmly. "As long as you don't resist, you won't be killed," the law enforcement hall member said with a cold smile. Sigh. Xiao Rufeng sighed, and then said, "I want to see Sect Master Songy." "What a joke! What garbage are you, to think you deserve to see the Sect Master?" The law enforcement hall member laughed loudly. Chapter 176. The New Saintess. The other members of the law enforcement hall looked at Xiao Rufeng with a hint of mockery. "Wow, It's been a while since I've seen such an arrogant outer sect disciple. At this moment, a young man with a smile on his face walked over. It was none other than the core disciple, Sun Sa. He was forcibly dragging a beautiful young female disciple with him, and on her left cheek was a very noticeable handprint. "Young Master Sun, you've come," the members of the law enforcement hall immediately said with fawning expressions. The boss of the law enforcement hall was Sun Li of the Elders' Court, who was also Sun Sa's grandfather. Therefore, the people in the law enforcement hall would do whatever Sun Sa wanted. Kiki, seeing the handprint on the female disciple's face, and Nan was extremely angry. "Sun Sa, you bastard! How dare you hit Kiki? She's my woman. I can do whatever I want with her. Even if I make her a prostitute, she'd have to go," the young man said with a smile. "You bastard!" And Nan rushed forward angrily, but he was kicked away by Sun Sa. "And Nan!" The female disciple's expression was desperate. Just then, the young man looked at the female disciple named Kiki with a ferocious expression. "Lin Kiki, I warned you, if you don't serve me well, I will make your and Nan brother suffer." Lin Kiki's eyes were full of tears, and she kept murmuring, I'm sorry. Just then, Sun Sa said impatiently, "Arrest all of them." "No, you all don't need to act. I'll handle him myself." Then, Sun Sa took out a magical artifact from his storage bag, a staff. The people from the law enforcement hall revealed a hint of envy when they saw this. It said that is a 5th grade spiritual weapon. Even among core disciples, Sun Sa is the only one who has a 5th grade spiritual weapon. Elder Sun really spoils his grandson. When Sun Sa took out the magical artifact, Nan and the others had a drastic change in their expressions. Nan hesitated slightly, but in the end he rushed forward, standing in front of Xiao Rufeng. "Sun Sa, you can kill me, but Brother Rufeng has nothing to do with this. Let him go." Sun Sa grinned. "None of you can escape." With that, Nan began chanting, his robes billowing in the wind. Each word seemed to have power, and the air began to vibrate around him as if it was being surrounded by an invisible force. After a moment, a terrifying spiritual power erupted from his hand, turning into streaks of colorful light that rushed towards Xiao Rufeng and the others. This terrifying energy seemed capable of destroying everything. To avoid being caught in the blast, the people from the law enforcement hall quickly retreated, and Xiao Rufeng and the others who were in the center of the attack seemed to have no way to escape. "No!" Lin Kiki looked despairing, and Nan looked at her with a smile. "Live well." Then he closed his eyes, ready to accept his death. But just then, a gravitational force bound him, pulling him behind Xiao Rufeng. And Nan's attack also struck towards Xiao Rufeng like a guided missile. Boom! Along with a violent explosion, Xiao Rufeng's figure was completely swallowed by dust and smoke. "Brother Rufeng." Nan sat down on the ground. His face was full of remorse. In his opinion, Xiao Rufeng's death was a completely undeserved tragedy, and he had dragged him down with him. "I'm sorry." Just then, the dust and smoke dissipated, and a figure gradually came into everyone's sight. "Huh? Impossible." Sun Sa's face was filled with shock. His all-out attack with his peak foundation establishment cultivation had failed to kill an outer sect disciple at the chi condensation stage, and Nan and the others were also dumbfounded. Although they had felt that Xiao Rufeng's combat power was a bit abnormal, this was the first time they had ever seen a chi condensation cultivator beat up a foundation establishment cultivator. But Nan was already at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. His combat power was much stronger than the inner sect disciples at the early foundation establishment stage from earlier. Moreover, he had a 5th grade spiritual weapon, which gave him a huge boost to his attack power, possibly making his combat power comparable to a cultivator at the early Golden Core stage. No matter how they looked at it, Xiao Rufeng didn't stand a chance. But just then, Xiao Rufeng looked at Sun Sa with an expressionless face. Suddenly, a surge of powerful force erupted from his body. Then, a spiritual sword was summoned from his body. The blade of the sword shone brightly. Then, it turned into a white lightning bolt, rushing straight at Sun Sa like a meteor cutting through the sky. Originally, Sun Sa didn't take it seriously. How powerful could an attack from a chi condensation stage guy be? But when the sword light rushed toward him like a rainbow, the surrounding space seemed to ripple. At this moment, Sun Sa finally realized the terror of this sword light. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't escape. His full power attack had drained most of his spiritual power. He didn't have enough spiritual power to escape or defend. No, I'm Elder Sun Lee's grandson if you dare kill me. Before he could finish, the dazzling sword light had pierced through Sun Sa's body. With everyone watching in astonishment, Sun Sa's body fell from the sky, all signs of life gone. He's dead, a member of the law enforcement hall said in a trembling voice. Hey, you actually killed Sun Sa. He's Elder Sun Lee's most beloved grandson. The leader of this law enforcement hall team took a deep breath and added, You must pay with your life today. He was afraid of Elder Sun Lee's retaliation, so he could only kill Xiao Rufeng. The other members of the law enforcement hall also knew the gravity of the situation, and they all attacked Xiao Rufeng together. Xiao Rufeng remained expressionless as he held his spiritual sword. Then, lightning began to surround the blade of the spiritual sword. Xiao Rufeng's constitution was very special. Although he had no spiritual roots in his body, he could use all kinds of elemental magic. Whether it was the 5-element spells, or light, dark, or lightning spells, he could use them all. As the members of the law enforcement hall attacked, Xiao Rufeng waved his hand and slashed out. A powerful bolt of lightning struck the disciples of the law enforcement hall, with hot electrical arcs striking at the enemies like a ferocious dragon's tail. In an instant, figures on the ground fell one after another, with screams, explosions, and electrical currents all mixing together. 4 of the 8 members of the law enforcement hall were killed instantly. The other 4 were also severely injured and lost their ability to fight. This scene made Nan and the others completely dumbfounded. Their minds were spinning. What's going on? And the 4 severely injured law enforcement hall members were even more shocked. What was that just now? He's clearly a swordsman, but he can also use magic. Is he a dual cultivator? But even if he is a dual cultivator, isn't this power a little too abnormal? What exactly is this guy? Seeing Xiao Rufeng walking towards them, these few law enforcement hall members were so scared that they quickly begged for mercy. Big brother, we were only acting under orders. We couldn't help it. Elder Sun Sa's grandfather, Elder Sun Lee is our boss. We didn't dare to offend Elder Sun. Please let us go. Xiao Rufeng said with an indifferent expression. When you wanted to kill us earlier, did you show us any mercy? With that, Xiao Rufeng raised his spiritual sword again. Just then, a voice shouted from the sky. How dare you? Xiao Rufeng turned to look at the sky. A figure rapidly descended from the sky and arrived next to Sun Sa's body. Huh? Sao? Wake up, don't scare Grandpa. The person who had arrived was Sun Lee. Seeing Sun Lee arrive, and Nan and the others' faces changed again. It looks like we're not going to survive today, and Nan paused, deeply bowed to everyone, and added, I'm sorry, I dragged everyone down with me. Just then, Sun Lee stood up, holding Sun Sa, and glared at Xiao Rufeng with a ferocious expression. Did you kill my grandson? I acted in self-defense. He was the one who tried to kill me first, Xiao Rufeng said calmly. I'll make you pay with your life. Sun Lee's veins were bulging, and his killing intent was soaring. Sun Lee was at the late Golden Core stage. Obviously, if he fought him one-on-one, Xiao Rufeng didn't stand much of a chance. But, just as Sun Lee was about to attack Xiao Rufeng, another voice came from the sky. Stop! It was the voice of the new sect master of the Illusion Beast sect, Song Yi. Then, a unicorn thunder beast descended from the sky, with Song Yi sitting on its back. Seeing the unicorn thunder beast arrive, Sun Lee quickly retracted his killing intent. He was afraid of being misunderstood by the unicorn thunder beast. The divine transformation level unicorn thunder beast could easily kill him in seconds. Xiao Rufeng also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He arrived in time. He had notified Song Yi in advance. What happened? Song Yi asked. Sect Master, this outer sect disciple killed my grandson, Sun Lee said first, holding Sun Sa's body. That's impossible. I remember your grandson was at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, and this outer sect disciple is only at the Qi condensation stage. How could he kill your grandson? And I remember your grandson had a 5th grade spiritual weapon, right? Song Yi said. He was also extremely shocked inside. He knew that Xiao Rufeng had incredible beast-taming talent. After all, there weren't many people in this world who could subdue a divine transformation-level demonic beast. However, Xiao Rufeng's cultivation level was a genuine Qi condensation stage. Generally speaking, a beast tamer's own combat power wasn't very strong. How could he kill a cultivator at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage? There's a whole realm separating them. Just then, A severely injured member of the law enforcement hall said with a sob, "Sect Master, you must avenge us. This guy killed 4 of our brothers in the law enforcement hall, and a few of us are severely injured." Song Yi's expression was even more shocked. He turned to look at Xiao Rufeng, and his lips twitched violently. Just what kind of monster is this guy? Then Song Yi took a deep breath and added, "Sect Master, this is what happened. We must kill this guy, or else the order of the Illusion Beast sect will collapse." "Sect Master." Just then, Anan said suddenly, "I have something to say." "Shut up," Sun Li shouted loudly. "Let him speak," Song Yi said calmly. Sun Li didn't dare disobey Song Yi, especially since the divine transformation level unicorn thunder beast was standing next to him. Huff! Anan took a deep breath and then explained everything in detail. Lin Fei, Yu Chang, and even Lin Kiki all provided testimony. Lin Kiki even told everyone about how Sun Sa had forced her. "You whore! You're slandering me!" Sun Li roared angrily. Song Yi's pupils narrowed. "Elder son, whether what she's saying is true or not, we'll find out after an investigation." Just then, even more members of the law enforcement hall arrived. Song Yi added, "Suspend Elder Sun's position as the leader of the law enforcement hall for now." Then, Song Yi pointed at Xiao Rufeng and the others and added, "Men, put them all under arrest for now, and watch them carefully. If anything goes wrong..." He paused deliberately. The Unicorn Thunder Beast also released a bolt of lightning, shattering a giant rock weighing several dozen tons, making everyone's scalp tingle. "Yes," the members of the law enforcement hall quickly replied. In fact, Song Yi was using this as a way to protect Xiao Rufeng and the others. Xiao Rufeng also understood this, so he cooperated. The group was not imprisoned in a dungeon, but in a courtyard, with a barrier set up around it to prevent them from leaving. Of course, people from the outside could not enter without permission. It was more like house arrest. "Brother Rufeng, just what kind of person are you?" Lin Fei looked at Xiao Rufeng with adoration. "As you can see, just a piece of trash. I'm already 24 years old and still at the peak of chi condensation," Xiao Rufeng said with a chuckle. On Earth, 24-year-olds at the peak of chi condensation level were not considered trash, but they couldn't be called geniuses either. The most difficult realm in cultivation was the Golden Core stage. This was the stage that tripped up most cultivators. As for the chi condensation stage, there were too many. Some geniuses could reach the chi condensation stage when they were just a few years old. Even the peak of the chi condensation stage, many geniuses could reach it before they were 10 years old. A 24-year-old at the peak of the chi condensation stage could not be considered a genius. Seeing that Xiao Rufeng didn't want to talk too much about his background, everyone was sensible and didn't ask any further questions. By the way, just then, Xiao Rufeng asked, "If someone has no spiritual roots, does it mean that they can't cultivate?" Not necessarily," just then Lin Kiki said. Xiao Rufeng's eyes lit up. "How so?" "I heard my mother say before that the Shadow Sect has a secret method that allows them to implant artificial spiritual roots in a person's dantian," Lin Kiki said. And Nan added, "Her mother used to be a saintess of the Shadow Sect and knows some of the secrets of the Shadow Sect." "Oh, a saintess of a Shadow Sect. How amazing." Lin Fei and the others' eyes lit up. On Earth, after the Tianqi Empire designated the Shadow Sect as the state religion, it had now become the national belief of the Tianqi Empire. Lin Kiki was a little embarrassed. She was just an ordinary saintess from a local church, not one of those sacred saintesses from the Angel's Court. "That's still amazing. I heard that the Shadow Sect selection of saintesses is very strict and demanding." Cough, cough, just then, and Nan coughed a few times, then looked at Xiao Rufeng and added, "Brother Rufeng, the Shadow Sect's secret methods aren't that easy to obtain. You need to be careful." "I know," Xiao Rufeng said calmly. There was one sentence he hadn't said. No matter how difficult it was, he would obtain it. "Let's just say goodbye and leave when this is over." Just then, and Nan suddenly said, "Speaking of which, the time has come for the Shadow Sect's Angel's Court to select new saintesses from all the districts. I wonder which lucky ones will be selected this year." The Shadow Sect's Angel's Court would select 10 saintesses from the 10 major districts of the Tianqi Empire to enter the Angel's Court every 10 years. Xiao Rufeng didn't say anything and didn't pay much attention to it. The new saintess of our 8th district has already been chosen. That was fast." Just then, Lin Fei looked at his phone, his eyes widening. "Oh, what a beautiful woman." Xiao Rufeng casually glanced at it, and then he instantly froze. What appeared before his eyes was a familiar face. She was wearing a graceful and dignified white robe, adorned with a small crown on her head. Elegant and noble, she looked like an immortal had descended to earth. Chapter 177. Father, if you don't agree, I'll elope with him. Bai Shui. In the video, Bai Shui was elegant and noble, but she also gave off a sense of detachment, like an iceberg. Wow, the new saintess is called Bai Shui? She lives up to her name. She's fair, beautiful, and as cold as ice, and Nan commented. Lin Kiki looked nervous. And Nan, do you like Saintess Bai Shui? Ah, no, not at all. How could we be worthy of such a goddess? And Nan paused, looked at Lin Kiki, and added, the person I like is you. Lin Kiki's face immediately turned red. Looks like I've eaten my fill of dog food, Yu Chang said with a sigh. How infuriating. And Nan is actually the first one in our dorm to find a girlfriend. Remembering something, Lin Fei turned to look at Xiao Ruffing and asked, speaking of which, Brother Ruffing, do you have a girlfriend? Everyone's eyes immediately lit up. Where is she now? Lin Kiki asked curiously. A very far-away place. The Luli Dimension? Many secret realms were connected to Earth's surrounding space. Besides the secret small worlds, there was also a cultivation dimension that was more ancient than Earth, called the Luli Dimension. They had all been conquered by the Tianqi Empire, becoming part of the Tianqi Empire. The Tianqi Empire was divided into 10 districts, 3 of which were on Earth, and the remaining 7 were in the Luli Dimension. The Luli Dimension was extremely vast, at least tens of thousands of times the size of Earth. Earth's cultivation resources basically came from the surrounding secret realms and the Luli Dimension. However, Earth was the political center of the Tianqi Empire, and the capital of the Tianqi Empire was located on Earth. Hearing the name of the Luli Dimension, Xiao Rufing's thoughts immediately traveled through time and space. He remembered that in his first life, his father had traveled from Earth to the Luli Dimension for cultivation and had ascended to the immortal realm from the Luli Dimension. Thinking back, Father Li Tian was a very well-known figure in the Luli Dimension. Fighting the dragon race and the demon race on the Lincian Island, how heroic and powerful he was. I didn't expect that the name Li Tian would be completely buried in the long river of time now. But it's not strange. Millions of years have passed, and Earth's civilization has been destroyed many times. I imagine the Luli Dimension is probably similar. Xiao Rufeng felt a bit melancholic. Seeing that Xiao Rufeng didn't deny it, everyone assumed that Xiao Rufeng was tacitly acknowledging it. Wow, so Brother Rufeng is from the Luli Dimension. No wonder he's so strong, Lin Fei said. Which district are you from? My mother once had a friend from the 3rd district, Lin Kiki asked. The Tianqi Empire had 10 districts. The 8th, 9th, and 10th districts were on Earth. The 1st to 7th districts were all in the Luli Dimension. The 8th district included the Eurasian continent and Africa. The 9th district included Australia and Antarctica. Millions of years had passed, and there were now residents in Antarctica. The 10th district included all of the Americas, including the former North and South American continents. However, Xiao Rufeng had only recently learned about the situation on Earth and didn't know much about the current situation in the Luli Dimension. He also didn't know what was included in the 3rd district of the Luli Dimension. Seeing that Xiao Rufeng didn't speak, Lin Kiki felt a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked so much, Lin Kiki said. It's nothing, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. Seeing that Xiao Rufeng wasn't willing to talk about it, the others didn't continue to pry. 2 more days passed, and the barrier was removed. The group's punishment was also handed down. Xiao Rufeng had been expelled from the Illusion Beast sect. This was something Xiao Rufeng had requested from Song Yi himself. Regardless of the reason, he had killed several fellow disciples. If he wasn't punished, there would definitely be people in the Illusion Beast sect who would refuse to accept it, and this might even cause copycats, which would pose a hidden risk to the internal stability of the Illusion Beast sect. After leaving the Illusion Beast sect, Xiao Rufeng traveled north. He was currently located somewhere in Southeast Asia. He had agreed to meet by Bing at Mount Tai. After renting a car and driving for more than 100 miles, as he entered a mountainous region, suddenly, a violent fireball in the sky rushed towards Xiao Rufeng's car. Boom! The fireball hit Xiao Rufeng's car, creating a huge explosion. Then, a man riding on a griffin came to the scene. Did he die? That was too boring. I won't be satisfied unless I can torture him to death. The one who had attacked Xiao Rufeng was Sun Li. Elder son, you're so old, but you're still attacking people by surprise. Aren't you a little shameless? Just then, Xiao Rufeng's voice rang out. Sun Li's pupils narrowed as he stared at the forest on the left side of the road. After a while, Xiao Rufeng's figure walked out from the forest. "You're actually not dead?" Sun Li asked with a shocked expression. Then, Sun Li's expression became ferocious again, adding, "That's good. This way, I can torture you properly." He wasn't arrogant. Sun Li was actually a very cautious person. In the past few days, after reviewing the video footage and investigating, he had tentatively determined that Xiao Rufeng's combat power was around the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Honestly, this result was actually extremely surprising, because Xiao Rufeng was only at the peak of Qi condensation stage. But his combat power had reached the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. This kind of situation usually only appeared in those monstrous geniuses. "I can't let this guy grow up. I must kill him today." Sun Li had this confidence. After all, he was already at the late Golden Core stage. Moreover, he also had a battle beast, a golden armored griffin, that was also at the late Golden Core stage. This kind of demonic beast was even stronger than him, capable of reaching the peak Golden Core stage. If he and his battle beast couldn't kill Xiao Rufeng, then that guy was a god. "Accept your death." With that, Sun Li muttered a spell, and the surrounding space was restricted. "You can't escape." Sun Li licked his lips, then drove the griffin directly towards Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Rufeng didn't even want to move. "Are you scared witless?" Sun Li took out a long sword from his storage bag, the sword light like a rainbow. "I'll cut off one of your arms first, then hack you into pieces." But just then, his late Golden Core stage griffin suddenly shook violently, directly throwing the unprepared Sun Li off its back. Before Sun Li could react, the griffin used its sharp claws to pierce through Sun Li's back, pinning Sun Li to the ground, unable to get up. Sun Li was completely stunned. "What's going on? Why would my battle beast attack me?" Just then, Xiao Rufeng came in front of him, squatted down, patted Sun Li's face, and grinned. "Elder son, why do you think Song Yi suddenly subdued a divine transformation-level demonic beast? Was it his own ability? If that was the case, then why? Didn't he try to subdue it before? As long as he subdued that unicorn thunder beast, he would be able to control all the demonic beasts in the spirit beast forest. He would be able to avenge his wife. So, the question is, why didn't he do it sooner?" Sun Li was instantly stunned. This was also what had puzzled him the most. If he hadn't seen Song Yi command the unicorn thunder beast to kill Guyu and Feng Jiang with his own eyes, Sun Li wouldn't have believed that Song Yi had subdued that unicorn thunder beast. But what does this guy mean by saying this now? Just then, Xiao Rufeng clapped his hands. Then, to Sun Li's shock, his battle beast, the griffin, suddenly prostrated itself in front of Xiao Rufeng. It was a posture of complete submission. Why? Sun Li's face was full of disbelief. Decades ago, Sun Li had brought back a baby griffin from the spirit beast forest, and he had trained it and nurtured a relationship with it since then. But the griffin had never shown such a submissive posture in front of him. "Huh?" Just then, Sun Li suddenly realized something and looked at Xiao Rufeng with shock. "Could it be that you were the one who subdued that unicorn thunder beast?" Xiao Rufeng grinned. "Your brain finally caught up. That's impossible. You're only at the Qi condensation stage. How could you possibly subdue a divine transformation-level demonic beast?" Sun Li shouted hoarsely. Xiao Rufeng lit a cigarette, blew some smoke at Sun Li, then grinned and said, "Elder son, there are many things in this world that exist for a reason. That's illogical. Fine, I'll tell you why I can subdue demonic beasts." Xiao Rufeng paused, leaned close to Sun Li's ear, and whispered, "You see, in my past life, I was the extraterrestrial demon, Li Sheng from 10,000 years ago. The demonic beasts on Earth are all created by me, or they're their descendants. Unlike their creator. Understand?" Sun Li stared wide-eyed. How can that be?" But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed like that was the only possibility. Cold sweat started to break out on Sun Li's forehead. The extraterrestrial demon, Li Sheng, was the one who had been a terror on Earth 10,000 years ago. He had almost destroyed Earth all by himself. How did I provoke such a terrifying monster? Sun Li was panicking. "Brother Rufeng, I surrender to you. I'm willing to pledge my loyalty." Xiao Rufeng waved his hand and said calmly, "I don't need it. Kill him." Then, the griffin used its sharp claws to pierce through Sun Li's heart. Xiao Rufeng glanced at Sun Li's body, then left, riding the griffin. Soon after, Sun Li's body was discovered by passers-by. When the news reached the Illusion Beast sect, Some were shocked, while others breathed a sigh of relief. At the Elder's court, looking at Elder Sun's injuries, it looks like they were caused by his griffin. He was killed by his own battle beast? Elder Sun was really unlucky. Song Yi looked at Sun Li's body without saying anything. He knew that Sun Li had most likely been killed by Xiao Rufeng. Although he didn't know how, Xiao Rufeng seemed to be able to control any demonic beast. He could control a divine transformation-level demonic beast, so controlling a golden core-level griffin would be even easier. Just who is this master of mine? Song Yi was now more in awe of Xiao Rufeng, having already regarded Xiao Rufeng as his master. On the other side, after flying in the mountains for about 3 hours on the griffin, a human city appeared in view. He jumped off the griffin's back, then walked alone toward the city. Million years after, cities on Earth showed signs of returning to a more traditional style. When civilization on Earth was first born, cities were all enclosed, surrounded by city walls. But after entering modern civilization, due to the development of war weapons, such as cannons and missiles, city walls lost their protective function, and cities became open, large-scale communities. However, after entering a cultivation civilization, city walls had been revived. Now, basically every city had walls, made of solid materials and protected with defensive formations. At this moment, the city that appeared before Xiao Rufeng's eyes was called Kuan City. It was a large city with a population of tens of millions. Xiao Rufeng stood in the distance, looking at the city. The city walls were tall and thick, extremely solid, and seemed to be able to withstand any enemy attacks. The city gates were wide and majestic, like heavenly gates. The walls soared into the clouds, were awe-inspiring, and the vastness of the scenery was enough to intimidate almost anyone. The city walls were surrounded by a lush green forest. From a distance, it looked like a very beautiful painting. Kuan City. Xiao Rufeng's expression was a bit complex. He remembered that in his second life, after he had been reborn as a demon, he had commanded a demonic beast army to wage a great battle with the human alliance here. At that time, Kuan City was completely destroyed. The Kuan City before him was rebuilt after the war. Shaking his head, Xiao Rufeng prepared to enter the city. However, for some reason, the inspections at the city gate were particularly strict today. Luckily, Xiao Rufeng's cultivation was low, and he wasn't carrying any demonic beasts, so he was inconspicuous and entered the city smoothly. The layout inside Kuan City was well organized, and the buildings were tall and majestic with carved beams, painted pillars, and beautiful decorations, as if it was an earthly paradise. Just then, Xiao Rufeng noticed that the crowd was gathering towards one place. Out of curiosity, he also followed the crowd. After a while, Xiao Rufeng saw a beautiful and magnificent palace. In the center of the palace, there was a tall tower that rose into the sky as if it were a timeless marker. On the plaque above the main entrance of the palace, there were 2 large characters, Shadow Sect. Below the plaque, there were a few smaller words, Kuan City Branch. The Shadow Sect. Xiao Rufeng said silently. The lone Shadow Emperor, whom the Shadow Sect worshipped, was the woman Xiao Rufeng had loved in his second life. Just then someone pushed through from behind. They were 2 young women who looked to be about the same age as Bai Bing, around 20 years old. Third miss, you need to act more like a lady. If the master finds out that we ran out, he'll punish us by confinement again, one of the maid-like women said. Who cares about him? If I miss Saintis by Shue's tour, I'll regret it for the rest of my life, the other young girl said excitedly. Xiao Rufeng paused slightly. Bai Shue is coming here for a tour? Xiao Rufeng asked subconsciously. The young woman glared at Xiao Rufeng and said, Who do you think you are to address Bai Shue by her given name? You should call her Saintis Bai Shue. All right, Xiao Rufeng paused and asked, Saintis Bai Shue is coming to Kuan City for a tour? Yes, the young woman said with excitement. If I could shake Saintis Bai Shue's hand, it would be the most fulfilling thing in my life. Xiao Rufeng was slightly taken aback. Every era had its share of mindless fangirls. Just then, the maid looked worried and said, But recently, the Silkworm organization has been frequently targeting the Sainises of the Shadow Sect. I'm afraid it's not very safe here. Third miss, let's retreat. If you want to see Saintis Bai Shue, you can watch the live TV broadcast. No way. I want Saintis Bai Shue's autograph, the young woman said. The Silkworm organization. Xiao Rufeng's eyes flickered. During this period, he had learned about the current situation on Earth. The Silkworm was a terrorist organization that had been labeled as such by the Tianqi Empire. This organization had frequently launched attacks against the Tianqi Empire and the Shadow Sect, killing nearly 100 people this year, including 5 branch Saintises. Just then, a broadcast announcement sounded. Breaking news, Saintis by Shue's motorcade was attacked on the way to Kuan City. Xiao Rufing's heart tightened. However, Saintis by Shue was not injured. However, for safety reasons, Saintis by Shue will go to a safe shelter and will not be able to reach Kuan City today. Please, everyone, disperse. The broadcast continued. Both Xiao Rufeng and the young woman breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, the maid added, "Is Saintis by Shue really unharmed?" "What do you mean?" Xiao Rufeng quickly asked. There's also the possibility that Saintis by Shue was assassinated, but the church in the 8th district chose to cover it up. After all, Saintis by Shue is the representative of the 8th district, and she'll be entering the Angel's Court in the future. If Saintis by Shue was assassinated, the church in the 8th district who planned the tour would be responsible, the maid said. Don't talk nonsense, Xiao Rufeng and the young girl said, almost in unison. The young girl looked at Xiao Rufeng with surprise. You're also a fan of Saintis by Shue? You could say that. What's your name? The young girl asked excitedly, as if she had found a kindred spirit. Xiao Rufeng said. I'm Yue, a disciple of Tiangong. My father is an elder of Tiangong. Yue paused, looked at Xiao Rufeng, and said, Have you joined a sect yet? Do you want to join our Tiangong? Is that okay? One of Xiao Rufeng's goals in coming to Earth was to revitalize Tiangong. It was the sect his father had once founded. Of course. Yue paused and then smiled cheekily. We seem to get along well. If you go to Tiangong, I'll have someone to talk to. The maid next to her was sweating profusely. She quickly pulled Yue aside. Hey, third miss, what are you trying to do? I'm bringing him into the sect. My third miss, what are you thinking? Do you think Tiangong is the kind of trash sect that needs to hand out flyers on the street to recruit people? Tiangong is still a top 100 sect in the 8th district. How can we let anyone in so easily? The maid paused and said, That guy is at least 23 or 24 years old, but his cultivation is only at the peak of chi condensation stage. That mediocre talent is probably not even as good as our outer sect disciples. I'll ask my dad. He should give me a position as an outer sect disciple, Yue said. The maid rubbed her temples, thinking, the 3 daughters of the Yi family, the other 2 are all prodigies, but this third miss is always neglecting her. Studies and chasing celebrities. And now she wants to use her father's connections to put a trash person into the sect. Our third miss's future is concerning. Although the maid voiced her objections, it didn't change Yue's mind. She had finally found a like-minded fan companion. And Xiao Rufeng, after learning that she was a disciple of Tiangong, had silently followed Yue to a manor in Kuan City. The manor was located on a hill and was very large. There were all kinds of beautiful flowers, trees, and plants on both sides of the road, forming a garden-like beautiful scene. There was even a picturesque lake in the yard, with clear blue waters and swimming fish. Xiao Rufeng, to be honest with your talent, it's very difficult for you to join our Tiangong. Our Tiangong only accepts elites. There's a hard standard in our sect that at the age of 24 during the second natal year, you must reach the foundation establishment stage. If a cultivator hasn't reached the foundation establishment stage by the age of 24, they will be expelled from Tiangong. And you're almost 25 and haven't yet broken through to the foundation establishment stage, so it'll be difficult for you to join. But my father is an elder of Tiangong, so maybe he can help. Yue paused and added, Wait for me in the courtyard. I'll go find my father. A while later, Yue came back with red eyes. I'm sorry, my father doesn't agree, Yue said. Xiao Rufeng smiled. It's okay, thank you. With that, he prepared to leave. Just then, Yue bit her lip and suddenly rushed over to grab Xiao Rufeng's arm. Then shouted, Father, if you don't agree, I'll elope with him. Xiao Rufeng. This girl was quite willful. Just then, a gust of wind suddenly blew through one corner of the courtyard. Then, a middle-aged man walked over with a dark expression. He looked at Xiao Rufeng and said angrily, You're truly a scheming person. You actually used my daughter to get into the sect. Xiao Rufeng shrugged, not explaining anything. Yue glared at the middle-aged man. Father, it's my birthday, and you skipped it because you were busy. You still owe me a birthday present. What do you want? Bring this guy into Tiangong, even if it's just as an outer sect disciple. Yue said. The middle-aged man rubbed his head. After a while, he sighed and said, Fine, I understand. The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Rufeng again, thinking, Anyway, the end-of-year assessment period is in 7 days, and anyone who's 24 years old and has not yet reached the foundation establishment stage will be expelled. I'll let you be happy for a few days. After you get expelled, we'll settle this properly. Chapter 178, The Three Yi Sisters. The headquarters of Tiangong was located in Shangyang City, which was called Jiang City during the Earth's spiritual energy recovery period. Once, this Jiang City on Earth was a picturesque city, located by a river and near the sea, with beautiful scenery. Xiao Rufeng was born in this city in his first life. His creator godfather had also established Tiangong in this city. However, the Shangyang City of millions of years later, although it was the same place, was a desolate wasteland. 10,000 years ago, the extraterrestrial demon Li Sheng self-destructed here, causing everything within 100 kilometers to be destroyed. Before the war, there had been many sects in this area. But after the war, only Tiangong had moved its headquarters back there. Now, centered around Shangyang City, there was only Tiangong within 100 miles. Of course, the Shangyang City area was not suitable for living, and Tiangong's headquarters was moved there only as a symbolic gesture. Besides having the headquarters in Shangyang City, Tiangong had also established branches in other cities. It could be said that most of Tiangong's disciples practiced in the various branches. There were very few disciples at the headquarters. Kuan City, located far to the south, also had a branch of Tiangong. An Yi Wei's father, Yi Bingyang, was the head of the Tiangong branch in Kuan City and an elder of the Tiangong Elders Court. His cultivation was at the nascent soul stage. It wasn't Tiangong's recruitment period, but as the head of the Tiangong branch in Kuan City, it was very easy for Yi Bingyang to bring in an outer sect disciple. After all, for most sects, outer sect disciples were basically just servants. Those with talent would be designated as inner sect disciples during the recruitment process. After completing the procedures, it was already dark. Xiao Rufeng, do you have a place to stay? Yi Wei asked. I just arrived in Kuan City, so I haven't found a place to stay yet. I'll go to a hotel later. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Wei said excitedly, Then you can stay at our house for now, right? We can go back to headquarters together tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the maid next to her quickly pulled Yi Wei aside again. I say, Third Miss, what are you thinking? Have you forgotten what day it is tonight? What day is it? Your second sister's fiancé and his family will be visiting the Yi family tonight, and your eldest sister and her husband will also be returning. Then what does that have to do with Xiao Rufeng? Yi Wei asked. The maid covered her forehead with one hand. Third Miss, you're already 20 years old. You should understand some basic social skills. She took a deep breath and added, Although you three sisters have the same father, you have different mothers. Those three wives may seem all friendly and harmonious, but they're actually secretly competing with each other. So, Yi Wei paused and added, What does that have to do with me? The maid was exasperated. Third Miss, you are 20 years old. You should understand some social skills at least. She took a deep breath and added, Right now, your eldest sister's husband is Lu Si, the heir to the 8-star sect, Taiji sect. And your second sister's fiancé is Mu Yin, the heir of the number 1 family in Kuan City, the Mu family, and also the number 1 genius in Kuan City. He's only 24 years old, and he's already trying to reach the golden core stage. He's said to be a super genius who appears once in a century. If you bring a chi condensation stage guy into the house, what will your mother think? Others will definitely make fun of your mother and you. The higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it was to improve. For Earth, which had been experiencing the recovery of spiritual energy for millions of years and had a steady flow of cultivation resources, the chi condensation stage was a very low hurdle. Anyone with spiritual roots could usually reach that level, even without having any good resources. However, the difficulty of going from the chi condensation stage to the foundation establishment stage suddenly increased tenfold or even 100-fold. Most people with mediocre talent would spend their entire lives stuck in the chi condensation stage, unable to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Xiao Rufeng was 24 years old at the peak of the chi condensation stage. On Earth, it wouldn't be considered trash, but it was true that he was very mediocre. However, people on Earth didn't know that the time that Xiao Rufeng had officially cultivated was actually very short. Moreover, he came from Blue Star, where there were practically no cultivation resources. Even so, he had still reached the peak of the chi condensation stage in a short time. Just then, Yi Wei took a deep breath, then said calmly, It's not that I don't know, it's just that I don't want to become my mother's pawn. Before she could finish speaking, Yi Wei's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Yi Wei's mother. She pressed the answer button. "Hello, mother." "Wei Wei, where did you run off to?" A middle-aged woman's voice sounded on the phone. "What is it? You haven't forgotten about the blind date with young master's son, have you?" Ye's mother asked. "I don't want to marry him," Yi Wei said. "Why?" Sun Yu, whether it's his cultivation talent or family background, while he's not comparable to that person from the Mu family, he's still considered the second genius in Kuan City. "What are you dissatisfied with?" Ye's mother paused, and her voice became stern. "If you can't come up with a reason today, I'll confine you." Aye. Yi Wei stuttered, then, remembering something, her eyes lit up. "I have a boyfriend." Ye's mother. "That's how it is." After saying that, Yi Wei hung up the phone. The maid wiped her cold sweat and said, "Third miss, isn't it bad to lie like that? Finding a boyfriend isn't lying." Hey, you're not planning to have that Xiao Ruffeng pretend to be your boyfriend, are you?" The maid said. "Even if you need someone to pretend, you should at least find someone respectable. There's no time." Yi Wei paused, then returned to Xiao Ruffeng and said, "Xiao Ruffeng, will you be my boyfriend?" Xiao Ruffeng. Then, Yi Wei explained what had happened. Xiao Ruffeng was also experiencing a headache. Honestly, he didn't want to get involved in this kind of messy family drama. But he needed to meet more people in order to gain a better understanding of Tiangong's current situation. With his eyes flashing, Xiao Ruffeng ultimately nodded. At this moment, at the Yi residence, the courtyard was decorated with lanterns and streamers, very lively. Today, Yi Qing, the second daughter of the Yi family, was receiving a visit from her fiancé, Mu Yin, the heir of the Mu family. He was the heir of the #1 family in Kuan City, so the Yi family had adopted a very humble attitude, treating him like an important guest. After completing the registration procedures for Xiao Ruffeng, Yi Bingyang had returned to the Yi residence. "Is this information accurate?" Yi Bingyang asked with a serious expression. He was meeting with a disciple of Tiangong who was responsible for gathering intelligence in a side room. "It's accurate," the disciple said. Yi Bingyang placed his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth in the room. His expression was solemn. The Illusion Bee sect was originally only a 4-star sect, and was a marginal power in the 8th district. But if they controlled the demonic beasts in the spirit beast forest, their combat power would more than double, at least 10-fold or more. If the information is accurate, the current strength of the Illusion Bee sect is probably comparable to our Tiangong. Although they don't have an ancestor at the void refinement stage, their divine transformation level demonic beast is not weaker than a void refinement cultivator. The strongest person in Tiangong was the current sect master, Dongfang Ming, who was at the void refinement stage. The Illusion Bee sect was next to Kuan City, and Yi Bingyang was in charge of the Tiangong branch in Kuan City. Theoretically, the rapidly growing strength of the Illusion Bee sect posed a threat to any faction in Kuan City. That included the Yi family, which was the #1 family in Kuan City. The Tianqi Empire didn't interfere in the struggles between various factions within its borders. Yi Bingyang's eyes flickered. "It seems that I must personally visit the Illusion Beast sect tomorrow. In any case, we must not become enemies with the Illusion Beast sect." At this moment, in the living room, 3 gorgeously dressed middle-aged women were chatting and drinking tea. They were the 3 wives of Yi Bingyang, the current head of the Yi family. Earth and Blue Star were somewhat similar in terms of the marriage system, which allowed for 3 wives. These 3 wives had the same status, and all were considered primary wives. Below them were concubines, whose status was much lower. "I heard from my husband that a few days ago, someone became a core disciple of Tiangong directly, just by submitting a letter of recommendation. I'm so jealous. Even our Yi Ming hasn't become a core disciple yet," one of the middle-aged women in red said. "Elder sister, that's how you should think. Those core female disciples of Tiangong are not as blessed as our Meng Meng, who is married to the heir of the Taiji sect." "Ha, that's true." The middle-aged woman who was called Elder Sister smiled brightly, then looked at the middle-aged woman dressed in purple and said, "Second sister, your Yi Qing found a good husband too. Mu Yin is the #1 genius in Kuan City. In the future, our Yi family will depend on Qing Qing. I never thought that Qing Qing would silently conquer Mu Yin. You know, Mu Yin is the dream lover of all the women in the city," the woman in purple said with a proud smile. The middle-aged woman in blue had been silent, not saying anything. By the way, just then, the woman in purple looked at the woman in blue and said, "Third sister, what's the situation with your Wei Wei? She's 20 years old now. It's time to find her a match. I don't know either, the woman in blue said, forcing herself to speak. Third sister, I'm not being nosy, but your Wei is really too willful. I heard that she turned down all the blind dates you've arranged for her, the woman in purple added. Just then someone entered the living room. Third miss is back. A moment later, Yue appeared at the Yi residence with Xia roughing on her arm, almost making the woman in blue faint. She was Yi Wei's birth mother, Luyin. Xia Rufeng's cultivation was low, and he didn't deliberately hide his cultivation aura. Those who were at a higher realm than him could see Xia Rufeng's cultivation level. Originally, Luyin had heard that Yi Wei had found a boyfriend herself. While she wasn't very happy about it, she had thought that her daughter had high standards, so her boyfriend might also be a genius. But she never expected that Yi Wei would actually find a man at the qi condensation stage. Looking at this man's age, he's not that young, but he hasn't even reached the foundation establishment stage. This is just plain trash. Just then, the other two middle-aged women looked at her with mocking smiles. Luyin felt like she was about to find a hole and crawl into it. The three of them had been competing secretly, but now it was obvious that their daughters had found talented geniuses. And the man her Yi Wei had found. Luyin felt like her face had been completely humiliated by her daughter. Luyin, don't be like that. I think he's pretty good. At least he's good-looking, the middle-aged woman in red chuckled. The other middle-aged woman also chuckled. Actually, it's also good to marry an ordinary person. If you marry a genius, there will be too many things to do, with one invitation today and another tomorrow. Too much trouble. Luyin, with a darkened face, said nothing. Just then, a young couple came out from the room. Oh, third sister, you're back. The young woman then walked over to Xia Rufeng, looked him up and down, then grinned and said, Third sister, is this your boyfriend? Yes. His name is Xia Rufeng, Yue said. Yue paused, then looked at Xia Rufeng and added, Rufeng, this is my eldest sister, Yimeng. Hello. Xia Rufeng looked at Yimeng and said calmly, Hey, third sister's future husband, is your family wealthy? What do you mean? If your family wasn't wealthy, how could my third sister, with her picky personality, have taken a liking to you? Yimeng said with a smile. Her face was still smiling, but her words were quite sharp. Xia Rufeng also grinned, then leaned close to her ear and whispered, It might be because I'm good in bed. Xia Rufeng made sure that only Yimeng could hear these words. Yimeng was furious. She raised her hand, intending to slap Xia Rufeng in the face. But she was stopped by Yue. Second sister, what are you trying to do? Yue asked with dissatisfaction. Yimeng said with a dark face. But there was no way to explain Xia Rufeng's words. If she told people that Xia Rufeng had flirted with her, it would damage her reputation. Huff! Taking a deep breath, Yimeng glared at Xia Rufeng, thinking, You brought this on yourself. After another while, with a crowd of people surrounding them, a man and a woman entered the Yi residence. Yi Bingyang personally greeted them at the door. Father. The woman walked over and bowed slightly. Xia Rufeng and Yi Wei were standing together. That's my second sister, Yi Qing, Yi Wei said. Xia Rufeng looked at this woman named Yi Qing. She was 23 or 24 years old. Her figure was charming, her skin as fair as snow. She was wearing a light gauze, moving people's hearts. She had a slender hand that seemed so delicate and crystalline. Slightly bending her waist, her graceful curves were like a beautiful painting, and were striking and eye-catching. She was sexy and charming, making people mesmerized. She's indeed a beauty. Honestly, the three Yi sisters were all beautiful, but the eldest sister Yi Meng was mean and sharp. The third sister Yi Wei was still too immature, but this second sister, Yi Qing, was mature and steady with a certain charm and was more to Xia Rufeng's liking. Hey! Just then, Yi Wei stepped on Xia Rufeng's foot, disgruntled. You really aren't afraid of death. You were staring at my second sister so blatantly. Be careful that you'll be slashed by my second sister's fiancé. Only then did Xia Rufeng withdraw his gaze. Just then, Yi Qing walked over and stopped in front of Yi Wei. Third sister, it's been a while, Yi Qing said with a smile. Her smile was sweet, but a hint of exhaustion was visible in her eyes. Hello, second sister, Yi Wei said. Then, Yi Qing's gaze fell on Xia Rufeng. I'm sorry. Our Wei has caused you trouble. It's nothing. Just then, Yi Meng walked over. Qing's popularity is so high that Xia Rufeng was staring at you earlier. I thought his soul was about to be taken by you, Yi Meng said with a chuckle. A blatant attempt at sowing discord. Yue immediately rolled her eyes. Hey, eldest sister, don't talk nonsense. Yi Qing then said with a smile, I didn't notice. However, eldest sister's husband has been looking at me the entire time. You. Yi Ming's face turned black. Yi Qing, you don't think that just because you have Mu Yan's support, you can do whatever you want in this family, do you? I never thought that way. Yi Qing said with a flat expression. Yi Ming snorted coldly and then turned and left. After a while, she appeared next to Mu Yan. Second brother-in-law, your Qing Qing is very popular. I saw her chatting with my third sister's boyfriend in the courtyard. Yi Ming said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Mu Yan's pupils narrowed slightly. He didn't say anything. Then he left the living room and went directly to the courtyard, coming before Xiao Rufeng, Yi Ming, and Yi Qing. Qi condensation stage, Mu Yan said with a smile. Yue, I really didn't expect that you would find a boyfriend at the Qi condensation stage. The three Yi sisters had grown up in Kuan City, and they had known Mu Yan since childhood. I'm happy. What business is it of yours? Yue said. She seemed to have a bad relationship with Mu Yan. Mu Yan felt a little annoyed, but in the end, he didn't get angry. He then looked at Yi Qing and directly forcefully pulled Yi Qing away. Wei, is your relationship with that Mu Yan very bad? Very bad. Why? Yue didn't answer. After a moment of silence, she said, Mu Yan once confessed to me. Xiao Rufeng. Chapter 179. Bai Shui is jealous. Xiao Rufeng's first reaction was, this circle is really messy. The eldest sister's husband was eyeing the second sister. The second sister's fiancé was eyeing Yue. What do you want to say? Just then, Yue looked at Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Rufeng smiled. Nothing, I just feel that this circle is really messy. Yue glared at Xiao Rufeng. You're still laughing at me. I'm not, but I don't seem to be able to do anything about it, Xiao Rufeng said. Yue said nothing. After a moment, she looked at Xiao Rufeng and added, I always feel like you aren't that interested in me. Do you want me to try to make a move on you? That's not what I mean, I just feel. Yue paused and added, in Kuan City, I'm considered a renowned beauty, and I have many suitors. But it seems that you're quite indifferent to me. Xiao Rufeng smiled. Because I have someone I like. Really? Where is she? Xiao Rufeng didn't answer, but said, let's go back inside. The two of them then walked toward the inner courtyard. Yi Wei seemed distracted. She was a little concerned about the person Xiao Rufeng liked. What kind of person is she? Just then, Yi Bingyang rushed out of the house in the inner courtyard. Father, what's wrong? Yue asked. It was rare to see her father in such a flustered state. Wei, go and change into a formal dress quickly. Why? I hate wearing formal dresses. They're so bulky, Yue said. Yi Bingyang glared. Don't be so stubborn. He paused and added, Saintus Bai Shui is coming to our house later. Huh? Both Xiao Rufeng and Yue were stunned. After a moment, Yue reacted and said excitedly, Really? She remembered something, and her expression became suspicious. I heard that Saintus Bai Shui's motorcade was attacked. Didn't she not make it to Kuan City? That was just a smokescreen to deliberately confuse those terrorists from the Silkworm organization. Yi Bingyang paused and added, However, Saintus Bai Shui's motorcade was indeed attacked. Fortunately, Tianlei, a disciple of Tian Gong, happened to pass by and rescued Saintus Bai Shui, bringing her to Kuan City. That's great. Yue was very excited. I'm going to change my clothes now. With that, Yue ran off. Yi Bingyang's gaze fell on Xiao Rufeng and added, Saintus Bai Shui is a guest of our Yi family. You'd better not cause any trouble otherwise. Xiao Rufeng shrugged. What trouble can I, a Qi condensation stage, nobody cause? Yi Bingyang still seemed uneasy about Xiao Rufeng, adding, You'll come with me to greet Saintus Bai Shui. He wanted to keep Xiao Rufeng in his sights and keep an eye on him. Xiao Rufeng hesitated. He really wanted to see Bai Shui. They had been separated for several months now, but he was also afraid of seeing Bai Shui. He didn't know what to say when he saw her. Moreover, when Bai Shui had left, her feelings seemed to gradually be frozen, becoming increasingly indifferent. And a few days ago, watching the video, she looked even more elegant and haughty in her Saintus headdress. How does she see me now? He was feeling a little anxious. Xiao Rufeng. Just then, Yi Bingyang called out again. Xiao Rufeng composed himself and followed Yi Bingyang to the entrance. After a while, the three wives of the Yi family and the three Yi sisters, as well as the two sons-in-law, Lucy and Mu Yin, all arrived at the entrance. Bai Shui hadn't arrived yet. Why is he here? Just then, Lucy looked at Xiao Rufeng, his pupils contracting slightly. Lucy's attitude made Yi Wei very unhappy. She grabbed Xiao Rufeng's arm and glared at Lucy and said, "Why can't my boyfriend be here?" "All right, shut up, all of you." Yi Bingyang, unusually, displayed his dignity as the head of the family and an elder in front of Lucy and Mu Yin. After all, while he couldn't afford to offend the Taiji sect and the Mu family, he couldn't afford to offend the Shadow sect even more. This was a sacred religion that was personally supported by the Tianqi Emperor and enjoyed the status of state religion. Any provocation against the Shadow sect would be seen as a provocation against the imperial power of the empire. Despite the existence of numerous sects within the Tianqi Empire, the strongest power still belonged to the royal family, and they had an overwhelming, insurmountable advantage. If it didn't have this kind of foundation, the Tianqi Empire wouldn't let the various forces in the country develop freely. Once, when Tianqi just woke up, a 9-star faction tried to challenge the imperial power, but the Royal Imperial Guards wiped them out in one night. Since then, no one dared to challenge the imperial power again, except for the Silkworm Organization. But the Silkworm Organization could only do things like assassinations. They didn't have the power to challenge the imperial family head-on. Just then, Yi Bingyang added, "I'm saying this up front. If anyone causes trouble in front of Saintis by Shui, don't blame me for turning against you." With that, his nascent soul stage aura swept across the entire area. Lucy and Mu Yan's faces were pale, their souls were suppressed, and even breathing was difficult. They were geniuses, but they were still young. In terms of cultivation, Lucy was only in the early golden core stage, and Mu Yan was at the peak foundation establishment stage. Among the people present, the only one not affected was Xiao Rufeng. After all, he possessed an immortal-level soul and couldn't be suppressed by the aura of mortals. Huh? Yi Bingyang looked at Xiao Rufeng, his expression a little surprised. Just as he was about to say something, suddenly a car drove over. After stopping the car, someone came out first and opened the car door in the back. Then a man came out of the back of the car. The man was mature and handsome, and it was none other than He Tianlei, the heir of Tiangong. Generally speaking, disciples of a sect were divided into 4 levels: outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, core disciples, and heir disciples. As long as one became an heir disciple, their entry into the elder's court was basically guaranteed. He Tianlei was 35 years old and had reached the peak of the golden core stage. He was said to be the strongest genius of Tiangong in the past 10,000 years. In addition to his monstrous cultivation talent, He Tianlei was also handsome, had a gentle personality, and was very approachable, and he was the undisputed top idol of Tiangong and the dream lover of many female disciples. When He Tianlei appeared, Yi Ming's eyes lit up. He Tianlei had also once been her dream lover, and she had even confessed to He Tianlei, but was rejected. First love, no matter in what world or civilization, seemed to be captivating. Even though Yi Ming was now married, she still seemed to be infatuated with He Tianlei. Lucy, next to her, glanced at Yi Ming, and a trace of malice flashed between his brows. As for the other 2 daughters of the Yi family, they were very calm. Yi Qing's expression was flat, and Yi Wei's attention was all on the car. Just then, He Tianlei personally opened the back door on the left side of the car, and a woman stepped out of the car. She was tall, elegant, and aloof. Her eyes were like the winter's frost, and her black hair fell to her waist. Her face was almost devoid of any expression, as cold as snow. "Greetings, Saintis by Shui." He Tianlei knelt down on one knee. Ordinary Saintesses of the Shadow sect wouldn't receive this treatment, but Bai Shui was about to become a Saintess of the Angel's Court, so it was different. After He Tianlei knelt down, the others also knelt down, bowing their heads. Xiao Rufeng was still standing. He stood out like a crane among the kneeling crowd, especially noticeable. He looked at Bai Shui, and Bai Shui was also looking at him. Neither of them spoke. Just then, He Tianlei frowned, preparing to step forward and deal with Xiao Rufeng, but he was stopped by Bai Shui. "House Master Yi, you don't need to be so formal. Please stand up," Bai Shui said calmly. Only then did Yi Bingyang lead the others to stand up. Earlier, the people of the Yi residence were kneeling with their heads down, so no one noticed that Xiao Rufeng had been standing the entire time. "Saintess Bai Shui, I'm your fan." Just then, Yi Wei said excitedly. Bai Shui had only appeared on Earth a few months ago. She had participated in the local Saintess selection and had become an instant sensation. With the promotion of social media, she became a red-hot online sensation. But even so, Yi Wei hadn't expected that Bai Shui would be selected as a saintess of the Angel's Court. That was the supreme palace of the saintesses. And after entering the Angel's Court, there was a high probability that she would be selected by the Tianqi Emperor and become an imperial concubine, or even the Empress. Just then, Bai Shui looked at Yi Wei and smiled slightly. "Thank you." Yi Wei was instantly stunned. "Wow, Saintess Bai Shui smile." Yi Wei was very excited. She shook Yi Qing next to her and said, "Second sister, did you see that?" Saintess Bai Shui smiled at me. Yes, I saw it. Stop shaking me," Yi Qing said speechlessly. Yi Wei then turned around and hugged Xiao Rufing's arm again, excitedly saying, "Darling, did you see it?" Saintess Bai Shui smiled at me. Xiao Rufing's lips twitched slightly, and he didn't say anything. "Is that your boyfriend?" Just then, Bai Shui suddenly asked. "Yup," Yi Wei said. "He's pretty handsome," Bai Shui said calmly. Yi Wei started shaking Xiao Rufing again. "Saintess Bai Shui said you're handsome. Aren't you excited?" "If you shake me any more, I'm gonna vomit," Xiao Rufing said speechlessly. Yi Bingyang glared at Xiao Rufing. "Don't say such things in front of Saintess Bai Shui." Bai Shui smiled slightly. "It's nothing." She paused and added, "Let's go in." Then, the group returned to the inner courtyard. The banquet had already been set up in the inner courtyard. Originally, Yi Bingyang should have taken the seat of honor, but now that Bai Shui had arrived, she was naturally given that seat instead. After Bai Shui took her seat, everyone else sat down. Just as Xiao Rufing sat down, someone said in a sarcastic tone, "This is a family banquet of the Yi family. Isn't it inappropriate for you to be sitting here?" It was Yi Meng's mother. The target of her remark was Xiao Rufing. "He's my boyfriend. Why can't he sit here?" Yi Wei retorted, "If you're not married, you can't be considered family. Mu Yin hasn't married second sister either. They're only engaged. Why can Mu Yin sit here?" Yi Wei paused and added, "Are you pointing fingers at me? Or are you secretly targeting someone? You're supposedly criticizing my boyfriend, but you're actually criticizing second sister's boyfriend." This was a clever way to shift the blame. She had directly shut the mouth of Yi Meng's mother. Just then, Bai Shui smiled and said, "If you put it that way, then I'm also not qualified to sit here." Yi Bingyang glared fiercely at Yi Meng's mother, scaring her so badly that she broke out in cold sweat and didn't dare to say anything more. After a while, she began to harbor malicious intentions again. "By the way, it's too boring just eating. Why don't we have the three sons-in-law have a sparring match? It'll also be entertaining for Saintess Bai Shui," Yi Meng's mother said. Yi Wei was furious. She slammed the table and stood up, angrily saying, "Why are you so bad? My boyfriend is only at the qi condensation stage. Who could he possibly beat? We'll just spar until someone is at a disadvantage. No one will be killed." Yi Meng's mother paused, looked at Bai Shui, and asked, "Saintess Bai Shui, what do you think?" "That's fine," Bai Shui said. As soon as Yi Wei heard Bai Shui say that, she immediately panicked. Just then, Bai Shui added, "However, the gap between the qi condensation and the golden core stages is too big, and the match would definitely be one-sided. Why don't we just have your eldest son-in-law and second son-in-law spar? Their cultivation is similar, so they can have a sparring match." Yi Meng's mother was a little upset. After all, she wouldn't be able to bully Xiao Rufing. But it's fine, it will be fine for second sister to have some trouble. She's been getting a bit arrogant lately. This was the infighting among the women. Then, Lu Si and Mu Yin began to spar. The result was self-evident. The golden core stage, Lu Si easily won. Despite Mu Yin already being at the peak foundation establishment stage, there was still a big gap between him and the golden core stage when it came to fighting. Xiao Rufing hadn't been paying attention to the match. He was a little distracted. He could see that the man named He Tianlei clearly had feelings for Bai Shui. This made him feel uncomfortable. Someone else who was feeling a little uncomfortable was Bai Shui. Watching Yi Wei holding Xiao Rufing's arm, Bai Shui's face was instantly plastered with a smile, but her heart was quite agitated. She had thought that with the awakening of her past life memories, and after not seeing Xiao Rufing for several months, her feelings should have faded. But she was wrong. Tonight, the moment she saw Xiao Rufing, her heart had suddenly started beating faster. And when Yi Wei had said that Xiao Rufing was her boyfriend, Bai Shui's heart had become agitated. Just then, He Tianlei suddenly said, "By the way, Uncle Bingyang, do you have any talismans that limit cultivation here?" "I do." "Why do you ask?" Yi Bingyang said. He Tianlei looked at Xiao Rufing and smiled slightly. "I want to have a sparring match with this brother Rufing." Yi Wei was shocked. "Senior brother He, Aren't you just bullying him? My boyfriend is only at the chi condensation stage, but you're almost at the nascent soul stage. That's why I asked your father if he had any talismans that limit cultivation, right? Many sects now had these kinds of talismans, mainly for use in internal sect competitions. These talismans required cooperation and would only be activated after dripping blood and chanting an incantation. So, these talismans were useless in a death match. No one would use these kinds of talismans that limited their own cultivation in a fight where one's life was at stake. Just then, Tianlei looked at Xiao Rufeng, smiled slightly, and added, I'll fight you at the peak of the chi condensation stage too. How about it? That won't do either. Everyone in Tiangong knows that your combat level is always higher than your cultivation level. I remember that when you were at the peak of the chi condensation stage, you could even fight disciples at the late foundation establishment stage to a standstill. Isn't this still bullying my boyfriend? Yue said. That repeated boyfriend of hers was making Bai Shui inexplicably agitated. In this life, Bai Shui's personality was relatively gentle. But in her past life, she was an empress, and her personality was very impulsive. Otherwise, she wouldn't have intended to die together with the extraterrestrial demon. After the memories of her past life had awakened, Bai Shui's personality had changed, becoming more like the empress she was in her past life. The only thing she had retained from her past life was her feelings for Xiao Rufeng. Even Bai Shui herself hadn't expected that even after the memories of her past life had awakened, she would still be jealous because of Xiao Rufeng. Just then, Xiao Rufeng looked at He Tianlei and chuckled. Senior brother, he is trying to show off in front of Saintess Bai Shui, right? Being exposed in public, He Tianlei felt a little embarrassed. I'm not. It's a battle between men, He Tianlei said stubbornly. All right. Just then, Xiao Rufeng paused and added, but I have a condition. What is it? I'm also a fan of Saintess Bai Shui. If I win, please let us spend some time together alone, Xiao Rufeng said. That's impossible. What kind of status is Saintess Bai Shui? What kind of qualification do you have to spend time with her alone? I wasn't asking you, Xiao Rufeng paused, looked at Bai Shui, and said calmly, Saintess Bai Shui, what do you think? That's fine, Bai Shui said calmly. Saintess Bai Shui, He Tianlei quickly said. What? Do you not have the confidence to beat him? Bai Shui asked. He Tianlei was instantly speechless. He took a deep breath, his gaze turning cold. All right. Yue was still worried. It's nothing. Saintess Bai Shui is here. He can't possibly kill me, right? Xiao Rufeng chuckled. Just then, Yi Bingyang brought over a talisman. After dripping blood on it, He Tianlei put the talisman on his crown chakra, muttering an incantation. Then, the talisman disappeared with a flash of light, and He Tianlei's cultivation aura immediately became the same as Xiao Rufeng's. Both were at the peak of the chi condensation stage. Do you want to use a weapon? He Tianlei asked. It doesn't matter. Why don't we do this? You can use a spiritual weapon, and I'll fight with my bare hands, He Tianlei chuckled. He was absolutely confident that he would defeat Xiao Rufeng. Everyone had always been amazed by how quickly he improved in cultivation, but his strongest point wasn't the speed of his cultivation, but rather that his fighting strength was always higher than his cultivation level, even with his quick cultivation speed. Just like Yi Wei had said, when he was at the peak of the chi condensation stage, his combat power was already at the late foundation establishment stage. Xiao Rufeng said nothing, and then he picked up an ordinary spiritual sword from the side. That sword is very ordinary and won't give you any boost in fighting power, He Tianlei said. This sword will do, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. Then let's begin. After saying that, He Tianlei wrapped his palms together, condensing a powerful current of air that he slammed towards Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Rufeng casually waved his hand. Suddenly, the long sword in his hand transformed into a golden dragon with sharp claws and a gaping maw, plummeting from the sky with the might of thunder. The transformed dragon was so realistic, it even seemed to roar as it easily shattered He Tianlei's airflow. Then it still continued to slam toward where He Tianlei had been standing. He Tianlei's expression changed slightly. He immediately used a wind wall, and at the same time, used wind evasion to accelerate his escape. Boom! The dragon shattered the wind wall and then slammed into the place where He Tianlei had just been standing. A huge hole several meters deep was gouged into the hard ground. The people of the Yi family were collectively dumbfounded. What the hell was that? Was that a spell that a chi condensation stage cultivator could cast? That power was at least at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Yi Bingyang wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Just then, Xiao Ruffeng looked at He Tianlei with an expressionless face and said, Senior brother He, I advise you, it's better to be serious. With a half-hearted mindset, you'll never win against me. Just then, Yue finally came back to her senses. My husband is so handsome, Yue shouted. Bai Shue's inner agitation increased a little bit. Huff! He Tianlei took a deep breath, and his emotions also calmed down. I was careless. Then next, I'll use my full power. Then He Tianlei also picked up a spiritual weapon from the side, and using wind evasion, his speed increased instantly. Then he rushed towards Xiao Ruffeng again. His speed was so fast that even the eyes of ordinary people could barely keep up. In a flash, He Tianlei had already advanced to Xiao Ruffeng's side. Then, sword light flashed, blades clashed, fists and kicks collided. In just a few breaths, they had exchanged dozens of moves. The two sides were evenly matched. Their moves were unpredictable, with sword light and shadows and shifting positions. They dodged and attacked, moving in all directions. The two figures moved like lightning, flashing quickly in the air. Boom! After another clash. Crack! He Tianlei's spiritual sword was directly cut in half by Xiao Ruffeng. He was extremely shocked inside. On Earth, there were not many sword cultivators now. Tiangong was one of the few sects that mainly focused on sword cultivation. And He Tianlei was also a sword talent. But he had never expected that his spiritual sword would be broken by someone at the same cultivation level. However, He Tianlei didn't have time to be shocked. A huge sword light swept towards him. He immediately punched out with both fists, and then two balls of flames rushed toward the sword light. Boom! The sword light and flames intertwined, and a hot breath rushed over them. The purple long sword drew a gorgeous arc in the air and collided with the huge fire, emitting deafening rumbles. Wow! I really didn't expect this Xiao Ruffeng to be evenly matched with He Tianlei, Yue's mother said in surprise. No, in fact, He Tianlei is being suppressed. Although He Tianlei limited his cultivation, with his combat power at this level, there wasn't anyone of the same cultivation who could put him on the defensive before. Yi Bingyang looked at Xiao Ruffeng, his pupils contracting slightly. What kind of person is this guy? After a while, just as Yi Bingyang had predicted, He Tianlei was increasingly at a disadvantage. Just then, after dodging one of He Tianlei's counterattacks, Xiao Ruffeng suddenly burst forth, charging to He Tianlei's side with incredible speed, his sword tip resting on He Tianlei's neck. The entire area was dead silent. I lost, He Tianlei said calmly. Xiao Ruffeng also put away his long sword. Husband, you're so awesome, Yue said excitedly. Xiao Ruffeng said with a slight sweat, Don't call me that randomly. I've decided, I'm going to make you official, Yue added. Stop messing around. I have things to do. Then, Xiao Ruffeng came in front of Bai Shui and said calmly, Saintess Bai Shui, please fulfill your promise. Some of the Shadow Sect's attendants were a little worried. After all, although Bai Shui had been selected as a sacred saintess, she didn't have any spiritual roots in her body, and she was only a mortal. Although the city was relatively safe, if this Xiao Ruffeng had evil intentions when the two were alone, then, it's all right. Just then, Bai Shui said calmly. But, I said it's all right. A bet is a bet. What's the big deal? Bai Shui added calmly. Although she was just a mortal, the aura on her body was very astonishing. Even Yi Bingyang, who was at the nascent soul stage, found it difficult to breathe under the aura that Bai Shui was emitting. The attendants of the Shadow Sect didn't dare to say anything more. Just then, Bai Shui looked at Xiao Ruffeng and added, Let's go. With that, Bai Shui walked toward the door. Xiao Ruffeng followed. Yue waved her hand behind him and shouted, Darling, give me an autograph from Saintess Bai Shui. Yue's maid didn't know how to react. My third miss, that Xiao Ruffeng clearly has feelings for Saintess Bai Shui. But Saintess Bai Shui definitely won't be interested in him. After all, after entering the Angel's Court, it's possible for her to become an imperial concubine. Even if this Xiao Ruffeng has a little bit of talent, how could he compare to the Tianqi Emperor? On the other side, Xiao Ruffeng and Bai Shui left the Yi residence and arrived at a hill nearby. There, they were completely alone. Chapter 180. Bai Shui's jealousy is a bit much. The two stood there, but neither of them spoke. You asked me out here, but you have nothing to say to me? In the end, it was Bai Shui who spoke first. Don't you have anything to say to me? Xiao Ruffeng asked back. No. Then goodbye. After saying that, Xiao Ruffeng turned and left. Hey, Bai Shue's lips twitched slightly and said, "You weren't like this when you were pursuing me. Back then, even if I told you to leave, you wouldn't." "Back then, I liked you," Xiao Ruffing said calmly. Bai Shue suddenly clenched her fists, then said calmly, "So, you don't like me anymore." She felt a slight pain in her heart. Xiao Ruffing didn't answer. He looked up at the sky and suddenly said, "It's snowing." Then, he stretched out his hand, and a snowflake fell into his palm, then melted. "I might be a bit of a romantic, but I'm not someone who changes their mind so easily. In this world, there's only one woman that I've fallen in love with at first sight, and her name is Bai Shue. Although I've been rejected by her countless times, she still has a place in my heart. However, I don't know what she's actually thinking. Sometimes she suddenly gets close, and other times she suddenly becomes distant. That inconsistent attitude of hers makes me feel extremely exhausted," Xiao Ruffing said calmly. A complicated look flashed in Bai Shue's eyes. "I'm sorry. You know that what I want is not an apology. I just want to know your answer." Xiao Ruffing turned around, looked at Bai Shue, and added, "Do you like me?" Xiao Ruffing was being direct now. He had figured it out. For a woman like Bai Shue who liked to avoid things, beating around the bush was useless. He had to be direct. Bai Shue avoided Xiao Ruffing's gaze. If she said that she didn't have any feelings for Xiao Ruffing, that would be a lie. She definitely had feelings for Xiao Ruffing. In fact, these feelings could be considered love. However, she couldn't reveal her true feelings. Before, it was because of Ning Tao, and now it was because of Xia Tianqi. After regaining her past life memories, Bai Shue already knew that she was the lone shadow empress of 10,000 years ago, and that she was the fiancé of the current emperor of the Tianqi Empire, Xia Tianqi. Sigh. Seeing that Bai Shue didn't answer, Xiao Ruffing also sighed. Then he stretched his back, smiled slightly, and added, "Let's go back." After saying that, Xiao Ruffing left. Bai Shue was still standing there. Her lips also curled into a bitter smile. There were some things that she couldn't say, and she was afraid to say them, just like how she was a reborn person. It wasn't that she was afraid that Xiao Ruffing would expose her secrets. She was afraid that if Xiao Ruffing knew that she was Xia Tianqi's fiancé, he would never see her again. Who would dare to make a move on a woman of Xia Tianqi? No matter how brave Xiao Ruffing was, would he dare to fight with Xia Tianqi over a woman? Bai Shue had always been afraid of this situation. In my heart, I ultimately care more about Xiao Ruffing. How could this be? Bai Shue couldn't understand. In her past life, she and Xia Tianqi were childhood sweethearts and their feelings were deep. However, in this life, she had only known Xiao Ruffing for a short few years, but she could never forget him. Just then, a strange noise suddenly came from the depths of the forest on the hill, and then a one-eyed, giant wolf appeared in Bai Shue's sight. Bai Shue's face changed drastically. How could there be a demonic beast in the city? She was extremely nervous inside. Although she, like Bai Bing, was immune to magic, she couldn't be immune to pure physical damage. Moreover, unlike Bai Bing, Bai Shue's physical fitness wasn't that great. Bai Bing's basic physical attributes were comparable to a golden core stage cultivator. But Bai Shue didn't have that kind of talent. Her physical fitness was the same as a normal mortal. A wolf beast like the one in front of her could kill her with its teeth alone, even without using any magic. As the giant wolf approached her, Bai Shue's body began to tremble. Just then, a familiar figure rushed over and killed the giant wolf with a single sword strike. Bai Shue breathed a sigh of relief, and her tense body went limp, falling into Xiao Ruffing's arms. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left you alone," Xiao Ruffing said. "A bad woman like me does deserve some punishment," Bai Shue said calmly. "A bad woman, huh?" Xiao Ruffing looked down at Bai Shue in his arms and added, "I heard that the sanest court of the Shadow Sect is actually like Xia Tianqi's harem. Is that true?" "You could say that." Xiao Ruffing's fingers twitched. "Why did you participate in the sanest pageant? Do you want to be Xia Tianqi's concubine?" Xiao Ruffing asked. Bai Shue lay in Xiao Ruffing's arms, looked at Xiao Ruffing and smiled. "Are you jealous?" Xiao Ruffing didn't say anything and suddenly lowered his head, using his lips to seal Bai Shue's fragrant mouth. A forceful kiss. Bai Shue looked at Xiao Ruffing with wide eyes, and she looked completely shocked. She hadn't expected that Xiao Ruffing would kiss her forcefully. However, she didn't push Xiao Ruffing away. She let Xiao Ruffing's tongue enter, causing chaos in her mouth. Bai Shue had originally been trying to make up for things. Over the years, Xiao Ruffing had given up so much for her. But she had always been avoiding him. "I owe this guy." When Xiao Ruffing's lips touched hers, at that very moment, Bai Shue's soul trembled, and a strong desire also surged from the depths of her heart. She started to try to cooperate with Xiao Rufeng, her tongue actively meeting Xiao Rufeng's. Their lips were tightly sealed together, as if time had stopped in that moment. Xiao Rufeng held Bai Shue's waist with one hand and gently stroked her hair with the other, kissing her deeply. Bai Shue's hands were wrapped around his neck, gently hugging him. In this moment, only the two of them existed, and all the other sounds disappeared around them. After a long while, Xiao Rufeng lifted his lips from Bai Shue's. He looked at Bai Shue and said, "Don't marry Xia Tianqi." Bai Shue still used her hands to hold Xiao Rufeng's neck, and chuckled. "Why?" "Because," Xiao Rufeng said hesitantly, "Xia Tianqi is an emperor. He has many concubines. He might not have time for you." "Don't you have a lot of women around you?" Bai Shue asked back. Xiao Rufeng was speechless. He couldn't refute that. After a while, Bai Shue held Xiao Rufeng's cheeks with both hands and added, "Don't worry, I have my reasons for participating in the Sanus pageant. It's not to marry Xia Tianqi. Besides, I'm just a mortal, and Xia Tianqi probably wouldn't look at me." Speaking of which, Xiao Rufeng paused and asked, "You don't even have spiritual roots. How were you selected as a saintess?" "It's all thanks to you." "Ah, back then, you showed mercy to me. You didn't take my virginity, and that's what gave me the chance." The selection criteria for a saintess has no requirements for cultivation, but they must be virgins, Bai Shue said. "Oh dear," Xiao Rufeng said with regret. "I should have been a bit more forceful back then. I should have slept with you first." He paused, his gaze burning. "It's not too late even now." After saying that, Xiao Rufeng was about to take off Bai Shue's clothes. Slap! Bai Shue tapped Xiao Rufeng on the head, saying irritably, "Calm down." She paused and added, "I've already been selected as a saintess. If they find out that the saintess isn't a virgin at this time, then I'll be waiting to be executed." Xiao Rufeng instantly calmed down. "All right." After a while, Xiao Rufeng looked at Bai Shue, wanting to say something but hesitated. "What do you want to say?" Bai Shue asked proactively. "What exactly is our relationship?" Xiao Rufeng asked. "Friends? Do friends kiss?" "Then it's friends who can kiss," Bai Shue said with a smile. Xiao Rufeng. He didn't say anything more. Then he lay down on the grass, raised his head, looked at the stars, and said calmly, "Friends who can kiss, huh?" Bai Shue sat down next to him. "I'm sorry," Bai Shue said. "It's all right. I knew a long time ago that we wouldn't have a future together," Xiao Rufeng said calmly. Bai Shue didn't say anything more. The two became silent again. Just then, Bai Shue's phone rang. She glanced at it, then pressed the answer button. "Oh, I'm fine. I'll be back soon." After hanging up, Bai Shue looked at Xiao Rufeng and added, "Let's go back." Then, on the way back to the Yi residence, Xiao Rufeng told Bai Shue about what had happened on Blue Star and why he had come to Earth. Bai Bing also came to Earth? I agreed to meet her at the summit of Mount Tai, Xiao Rufeng said. "I see." Bai Shue didn't say anything. But what is Xiao Rufeng's relationship with Bai Bing now? She was a little concerned, but she didn't know how to ask. While she was preoccupied with her own thoughts, they had already arrived back at the Yi residence. "Saintess Bai Shue, this guy didn't do anything to you, did he?" He Tianlei quickly asked. He had already returned to his peak golden core cultivation. "No. Mr. Rufeng has someone he likes, and he is very respectful towards me," Bai Shue said with a smile. Xiao Rufeng didn't say anything. Earlier, he had first kissed Bai Shue forcefully. Then, he had tried to take off Bai Shue's clothes. If that was called respectful, then there were no bad people in the world. However, the others didn't think much of it. After all, they didn't think that anyone would dare to take advantage of a saintess of the angel's court. That was a death sentence. Just then, Yi Wei ran to Xiao Rufeng and hugged his arm again. However, this time, Bai Shue didn't show much emotion. After all, compared to hooking arms, she and Xiao Rufeng's kiss earlier was obviously much more intimate. "Xiao Rufeng, what about Saintess Bai Shue's autograph?" Yi Wei asked with anticipation. "Ah, you didn't forget, did you?" Yi Wei asked with irritation. Just then, Bai Shue walked over and took out a hair clip. This hair clip had spiritual energy fluctuations. It was obviously a small spiritual weapon. This is a reward from the Saintess Court. It's a small, auxiliary spiritual weapon that can improve the gathering of spiritual energy and help with cultivation. You also know that I don't have any spiritual roots, so I can't cultivate, and I don't need it. "I'll give it to you," Bai Shue said. Yi Wei was overjoyed. Although this spiritual weapon wasn't a precious spiritual weapon, it was a gift from Bai Shue. Its meaning was extraordinary. To Yue, it was priceless. Thank you, Sainus Bai Shui. After saying that, Yue quickly took the hair clip from Bai Shui's hand, afraid that Bai Shui might change her mind. Tonight's banquet at the Yi residence was originally intended to be a welcome dinner for their future second son-in-law, Mu Yin. The main character was supposed to be Mu Yin, but Bai Shui and Xiao Rufing's arrival had completely stolen Mu Yan's limelight. Naturally, Mu Yin didn't dare to have any complaints about Bai Shui. If she was favored by the Tianqi Emperor in the future and became a noble concubine, a single word from her could make their Mu family disappear without a trace. Even if she wasn't favored by the Tianqi Emperor, her status as a saintess of the Angel's Court alone wasn't something their small Mu family could afford to offend. The number one family in Koan City, while it sounded intimidating, it was actually nothing in the Tianqi Empire. Any strong cultivator at the Great Ascension stage, any strong cultivator at the Tribulation Transcendent stage from the Angel's Court could single-handedly destroy the Mu family. He couldn't afford to offend Bai Shui, but Xiao Rufeng. Mu Yan's eyes flashed. He didn't dare to act rashly either. After all, he didn't know Xiao Rufeng's background. Mu Yan looked at Xiao Rufeng again, thinking, what a pity, his fighting power is monstrous, but his cultivation talent is too poor. He hasn't even reached the foundation establishment stage at 24. It'll be very difficult for him to break through to the golden core stage in this lifetime. The foundation establishment stage will be his peak. But speaking of which, the giant dragon that he used his spiritual sword to transform into, was that from swordsmanship or magic? I've never seen a move like that before. The truth was that regardless of whether it was swordsmanship or magic, both were about understanding the rules of the universe. Mu Yin had originally intended to stay overnight at the Yi residence, but he thought it was necessary to report Xiao Rufeng's situation to his family. Just then, Yi Bingyang also came over. Uncle, it's getting late, so I'll head back first, Mu Yin said. Yi Bingyang nodded, then added calmly, as for the matter of Saintess Bai Shui staying at the Yi residence. I know, I'll keep my mouth shut, Mu Yin said. Then, he came in front of Yi Qing. Mu Yin knew that his fiancé didn't love him. Yi Qing, I'm leaving, Mu Yin said. Yi Qing's expression was flat. Okay. Mu Yin didn't say anything more. Then he left. Father, Lu Si and I will be staying at home tonight. Just then, Yi Ming said. As soon as she said that, Yi Wei also hugged Xiao Rufeng's arm, saying enthusiastically, Darling, you should stay tonight as well. My bed is quite big. Cough, cough. Xiao Rufeng choked. Bai Shui smiled slightly. Even though it's winter, it seems that Mr. Xiao's love life is still very vibrant. Xiao Rufeng's scalp was tingling. Others couldn't hear it, but he could hear that Bai Shui was jealous again. I feel like Bai Shui's personality has changed recently. She's become more jealous. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Rufeng peeled Yi Wei off his arm and said, Wei Wei, I think it's better if we don't deceive everyone. What do you mean? Yi Bingyang asked. Actually, Yi Wei and I aren't dating. She was trying to avoid an arranged marriage, so she asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend, Xiao Rufeng said. A fake relationship can be turned into a real one, Yi Wei added. That won't do. Xiao Rufeng paused and added, I told you before, I have someone I like. An unusual look flashed in Bai Shui's eyes. Xiao Rufeng had many women that he liked, and she wasn't sure who Xiao Rufeng was referring to. I've been wanting to ask. Just then, Yi Wei raised her head, looked at Xiao Rufeng, and asked, The woman you like, what kind of person is she? How should I say this? Xiao Rufeng's lips curled into a smile and added, She has too many things to worry about, which makes her a little stubborn. When I like her, she already had a fiancé. Although she wasn't in a good relationship with her fiancé, and though she clearly had feelings for me, she always rejected me. When she was jealous, she wouldn't say anything and wouldn't show it. She would just keep it inside, always fighting with herself. She does sound quite stubborn, Yi Wei said. Bai Shui's lips twitched slightly, but she didn't say anything. She knew very well that Xiao Rufeng was talking about her. Just then, Xiao Rufeng chuckled again and added, However, recently, after we met again, she's become more honest. At least I can tell that she's jealous because of me, and she doesn't hide her feelings as deeply as before, making it impossible for me to detect. Yi Wei looked at Xiao Rufeng with a complex expression and said, Looking at that happy expression of yours, you really like her a lot. After all, she's the only woman I've ever fallen in love with at first sight, Xiao Rufeng said calmly. He wasn't lying. The person he loved the most was Jiangli. But strictly speaking, he hadn't fallen in love with Jiang Li at first sight. After all, he had first met Jiang Li 5 years ago. And he was attracted to Jiang Li this time after he had accidentally become Jiang Li's fiancé. And he had gradually fallen in love with the woman during their time together. Only Bai Shui could truly be considered a case of love at first sight. On that snowy weekend in the northern border, the first moment he saw Bai Shui, he was deeply captivated by this woman. Even after learning that she already had a fiancé, he couldn't stop his feelings for her. Just then, Yue suddenly reacted. She looked at Xiao Rufeng and added, "You just said, you met recently? The woman you like is in Coin City? Who is it?"